D, Claude, D.
All right, if everyone's ready, then I will commence the countdown to beginning the run.
The countdown to the countdown.
The countdown to the countdown, yeah.
Final countdown.
I think you're good to go there.
Everyone's good? All right.
We're good.
Don't start the timer quite yet, but we're getting there. So right out of the gate, we're going to try and do some RNG manipulation, much like the Fire Emblem run you just saw, except we're going to manipulate one thing, and then the rest of the run in its entirety is going to be completely off the rails, no manipulation, just react to everything you see and try and play the game as best as possible. Not quite as possible to manipulate this game as it is Fire Emblem, but going to give Claude a little bit of time here.
Sit here and stare at the tall screen for a good 12 seconds or so.
Yeah. So the beginning of the run is a little more involved, so we'll be doing a lot of talking.
We're going about 5 seconds. Get ready.
Yep.
All right, and go.
All right. And we need Ramza's name right now.
Ramza's name. Ramza's name will be Aya Bray.
Nice.
Ayabrea.
Dream Boom would be proud.
He really would.
You want to talk about Taurus?
I definitely can. So we're at the very beginning. Not only do we get to choose Ramza's name, but we also get to choose his birthday. This is actually super important because FFT's damage system as well as the spells and success rates are going to be influenced by your zodiac compatibility. So the simple way to put this is that each of the 12 signs has 2 signs which they are good compatibility to, 2 signs which they're bad compatibility to, and then 1 sign they're either best comp or worst comp. And the reason why this is so important is because the compatibility gives you a multiplier bonus. So in the case of good comp, it's an extra 25, best comp is 50, and bad comp is a 25 penalty, and worst comp is a 50 damage penalty or success rate penalty. So this has a very, very big influence during the run because it alters how your success rates are going to be and how your damage is going to roll. So Taurus is chosen in particular because a lot of the bosses that you fight in the course of FFT actually have the Virgo sign, which Taurus is strong against. In previous versions of the route, we used Capricorn. I think 2017 used Capricorn as the main route, and then there was also an earlier version that used Libra. Libra route's advantage is that you get a best comp unit for free instead of having to shop for it in the soldier office. So right off the bat here, we're going to go straight into the prologue battle in Orbonne Monastery. So this fight is pretty much there's a lot of things that can go wrong here in terms of time loss, but in terms of actually dying, it's very, very low. So the main problem with Orbonne is that you only have one unit you can control, which is Ramza. Everything else is completely controlled by the AI, as well as some of the skill sets are completely random, so you don't really have a lot of control over what you can do. So we're just going to hope Gafgarian just targets the right guy, which is the archer on the left, and then the rest of the units behave in a way that allows us to kill them quickly.
All right, Gafgarian, let's see it.
Well, I'm to go left.
All right.
Left. Crowd is chanting left.
What are you doing, Gaffy?
Left. Hey.
There you go. Okay.
My boy.
All right, so also right out of the gate here, you're going to see Claude set a bunch of options. These are going to persist throughout the rest of the run. Basically just setting fastest message speed, turning off the experience indicators, display speed, a lot of the confirming navigation, that kind of thing. And that's going to, literally every turn he takes, that's going to speed up by about 3 to 4 seconds with all the options.
Yeah, it adds up quite a bit over the course of the run. So it's really important that you turn those off.
All right, so this is the start you want to see Agrius and Gafgarian teaming up on that left archer, taking him out. And then the rest of this is a little bit up to RNG a bit. Big thing you want to avoid is having any of the units drop below half HP with the chemist still alive.
Hope that wasn't her sword.
Yeah, that can happen. You're basically at the whims of whatever the game decides to give you, but I mean, there's some things that you need to look out for. If Gafgarian has a secondary like time magic or white magic, he can start running around instead of using Night Sword. Rad can have stuff like Yin Yang, can cast Blind. He can also have Black Magic, cast Fire instead of just... It's actually better for Rad to do nothing, because then he doesn't do stuff that's completely pointless. But we, again, do not have much of a choice in this.
Here he comes, dude.
He's doing something.
Yo, it's a fire.
It could be blind.
It's a fire.
It is fire.
That's sick 15 damage. So at least that's a little bit better than Yin Yang, because Blind has a much longer animation.
Actually kind of helped out. Chemist is going to die here.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's pretty good so far, actually.
So if you're doing like a PB run, or you're trying to get a good time, this is one of the points where you have to reset a lot, because you can have really bad Orbonnes that take up to 8+ minutes. You can also have better Orbonnes that just take 5 minutes. So let's see how this goes. Agrius Lending Stop, by the way, if it procs, is really good. Perfect.
This is among like one of the best Orbonnes I've ever had, actually.
Yeah, because that stops the archers from going around taking turns. And a crit. We in there.
Soldier off is going to be so bad now.
Yeah.
Right?
Shh, don't jinx it.
It's too late, dude.
Don't jinx it.
Rad's still going in. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I guess since I have the time, I'll talk a little bit about speed, because discussion about speed can take a little bit longer. Thank you, Rad, for 9 damage. So every unit in FFT has a speed value, and the game operates in an internal timer called a clock tick. Every single time a clock tick rolls forward by 1, all units get their CT increased by the amount of speed that they have. So speed is linear in this game, and what that means is if, for example, Ramza has 9 speed, and you have a 6-speed unit, then Ramza is actually 150% faster than the 6-speed unit, and he'll get 3 turns to the enemy's 2. Keep the speed in mind, because it becomes very important, because we have to manipulate that. And thank you, Agrius. And the way tie breaks works in this game is that guests will go first, followed by enemies, and then your characters. And the order in which it's tie broken against your own team is dependent on the formation in which they're placed on. And this will become important because there will be multiple times where we need to manipulate speed so that we're either going before all the enemies or going after. At the very beginning of the game, we actually want to go a little bit slower, because we can guarantee all the enemies moving into certain positions and then using spells that have higher charge times and have them resolve and then kill all the enemies in one go. Later on, once we have all these speed adjusting accessories and equipment, we can go before the enemies and then kill them before they move. So that's going to be kind of how speed plays into this, and I'm sure Claude will talk a little bit more about it once we get there.
Just want to point out that Orbonne was actually faster than one of my PB, despite naming Ramza.
Well, we've got a nice famous FFT cutscene here, thanks to the translation team.
Yep.
So, Rivers McCown, how about you take it away with a couple of donations?
Sounds good, guys. We've got $50 from Big Fong Balls. It says, Claude, I'm sorry for snubbing you in my AGDQ comment. I actually think you're pretty cool.
Thanks, Bick.
We've also got $50 from Duck Fist that says, hey, the Claude, sorry to bother you. When you said FFT 1.3 is finished, do you mean you completed the game? Or are you the creator of FFT 1.3 and that's an old message? Just curious. Smiley face.
I love the copy pasta, Steve. Keep them coming, as long as you donate for them.
Little money. And it's after this next battle that we're cutting off the name the hired
Yes.
Yes.
So right now we've got Emmy in the lead with 110, Aurora with 105. If you guys want to get in and snipe that real quick, you got about 5 to 6 minutes, I think. So please get on
That's
that.
correct, yep.
So I'll go ahead and talk about how we started the game here. Ramza, you can't check his stats. So Ramza has a set innate JP amount for every single class that he could possibly be, and JP stands for job points. And these are the points you use to learn skills on each individual class. And we recently, I guess it wasn't a recent discovery per se, but we recently mapped out all the possible JP values per frame. And we try and start the game on a very specific frame value. Rivers, you might appreciate this being an FF4 runner. Pressing A on the title screen, or X on the title screen at a specific time to try and hit a very specific frame to get good starting JP values. And we won't know what specific frame Claude hit until we get into this next battle. And we're able to check his JP values and see kind of what's in store for at least the job points for the rest of the run.
Yeah, so JP is super important because throughout the course of the run, we will be utilizing the JP scroll glitch, but just because you scroll and gained all the abilities doesn't mean you actually get the job class. So in order to reach the class that we want our characters to be in, we actually have to get the JP points actually. So Ramza's starting stats and what he gets for his starting JP is super important because it will save time on the amount of grinding that you need to do. And before the manipulation was found, you usually just wing it. So sometimes you have really bad Ramza opening job classes, which forces you to grind in Garland a little bit longer than you would like. So hopefully we hit the frame and we get a high enough starting job class value so we can get out of here pretty quick.
Yeah, even if we didn't hit the frame, it's no big deal. It's just a little bit of extra grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Garland's actually, unironically, one of the most difficult fights in the game.
Yes, it is.
Because not only we have to worry about Ramza's JP values, job points, and everything, you also have to worry about some of the other units as well. Typically, you will take the female chemist with you, and you want her to become a wizard for the upcoming couple of battles, and she needs to have wizard unlocked at this point here.
Yeah.
And also, this fight can go very poorly if this front squire right here does not die.
It's looking good for killing him. Libra's a sign you can actually kill if the leader behaves.
Yeah, sometimes later just something completely random. You're not really in any danger of dying, but this fight can take a lot longer than you want if things do not work out as well. One of the things to kind of also keep in mind, along with the starting chemist, is also your starting faith and brave values, as well as the zodiac compatibility. So the Garland chemist, the starting faith value is actually really important because faith governs how high your magic damage deals, and also how much magic damage you take. Now the defense side of things is less important, but if the chemist has a very low faith value, on especially the female one, you may need to take the male chemist, and that's less optimal because worst comp in this game only happens to the same gender type unit, so a male chemist against another male unit will have a much more likely chance to, well, it would be the only time you can hit worst comp. So we have 118, looks like.
118, 163.
So you really would like to have the female chemist have somewhere around 60 plus faith. Average faith between all the values you can roll, I believe, is around 57.
That was good.
So
she has good faith.
Oh, I didn't see what value it was. But if it's good,
Well,
that's great.
she just got a job level, so she just unlocked wizard.
Oh, sick.
Pretty good.
Yep.
You're on 3,300, Claude. Basically, you're home free after square.
No, nice.
Sick.
Also, so I attacked the air with 2 units there. That was not a mistake. That was to waste CT because the Squire up top actually has defend, which means she wasted her CT, and I need to keep them aligned in order to get 2 double turns on her.
Yeah, so to just go into a little more depth of what Claude is explaining, when you take a turn in an FFT, if you move and act, you use up your entire turn, so your CT bar goes to 0. But if you just only move or you just only act, you only use up 80 CT, so you have 20 CT residual. And if you do nothing but wait, then you have 40 CT residual. So you need to do this, if you remember, in the any percent math that happened many years ago, to kind of manipulate CT positioning. Kind of do this here as well, as Claude was saying, just to keep his turns aligned with the rest of the enemy units. Alright.
So far, so good here in Garland.
I got worse compatibility to this chemist, though, so I gotta pay attention.
Yep. So if you hit a unit below 50% of the health, they'll start thinking about healing. Ideally, we don't see crochet animation because it takes longer than just whacking people with the sword.
One other thing you're going to see throughout the run is Claude's going to be moving the camera in very specific ways. Normally, if you don't touch the camera at all, the game will auto-adjust the camera after you've completed a move. And so it kind of like you move and then the camera goes and that wastes time. So like Claude will be actively trying to manipulate the camera as the units are moving in order to save, it actually adds up to about like seconds per camera move, and it can definitely save time throughout the course of the run. And there's like very minor things you can do, like just panning the camera or rotating the camera, zooming out, all sorts of things.
Yeah, after a certain point, like where your time is, if you want to improve it, you have to start learning things like camera manipulation, because it just starts shaving off those extra seconds.
Alright, so now I'm just going to farm Ramza Squire JP in order to make sure that he not only unlocks Arch, but also has gained JP up learned, which will increase his JP per action for the rest of the run, or at least until the end of Chapter 2.
Yeah, so we also bring the 2 chemist units along because of a mechanic in this game called spillover. So whenever a unit takes an effective action, such as it changes something on the battlefield basically, you get both experience and job points. So when a unit gets job points, all the other surviving units on the field also get a fraction of that, which I believe is just 25% of whatever the unit gained. So this can help propel certain units to a certain job level. So we'll be using this several times because having to grind every unit into every individual job is just going to take longer. So spillover really does help out.
Yeah, so every chemist action Claude taking here is contributing to Ramza reaching the next level of chemist.
It's giving Ramza extra chemist JP.
I'll grab this crystal so he doesn't grab it.
Got him locked down.
Got him locked down, dude.
Excellent. We also killed the leader, by the way. That's not a mistake. Guests in this game, as nice as they are, they're a bit of a nuisance in the speedrun because they do random things, and ideally they don't really do a whole lot of more damage than you do. So all they do is just waste time. So we get them out of the way, which A, makes the eye a little bit more predictable, and B, they avoid wasting our time doing things that are completely pointless.
No level 7 route, sadly.
You were 194 on chemist?
I don't remember what my chemist was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 194.
Cool.
So, you know.
Alright, so if we have the 2 names for the female generics.
Now is the time
yep.
they're cut off.
Now is the time they get cut off.
Yep, we've got a last-second snipe by Chest Jerk with 200 hours. It says Little Money for CJ, and Aurora is the second female unit.
Can you spell that out?
I can. CJ is uppercase C and uppercase J.
Oh, I thought Little Money was the name. I see. Well, shows what I know.
And also Aurora, A-U-R-O-R-A.
Let's boot some units. That'd be good.
So Soldier Office is one of the major random points in this run, but it sets up the foundation for what you're going to be fishing for later on. It gives you the setup that you need, so it's completely vital. So what Claude's looking for are 2 units that have best compatibility with Ramza, which means it's going to have to be a female Scorpio, and their fate values have to be 64 plus. One unit can be 64 on the dot, but the other unit has to be more than 64. And the reason for this is just because the calculation for one of the spells, Quick, as I mentioned earlier before, is influenced by Zodiac compatibility. So if he chooses a unit with less than 65 faith, you will not have 100% on the Quick. And a sub 100% on the Quick, even if it's 99.
Actually, can I butt in for a second, guys? We actually got a last-second snipe on Aurora as well, so that will be Meadows, M-E-A-D 0-W-S.
Which one first?
CJ's first. CJ's first.
So like this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, that's one down. So this can take any amount of time. 30 seconds, 5 minutes. It's all basically random.
Yeah, but it's completely necessary because if you don't have the starting stats that we need, again, you get 99% quicks and they sound like, hey, it's 99%. What can go wrong? Well, let me tell you about the 1%.
Nice.
There's actually a clip, I believe, on Claude's channel where the 1% quick misses.
That's a 0 there, Claude.
It is 0, right?
0, yeah.
It is a 0, yes.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So
We're good?
Perfect.
Good.
Yep.
All right,
Good. Cool.
And missing later on can be completely fatal, just because you're going to be set up primarily for offense. So if the 99% misses, bad things can happen. So you really want that one unit to be 65 plus, and then you can get a leeway on the other one having 64. So now he's going to start changing job classes. The female units are going to go into chemist and go to mage branches. Their ending points are going to be basically wizards with time magic, so they can cast quick and pass turns to Ramza. They might change to priest at some point to get extra speed. More into that later. And Ramza is going to try to tech up to samurai. Now he's doing the JP scroll glitch, which can only be applied to jobs that have more than one page. So if you look on the very right side, you see the page up, page down indicator. If a job does not have that available, then the JP scroll glitch cannot be done. And all it really is when you're trying to buy an ability, if you then scroll to another ability which you do not have the JP for, the game will sometimes just glitch out and you'll underflow your actual JP value, and just gives you infinite JP. Which is very nice, because then you don't actually have to grind up for all the abilities that you want. But again, just because you do the JP scroll glitch doesn't give you the JP for the next tier in the class tree. So you actually have to grind out for the actual JP itself.
Right, you're only underflowing the amount that you get to spend. You're not actually underflowing the amount that you've earned throughout the run. So you still need to level up your classes in order to unlock other classes.
Yep.
Time for a few more donations.
Let's do it.
Yep.
We've got $150 from Meadows, aka our sniper. It says, love FFT, keep up the great run, Claude. We've got $50 from Foud that says, when do we get Cloud?
I'll be tough.
2022.
Got $100 from Fat MN that says, yes, math.
No math. Did you guys even explain what math skill is? That'd be a good time to do that.
Yeah, I can go over very quickly. So yeah, I think 2014 run that I did was using any percent which uses math skill. So the way math works in this game is it looks at two parameters, either level, height, experience, or the last one I'm struggling to think of.
CT?
CT, yes, thank you. Most important one, actually. And it looks at those two parameters along with a number, and basically when you set those two parameters in a spell, it will hit all the targets on the field that matches those parameters. So if you have several units that are at a level divisible by 5, then level 5 Flare, for example, will hit all those units that are matching that criteria. And the reason why that is so powerful in FFT is because it is basically an ability that you can use without having to move. One of the reasons why we saw, obviously, in another tactical RPG just now with Fire Emblem, move is very important. And not having to move and being able to hit everybody and kill everything is obviously super fast. In this particular route, with no math, we banned the use of the calculator class because a lot of FFT players will agree that math skill is very, very powerful to the point of being overpowered. So this particular category completes the game without ever touching the calculator class at all on the player side.
That's correct. You can still see it on the enemy side, but hopefully you won't. It's pretty scary if you do.
All right, so here we have Mandalia Plains, and Claude's actually going to do a very specific setup in order to do a little bit more grinding. The two generic units we just hired, CJ and Meadows, are going to need to level up their chemist in order to unlock Wizard for the upcoming battles. And they have any amount of starting JP from 100 to 199, and so the amount of grinding we have to do, we don't actually know yet because he hasn't checked it, but
I actually did check it. I think the second one has like 130 or so. The first one has like 170. Because you check it when you scroll
yeah, that's right.
So Wizard's a very, very powerful class. Very, very high magic multiplier, which means they do a lot of magic damage. But this particular grind setup, there's several things that can go wrong with it. So Algus, the guest unit that is in our party right now, has to die in a very specific spot. Again, the any percent route is the exact same setup. So a couple of things can happen if Algus gets killed too early, or he's an idiot and he decides to run away or do something basically not within the script and not die in that spot. You have to do some backup grinding, which is much, much less optimal. And the female chemist that we had in Garland, which returned to a wizard, is going to be involved with doing all the killing, while our two generics are going to be grinding their JP levels. So if your starting chemist doesn't have a good fate value, this is where it will really bite you super early on, and that is really bad. Because
it's not really bad, but it does suck.
Yeah. That is not what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason why Ramza is doing so much damage is because fists are operated with a Brave multiplier. So how high your Brave is will influence how much damage you do, and on top of that, he has best compatibility with the Chemist. So that's why his punches are doing a lot more damage.
All right, I'll just move to the right spot. I actually care more about that than killing my own Chemist, so. We have Phoenix Dan learned on both Ramza and the Chemist, so I'll be able to pick her back up in no time.
The Throwstone's not very optimal.
Yeah, the Throwstone's more annoying, actually.
Yeah. Throwstone's not very optimal as well. Because if he doesn't have Throwstone, he'll just stick by where Algus is, and you can kill all the enemies in one shot, except for the cat.
Yeah, so normally here that unit that did the Throwstone would group up with the other units that are by Algus, and then this Bolt 2 that's being cast would annihilate all of them but the cat, and so you'd have only the cat left. But unfortunately, this man decided to throw some rocks.
So also at the very beginning, you're given an option to either save Algus or kill Algus. Saving Algus has a side benefit, also giving you 10 extra Brave. So Brave in this game operates not only certain physical attack multipliers, but it also increases the chances of your reaction ability going off. So reaction ability is something that triggers whenever you get attacked by an action. So Brave for your generics is not important, but Brave for Ramza is nice because it'll increase the chances of having him activate a reaction skill, which can come in handy in helping him survive. So 2 extra Brave points is nice, but you also need to make sure you don't save Algus because otherwise you can't kill him, and then you can't do this setup.
Alright, I think I was able to recover that from that somewhat good. This guy still has Throwstone to take him out. Getting the cat stuck is going to take a little bit of time, but I really don't have to grind that much, so it's not a big deal.
It's going in, dude.
It sure is. That's okay. We restored our MP. We'll take out this guy.
Do you have another Phoenix Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah. MP, by the way, at this point is a very valuable resource because you don't really have that much of it. So if you run out of mana, you're going to be really, really up the creek if you used up all your ethers. When we scrolled Chemist, we learned the ether and the elixir for this exact purpose, so you have some extra mana to work with. So now he's just baiting the cat to go back down to where Alga's corpses is. So the AI in this game, if they cannot reach and unit immediately and it takes them a couple of actions, they'll kind of pretend that move doesn't exist. So what's going to happen is once his unit passes by Alga's corpse and all the other units are away from the cat is just going to go near Alga's corpse and just kind of stay there.
Oh, it's alright.
Not
it's
playing
okay.
ball.
This is the way it has to be now, but it's okay.
It's also why one of the many reasons to buy more potions. Potions are generally for like grinding extra. If you have horrible starting chemist JP on your 2 units, then you can use potions for any number of things. But
this is also why the beginning of this game is probably the most challenging, because you really don't have much control over any of what's happening right now. Like if you get really bad luck, then Algus would be out of position. Other things can happen that are not according to script, and then you just kind of either have to improvise or just completely reset the run.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that went wrong here. There were 2 units with Throwstone. There was accidentally critical hitting my own unit there. And then I failed to notice that he would go back and kill her again. But all things considered, I've seen much worse Mandalias.
Yeah.
So we just gotta finish grinding Chemist on the secondary generic, and then we'll be done, actually. Assuming I didn't miscount anything.
Time for a few more donations?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
All right, I've got $10 from Blocky that says, "Hey, Limit Break. Long time watcher, first time donating. I first started watching after I found a YouTube video of Tide doing a math run in 2015. I have fallen in love with all the Final Fantasy Tactics speed running and try to take in all the content I can. I have loved watching Claude's practice over the last few weeks. Good luck. Donation goes to Tide because of his amazing commentary. I love you guys."
Thank you. Put it towards the next donation incentive that needs to be met, please. Let's get all of them met.
All right, so we've got $25 from Ace Burrito that says, "It's my birthday, and I can't imagine a better use of my money than donating during a favorite game for an organization that is super important to me. Thank you, RPG Limit Break and Nami, for all you both do."
All right. So he's just trying to make sure that he can hit the cat without the cat moving all the way.
If Rama gets next turn here, it's fine. If not, he's probably going to grab the crystal. That's definitely going to grab the crystal.
Yep.
It's alright.
Spells in this game have their own speed values. We basically refer to them as CTR, or clock ticks to resolve. So as I mentioned early on, the tech tree for the generics is that they're going to go up to mage classes and learn much more powerful spells. Powerful spells in this game have the drawback of having very, very long recharge times, but because your speed values at the very beginning of the game are not very high, the high CTR doesn't really come into place, and you will be able to get most of them off before the enemy moves.
I got a bit unlucky there. The Bolt 2 wasn't going to kill the cat. It was only, I think it was going to leave him with 1 hit point, so I had to use Bolt 1, but then I realized there was a crystal in the way, so he's going to grab that, so I had to use 2 Bolt 1s to kill him.
Alright, so there's a little bit of lore, and that's supposed to be background. So let's just go over that very quickly. So at the very beginning of the game, in the prologue, we see the leader take Princess Ophelia away, and Rims reflects on the fact that, hey, I think I know that guy. He seems to be my best friend. Wonder what he's doing on this other side of the war and kidnapping Princess. And right now in Chapter 1, it goes through the backstory that kind of sets up what happens in the subsequent chapters. So very early on, Ramza and Delita are both cadets in the Garland, I can think of Magic Academy, or it's basically a military institute. And basically they're both like near the top of the class, they're best friends. And because after the 50-year war, basically the army doesn't really have a lot of extra resources, so they're using cadets as soldiers. So the soldiers are now fighting off the Death Corps, which is I guess kind of a subgroup that spawned as a result of the 50-year war, when the commoners, after the end of the war, didn't get treated well. They formed their own kind of group and decided to rebel. So Ramza is part of aristocracy. He's part of the BU family, which is a very famous and notable I guess, noble family within the Hokuden, which is the, what was it called in War Alliance? Order of the Northern Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Delita is a commoner, so keep that in mind because that will be very important. Our friend Algus is just explaining his background now, that he also was once of a noble house, but then his daddy decided to backstab his comrades, and then he got backstabbed, so now he doesn't have any rank, and he's just lamenting on the fact that he's also basically a commoner. And then we get introduced some more important characters. So Alma is Ramza's sister. Important thing to know about Alma and Ramza is that even though they're part of the BU family, they're actually born from different mothers compared to Zelbag and Dystark. Zelbag and Dystark are Ramza's elder brothers, and they're both very accomplished military tacticians, as well as I think Zelbag's the general, and Dystark's kind of like the military advisor to Duke Larg, who is in charge of the Order of the Northern Sky.
I'm sure all of these characters will be alive at the end of the game.
Yep. What can possibly go wrong? So right now, one of the spies that they sent to find out more about the Death Corps hasn't responded, and Zelbag subtly hints to Ramza, hey, maybe you should go and investigate, hint, hint. Even though Dystark earlier ordered them to not go there. So a little bit of a conflict between the two brothers.
Alright, coming up is the first random encounter. There's going to be about a 30% chance that I'll get an encounter. I'm going to save before it. Like, even if I wasn't doing a marathon run, I always save before every green dot. And every encounter wastes about 26 seconds. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's no manipulation known yet, but let's see.
Yeah, finding random encounters in this game is just not viable in any sort of speedrun setting, because one of the major difficulties in an FFT speedrun is that in the generic fights, the units that spawn, as well as their zodiac compatibilities and brave and fate values, are completely randomized. This is also true in random encounters, so if you fight in a random encounter, you have absolutely no control over what units spawn, which means that your strategy going in is going to be completely improvised on the spot, so it'll be super slow. So he just sold some items that he doesn't need. Most notably, he sold all the healing items now, because we're going to change our guests to chemists to make them easier to kill. And we do not want our guests to start running around and healing, because, again, potions take some time. And then we're going to scroll wizard, so we learn all the important abilities within the job tree, which is all the lightning spells, frog, use your note, magic attack up, and flare. So lightning spells in this game are actually really powerful. Not only do they have fast animations, but they get like random side benefits that just makes them better than fire and ice spells for some reason. Yep, and then we're just going to strip all the equipment off our guests, and we're going to give our generics a little bit more mana to work with. Alright, and on to Sweegy Woods. So again, Ramza's class is going to be changing almost every single battle, because Claude needs to tech him up to open the samurai tree. And in order to do that, he needs to hit certain job thresholds to make that available. So right now, Ramza is a thief, and I believe the samurai unlock is like 3 knight, 4 monk, and 2 lancer.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So in order to unlock lancer, you have to go to thief first. So now he needs I believe it's a level 4 thief or a level 3 thief. 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also need to get one real level, like an actual experience-based level as well, in order to make sure I get my speed point in time.
Yeah, so more on that. Basically, there are certain levels in this game where that are kind of like benchmarks, and once you hit that level, you're going to get certain key stat values, such as magic or like speed or fire. Not fire, sorry. Physical PA points. And the no math route is much more experience management intensive versus the 90% route. If you recall the 90% route, the main thing that you needed to have happen at the end of Chapter 1 was that Ramza hits 23, and then you can basically manipulate speed at that point. But here, Claude needs to be very careful with what he's killing, as well as where his experience is, because being too high of a level means that he might get extra speed point when he doesn't want it, and being too low means that he might not have the speed point when he actually needs it.
It's a very delicate balance.
Yes.
Also, I really want this frog to hit. It's an 87% chance. If it doesn't, there'll be a few issues, but if it does, then the rest of the battle is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so when you hit a unit with frog, it basically reduces their physical attack power, shuts out their skill set, so it's a very powerful spell, but it's limited by basically a low base hit rate. We use it on our own unit in this case, because as you saw in the previous battle, when Ramza is punching his own allies, because they're best comp to him, he actually does close to 30 damage, which is a lot. If you were grinding and you didn't have frog, each of those punches, you pretty much need to heal immediately after every single one, which then slows you down a lot because you have to watch the potion animation. And you're also going to notice that he's basically going to kill every unit except for the cat. There's a very specific reason he's doing this. So monsters in this game obviously have different class characteristics. One of the most interesting things though is that the cat cannot cannot land on water. So if we move our units into basically where the swamp is, the cat is just basically going to be stuck on the bridge and not move around.
And he's in a very specific formation here, so the cat will actually not move at all. Will just stand there for the rest of the fight.
Found by our boy Aether, who just plays Star Ocean Gacha games now. Rest in peace.
Rip my boy Aether.
Sounds like a good time for some donations then.
Yes.
We've got $10 from Danky King that says, "Thank you RPG Limit Break for continuing to support a wonderful cause. I'd like to dedicate my donations this marathon to the memory of family members lost to mental illness. We will always remember you, Lexi and Evan. Don't be afraid to ask for help, and never be afraid if someone needs help. Never be afraid to ask if someone needs help." Then we've got $10 from Demon Small that says, "Just a reminder that the Claude should not be winning. He is an enemy of peace and justice, a force of evil in the universe. Please raise your arms and transfer your spirit energy so that we may charge the spirit bomb to obliterate this plight on the universe."
Thanks, Demon. Alright, so I'm probably actually going to hit level 3 Thief before I'm done actually grinding on the wizards. I need them to reach a certain experience threshold. The secondary generic's already there, but the main generic, in order to stay on experience route, needs to be a little bit higher. Specifically, I want her to end this battle at level 3 for everything to be good for the rest of the run. I'm going to get 20 experience from killing the cat, which is just going to be 10 from interacting with them, and then 10 from actually getting the kill experience.
Yep. You get bonus experience, by the way, for like every level that the enemy you're killing is higher than the unit you used to kill too. And again, this has to be, there's a lot more experience management, because if his level is too high, he'll get points that he doesn't need at a time when he doesn't want it.
Should be level 3 Thief. Yep.
Alright, we're good to go.
So I'm actually just going to take one more punch here, and then the next attack will bring her to level 3. The finishing blow.
Alright, and then we're going to be on to Dorter.
So all that grinding was not only for experience, but all the wizards will also have Time Mage, which will be the next major class to level up here.
Time Mage is very important because it has access to the quick spell, which, as I mentioned, we are going to tech up to, and we're basically going to be utilizing that later on in the run.
And the reason why we need it so soon is because we need to unlock Summoner as soon as possible, because Summoner is a pretty good class.
Especially when you factor in the ability to do the JP scroll glitch, you're able to unlock all of these summons very early on. And the summons are very powerful, basically very large range area of effect spells. And so they're very effective for clearing out any and all of the remaining battles in Chapter 1.
Yeah, Summon Magic also isn't going to be affected by friendly fire, so you can move into the targeting area and not worry about killing your own guys. That's going to come up in a strat later on. So yeah, we're just doing the scrolling, picking up everything that we need.
I've got $50 from Quistacular. It says, "Female chemists for collective president." And I've got $25 from Spectacle G136. It says, "Just a reminder that the Claude should not be winning. He is an enemy of peace and justice, a force of evil in the universe. Please raise your arms and transfer your spirit energy so that we may charge the spirit bomb to obliterate this plight on the universe."
Keep them coming. I love it.
So Dorter is probably the first point in this game where a lot of people get stuck, especially if you don't know how to change classes your first time playing. In the speedrun, it's also not a very pleasant level. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. In particular, at the very beginning, there's going to be a couple units. One of them is a knight with very high HP, which we're going to have to nuke out. And if that knight decides to evade, 3% chance, then that's going to be bad, because again, our mana is really restrictive, and we don't have that much mana to be wasting spells around. There's also an archer at the very top, which if it's not going to happen in this case, I think, because we have good fate values on our units. But if the archer at the top doesn't die, it's possible for them to pick off a Time Mage, And because remember, Claude saw all his healing items, so his guests wouldn't go around healing each other, we can't revive them. That will be very bad because we need to spend some time here to grind up at some more job classes again.
Yeah, the unit in charge of killing the archer up top is actually the unit from Garland, so she isn't guaranteed to have good faith. She has 58, which is about average.
Yep.
But hopefully he does not survive, otherwise it's very bad.
This is also why, by the way, having a male wizard for this is a little bit worse because, again, you can be worst compatibility, with the archer at the top of the male, and that means that you're definitely not going to kill them because that's a 50% damage penalty.
This is also
He's defending.
Oh boy. So defending in this game doubles your evasion rates.
Yes.
Which means that the 3% magic evade becomes 6% now.
He also has defend. Lame.
Lame. We don't want to see defend because the AI will always use it, which means they take extra time using the defend command versus just waiting.
Yeah, depending on how long I have to grind Knight here, this is probably going to be like a 30 or 40 second loss just because he has defend, because that's the unit you have to grind off of.
Yeah, so that guy is an archer, but he doesn't have a bow. In fact, he has nothing equipped. Enemies in this game, for these story fights, usually have a set of equipment that they come equipped with. In this case, though, this guy will always be unarmed. Yep, we're just gonna kill our guess again.
Can we do it? Good
Yes.
so far.
Alright.
We have to go through one more time, though, yeah. This is still fine, though, because even if I miss here, he's going to run backwards rather than running forward and attacking my time edge. I got him.
He's dead. So yeah, there's also weather effect in this game. When there's heavy rain, your lightning spells would get increased damage. And rain will also decrease the damage on fire spells. So again, more proof that lightning is the god element in this game. Also, for some reason, Bolt 2 in this game costs 2 less MP.
Yeah, it's pretty strange, huh? Alright, I plotted my path.
And we don't need the Garland Chemist at this point anymore, so let's say adieu to her.
Hope this doesn't cause the archer to go up. It might. This is going to be pretty slow Dorter anyways, just because he has defend.
Alright. Goodbye, generic chemist.
He probably will go up, actually. That's okay, though.
Yep. So now we're going to lure the archer into a very specific spot. In, I think, the any percent route that I did several years back, we used a different grind setup. But this time we're going to try to lure them to where the crates are. I'm kind of operating off the same principle as Mandalia. So they need to take more than 2 turns, and there's no viable action, they're just going to sit there. And you notice that Claude is using a move called Steal EXP, which, as it sounds, means that you steal the experience off another unit. Steal EXP is actually very interesting because it's a self-targeting move, but it affects another target by taking the experience away. You get 10 experience because it's an action that affects Ramza as long as the experience is steal, and then you get any bonus experience that I think is influenced by speed.
Yes, it is. But you're only ever going to gain 11, maybe 12 in this run.
Yeah. And again, because he needs to reach certain experience thresholds, Steal XP speeds that up for us.
Level 2 net, okay.
You'll also notice Claude is attacking Ramza with the time mage, and that's just to maintain the amount of experience that unit has to steal.
Yeah.
Otherwise, her fountain of experience will run dry eventually.
Yeah, you'll notice that I was very careful not to actually hit level 3 on the unit because then I wouldn't have a well to steal from. So I need to make sure I never actually hit level 3 until I'm done using steal experience.
Yeah, and again, you only get experience and job points in this game if you take an effective action. So if there's no experience for him to steal, then Ramza steals nothing, changes nothing, therefore doesn't gain any job points or experience. And now we're going to get the archer stuck, so again, needs 2 moves to get up to where the time mage is, but doesn't realize that he can do that, so he's just going to sit there and defend.
He is not going to sit there and defend. He's going to move around and collect all the treasure chests while defending.
Oh boy.
He's going to go on a magical adventure.
Oh boy.
See what he's going to get.
The Lotto Man.
Oh, a nice, nice sword.
Nice long sword.
Nice. Does this unit actually need... okay. This will be interesting. I do need to take 2 more actions. Actually, I'll just make it 1 more action with the Time Mage, but I also need experience on her as well. Usually the archer just gets stuck and you just punch him, and that's how you gain experience on the Time Mage.
Does this only happen when he has defend?
Yes.
Right.
That's why this is so bad.
Good time for a big donation.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got $500
Wow.
from Dino Physia. Says, apologies for the long comment. Half this donation is for me. I found RPG Limerick last year at a low point. The marathon showed me that maybe there was more going on than a general inability to be a proper adult. NAMI's website helped me to take the step of going to see my doctor and being diagnosed with major depression. I am now thankfully in a position where my depression is being treated. I got a job and now have the chance to give back. The other half of this is in memory of a friend from graduate school who I learned 2 days after making my doctor's appointment lost his own battle of depression. I hope this donation can help RPG Limerick and NAMI continue to do good work so that there are more stories like mine and fewer that end as my friends did. Keep up the good work and thank you.
All right, Godspeed to you, good sir.
I'm going to mix things up a little bit. I'm going to bring the other units over here, finish the grind for experience by punching my own units rather than the archer, because the archer doesn't want to behave. So I do need to hit level 4 on this Time Mage. Yeah, let's go here. It's probably still stuck, but pseudo-stuck, though. Alright, do we have level 3 Knight?
Yes, we do.
Alright,
We do.
cool.
Making our way there very slowly, but surely.
Alright, that won't kill, but that's okay.
Our boy Lloyd.
Yeah. I got a bit bad luck because this guy is also bad comp.
Wow.
It's also
And
very,
he also evaded.
very powerful. I mean, he has defense, a bit to be expected, but it's just very powerful. We're gonna get him though.
Lloyd the unkillable. Yeah, we got him. So when you attack an enemy in the back in this game, there's 3 types of evasions. So there's your class evasion, shield evasion, accessory evasion. When you attack a unit in the back, the only evasion that matters is accessory evasion. And that only comes obviously from accessory. So if he doesn't have an accessory that gives him evasion, it goes to 0. Whereas if you attack from the front, then class evasion, shield evasion, and accessory evasion all apply.
Yeah, so having defend there was pretty bad luck, but other than that, the Dorter was pretty good. Just the grind kind of took forever.
Yep.
Yeah, normally that unit will just stay in one place like the cat did in the previous battle, but unfortunately, because of defend, the AI just decides to run them all over the place.
Yeah.
But now we've got a summoner unlocked on our Time Mages, and we're going to turn Ramza into a monk here, further getting closer to becoming a samurai.
Yep.
Yeah, hopefully I'll actually be able to scroll summon magic on both units. There's a 10% chance I won't be able to per unit because it takes 110 JP to learn Moogle, and starting JP ranges between 100 and 109. So if I get any of those values, I won't be able to scroll summon magic, and I'll have to do a backup.
All right, moment of truth.
Yep. Good old Samurai Seller.
That's
Good. Yeah, so he's going to pick up a couple of the elemental summons, Klops, as well as Odin. So there's some trade-offs between the summons, obviously. Klops is, I
also,
think...
this game's really well translated. Restore HP when terminal for MP restore.
Yes.
Want to point that out?
we found that out actually during practice.
Yes.
So each of the summons also have their different strong points. So I think Klops is a little stronger, or is it faster?
It's a little stronger.
Stronger, yeah. Odin is a little faster. So you get the elemental summons, which obviously can be strengthened. They can also be resisted, but they're a little bit weaker. But they're also faster to charge. So there'll be several times where you'll be wanting to mix and match the summons depending on Zodiac compatibility as well as fate values. So this setup, again, is very similar to what you do in any percent. At the very start of this fight, a bunch of units are going to be huddled inside the fort, and you'll notice also that he gave the lead a battle boots. And the battle boots is actually very important because it gets Delita to a certain position, which then influences the monk's AI to move towards where Delita is. The rest of the units are going to crowd around the entrance near where Algus' starting position is, which groups them up very nicely to be nuked by a couple of summons. That gets all of them out of the way very quickly. Then from there, we can basically grind to our heart's content because the monk will be occupied by Delita, and then he'll be too far away and just basically stay there.
Yeah, depending on the hit points and faith of the knight with a lot of hit points, I might have to use Odin or Cyclops. Most of the time it's just Odin, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be Odin. But you're set up for both, and Odin's only like a little bit faster than Cyclops, so it's not a big deal. Also, if Algus is marked for death here, it'll change the formation a bit, but that only happens if the knight actually has Throw Stone, which he did not.
Yeah, so as you can see, they're all huddled around where the entrance is. So in any percent, I believe you actually just use both 3. But here we have 2 summoners. Summons is nice because it also ignores magic evasion, so you're guaranteed to kill them basically.
Teleport is a movement skill in this game. Lets you lets you move as many units as possible, ignoring height, according to your unit's move value, and then you also have the chance of moving beyond that.
Yeah.
Depending on how far beyond your move value.
Yeah.
So teleport's pretty busted.
Move for teleport in this way for calculating success and failure is if it's within your move stat, it's 100%. For every tile you go outside of your move stat is a 10% decrease in the chance of it actually working. So say you have 3 move and you're trying to move 5 spaces, there'll be an 80% chance of success. And that's going to come up later when we need to move way outside our move range. And that looks like it's going according to plan.
This is actually a really good Sandra, yeah. Everything's pretty much perfect so far. And will be perfect because there's no variance left in the battle.
Yep.
Actually, I shouldn't have used that Ether because I saw the monk is best compatibility to my generics, so I can just probably kill Bolt 1, honestly. I just did it out of habit. Also, I'm very close to level 8 already. I know my monk JP is pretty good, so this battle will actually be over very soon. Just gonna grind for maybe like 1 or 2 actions here.
Wonder the extra time you have to spend at Samurai help contribute to that, maybe?
So that monk is trying to target the unit that's up top there.
Yeah.
Because of that, he's standing in the corner thinking, how do I get up there? And so he's not going to move at all until... Well, he's not going to move at all, period.
Yeah, he's not going to move because we're going to kill him before we get to do that.
I've got some donators hyped for TG Sid already. We've got $50 from dshmoo619 that says, hype for FFT and how very broken TGC is. Good luck to the runners for the best RNG. I've also got $10 from Fatman saying, good luck today, Claude. The Claude. I hope you get the Excalibur on Orlando this time.
Same.
And I've got $25 from Raisins for Life that says, good luck on the Red Claude, and when is American Gladiators data face?
That is a great question. Whenever I finish the theory task.
All right. And that is Samurai. So on our way to becoming Samurai. So now he has to cross over a bunch of green dots to go back to Eagle's Castle. And the way kind of probabilities work for crossing green dots in this game is that sometimes there's certain patterns of when you might get into encounters that it's ideal to cross multiple points at the same time. I don't believe this is one of them, though. That will come up later on. And we have some more exciting cutscenes. So we went to Dorter, and we saw this guy, Wiggraph, who's the leader of the Death Corps. And we found out that he went to Samrat because one of these underlings of his decided to capture the Marquis of Limberry, thank you. His name's Elmdor. And basically, Algus is from Limberry, so this guy is kind of, I guess you could say his acting commander or something. Very important, and because we've saved the Marquis of Limberry from the Death Corps, now the Order of the Settlers guy owes us a favor, so to speak. But Dice Dark is not approving of Rams's actions because he disobeyed the direct order. As we'll find out, Dice Dark is a bit of a hard ass. And he just went to learn Spin Fister. That's going to come up immediately in the next battle.
Alright, so I'm going to try and cross both green dots at once here. Looks like it's silly, but it actually gives me the best odds of making it across. It's a 60% chance I'll make it across without an encounter compared to saving individually, which is going to be lower chance.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, sometimes there's different patterns, and it may be worthwhile to cross all the green dots in a single go. And sometimes it's just better to take them piecemeal.
So how about some donations there, River?
Yeah.
All right, we've got $50 from Eric R. that says, meow, meow, choco, chow. We've also got $25 from Bizrodeo that says, my legs are useless.
That'll come up later.
So random encounters is a game on average, I think it's about 7 to 8. We're going to re-rent to 2.
Yes.
I think the highest someone's ever gotten is like 17 or something.
Yeah, that would be me.
Rip.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm gonna juice the frames right after this.
All right, I've got $50 from PJ98 that says, senior level nursing student here. I just finished my mental health rotation, and I'm really excited to see gamers raising money for a charity that is crucial to our society's health. Wanted to donate for one of my favorite games, Go FF Tactics. And I've also got $100 from Bob Oblio that says, Nami is a great cause to support. Please help support it.
Juicing didn't work.
Wow.
All right. So what's your record for Chapter 1, Claude?
Ooh, well, I just reset if it gets too bad, right? I think I want to say 7.
7 is what I recall as well.
We can do it, though. We can make it back to Igor's castle, I believe.
I believe. Just reviewing to see if there's anything coming up that we need to know about.
We got anything more, Rivers?
Apparently we're going to save individually. So I choose too hard. That's okay, though.
Our next donation that's coming up are the Final Fantasy II names. You
Easy.
can name Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon. So right now, Taskbot has a commanding lead on Firion. Clage and Rhinoa are in battle for the name of Maria. Girl is winning the name for Guy, and Dio is winning the name for Leon.
Dio.
So you guys can come in and change that. You've got plenty of time here in this run. Final Fantasy II will be up in about 3 or 4 hours from now.
Yeah. So this is the cutscene I was mentioning. So Dystar does not approve of Ramza going off on his own when he gave him a direct order not to. But Duke Lark, the guy in charge of the Order of the Northern Sky, basically is like, oh, it's okay, Dystar. We need to have people like him in our soon-to-be army. And Dystar basically tells him, oh, you shouldn't praise him for disobedience. And Larg is basically behind the scenes are talking about how because Ramza saved the Marquis of Limbury, the Order of the Southern Sky now kind of owes us a favor. And then we get assigned to take out one of the Death Corps, one of their sites, so to speak, where they're gathered at Thieves Fort, which clearly can't have thieves in it, obviously. Clearly. And it's actually also the case of the first assassination battle that we get to do. So assassination battles in the route is actually very interesting because if you play casually, assassination battles may be a little bit more complicated because they're often protected by a lot of units and they have more HP, maybe a better skill set. But in the speedrun, assassination battles are actually like the best thing ever because bosses in this game have fixed Zodiac compatibility signs as well as fixed Brave and Faith values. Their HP can differ somewhat based on like the equipment set or whatever HP they get given, but because we know what their Zodiac compatibility as well as their Faith values are, we can calculate the exact amount of damage that we need to do as well as the manipulation we need to get in order to move them into a favorable position. So you'll notice he only has bought 1 wizard because we only need 1 wizard to kill Luda.
You'll also notice Claude is about to use Spin Fist here, and he's conveniently located next to Delete in August.
Nice.
He's going to
critical.
crit them to death.
This run has had so many critical hits so far. Critical hit rate is 4%, by the way. I think we've seen like 5 so far, if not 6.
Yeah, and killing both of them is important because otherwise this priest always has black magic equipped, and she'll move down and basically kill Delita and Naugus, and it just wastes time because of the extra spell animation.
Yeah, Spin Fist, I mean, it looks funny, but it's actually the only move you have access to that can kill both guests at once, and it saves quite a bit of time, actually.
So, I think if the wizard stats are pretty good, you can actually kill this.
She
kill
is
the boss.
very good.
Very good. You can kill it with Flare, which is a little bit faster than using Cyclops.
Yeah, Meluta's defending, but she actually has no evasion in this fight, and she'll never have any evasion in this fight. So defend actually does nothing, because the only thing defend does is just double your evasion.
Yep. And again, assassination battles are really good because we have fixed determinant strats that will work 100% of the time.
It's pretty nice compared to the lottery that is Chapter 1.
Yep. So there's a lot of other generic fights. So Meluda is actually the sister of Wiggraph, and at this point we basically killed all her troops. She's like in a position where she is basically surrendering to us, and Algus is telling Ramza, you need to kill her because that's what we do, otherwise she's going to revolt. You need to show commoners place, yada yada yada. Algus is not a very good guy, and Ramza and Delita especially, because he sympathizes with the Death Corps' kind of their cause, basically says we don't need to kill her, like she's already defeated, we should just let her go. So Meluda leaves, and Algus does not approve.
We'll probably never fight Meluda again. Probably.
Meanwhile.
At Egros. Capital Galleon.
Dun dun dun. Uh-oh.
Whoa.
So the Death Corps launched a surprise attack on the Bayou fort or castle, and they take away Delita's sister, which we were introduced to earlier, Tetra.
Yeah, the Death Corps wants a hostage here, and they just, the raid the Bayelve residence because they assume that would be a good spot. They accidentally kidnapped the common girl on accident, so.
Yep. So they actually went to assassinate Dystark, but the assassination failed because Zelbag arrived in time. And in order to make their escape, they capture what they presume is a Bayou. That's the word I'm looking for.
Family member?
Yeah, family member. Thank you. I was gonna say heir, but I'm like, I don't think that works in this situation because you need to be a male during that time. So yeah, they think that Tetra is part of the Bayou family, so she has a lot of value as a hostage. But as Claude mentioned, she's actually commoner, so I'm sure that won't be relevant.
So 5 encounters.
Yeah.
5 encounters.
building.
Chapter 1.
Not done yet.
Not done yet.
All right, Rivers, got anything for us?
I've got $100 from Amy Rosalina
Oh, nice.
that says, Claude angrily chugs water. It makes me feel bad that your time's not up because people look at my time and they think I'm third best in the world, and I have to go out of my way to say, no, I'm worse than you think I am. You know how that makes me feel? I have to go out of my way to tell everybody who looks at my time, oh, sorry, I'm not as good as you think I am because there's this random person who won't post his time.
$100 well spent. Thank you, Amy. I'm proud of you. There's a lot of people that got a kick out of that, and then, like 99% of people are like, what's going on? But the 1% of people that got it, they're really laughing right now.
Money well spent, indeed. So Dystark is just basically saying that, oh, we'll rescue Tetra. You don't have to worry because, she grew up with us. She's like family. And of course, the only person who knows the truth is Algus because.
And Zelbag.
Yeah, and Zelbag too. But Algus is a dick. Dystark is a dick. Excuse my language.
It's fine when you're talking about Algus.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they both are. They're not nice people. So Delita is very, very emotionally distraught because his sister is kidnapped, and he wants to go and rescue her. And Ramza is basically telling him, well, we can trust Dystark. They're going to rescue her. You don't need to worry. And obviously Algus comes in with the pill of truth and says, I will not save you commoner dogs, and neither will your brother.
Just love how detailed the sprite work in this game is. Like, they put so much work in just animating that punch, and then, Algus, clutching his chin and all that. Like, there's so much, detail that goes into, this very scene that's, not reused anywhere.
Yeah, there's another one later on at the end of Chapter 2 where Orlando, grabs his sword. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
So now Ramza basically tells Algus to get out.
I mean, would Algus really want to be in our party after we've killed him 5 times already? Yeah, I'd leave too.
I don't know. I mean, you are still of noble birth, and he thinks he can suck up to you.
That's true.
So maybe he's okay with it. And now we have to cross a fake green dot.
Fake green dot.
So now's another good time for donations.
I've got $9.99 from Cord the Honker, but says little money.
$9.99 more than most of us have.
Yeah. I've got $100 from Anonymous. No comment, but thank you very much for the donation. I've also got $25 from Big John that says, love FFT, keep up the good work.
So Ramza and Delita have a moment here, and they talk about how when Ramza's father, Balbanes, was alive, like, he taught them how to play the reed flute. Delita's basically contemplating on the fact that because of his birth, he can't really do anything because he's a commoner, so he can't really raise an army, he can't really save his own sister, and he has to rely on other people to do it for him. And basically, the reed flute reminds him of a time when things were a lot more simple. Now, things are not so simple, because they have to do all this extra stuff, save Tetra, deal with issues of basically being commoner, being aristocracy. Basically a sign of the fact that your relationship is going to change pretty soon.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing.
Can't believe you'd spoil a game made in the 1990s.
Yeah, so this safety save is pretty unnecessary, but I have been and will be going to save before every single battle in this game, just in case I beef something. But this battle, like, there's no way it can possibly go wrong as long as I do the right strat. So
yeah, this is another assassination. In fact, all the end of Chapter 1 fights are assassination fights. So as long as we don't do anything boneheaded, like, it's all going to go down exactly as it's routed.
Yeah, there is a little bit of variance. There's a time mage in this battle. She almost always casts haste. In fact, I think she always casts it if she has it learned, which is a 90% chance. But you can save a little bit of time if she doesn't have it learned. Other than that, not much else going on in this battle.
Yeah, we're already through the hard part of Chapter 1 for sure.
Yes.
Grinding up and getting all the JP and levels needed. The rest of the chapter is pretty much a breeze.
And again, assassination battles in the route are very, very good.
I guess we'll talk a little bit about why I'm still punching out Delita, even though, you know, I've kind of like finished most of the grinding. Not only is it giving more Ramza more EXP and more job points, it's also skipping a lot of dialogue. Because if Delita is present in these end of Chapter 1 battles, there's going to be a bit more dialogue in the battle itself compared to if I hadn't been doing that. So I still want to be doing that. Unfortunately, we're already a monk, which is the class we need to level in order to unlock Samurai, so it all works out pretty well.
It's pretty significant too. I think it's like 30, 40 seconds for some of them because remember, Delita sympathizes with the Death Corps because he's also commoner. So they talk about how, oh, you know, you have my sister, she's not actually aristocracy, and then they go on and on about how, well, you know, that's what you get for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, we don't believe you, etc.
Even if that haste had hit Meluda, she wouldn't have been able to go before the Cyclops resolved, so it was fun.
Yeah, that's just gonna kill everybody.
That was really loud in my headset. Yeah, if the main generic had lower faith there, I'd have to bring both her and the secondary generic to this fight, but unfortunately she has high faith, so it's a little bit faster battle.
And we get to fight Wiggraph next at the Windmill Shed. So again, Assassination Battle means that the strat for taking care of him is pretty much set. But there is a chance, a very slim chance, for one of the monks to have Geomancy. Geomancy in the speedrun is basically really, really awful. It's a 5-range move, has an area effect that will hit other surrounding tiles other than target. But most importantly, it has a very, very small chance, around 19 or 20%, of causing a status effect. And most of these statuses are bad because you're pretty much going solo in most of these assassinations.
Yeah, if you ever see Elemental, it's just a bad time. You just never want to see it.
Yep.
Fortunately, that's like only ever happened to me once where the monk actually had Elemental and, you know, an ability in it learned. I'll save just in case and because it makes me feel better.
Yep. Like I said, it's slim, but if it kicks in, it's not going to be good. So in this case, it would use most likely Hell Ivy, which causes stop. And if your unit is stopped, you stop gaining CT, obviously, but also your evasion, as well as, well, primarily your evasion gets killed, so you can't dodge anything, you can't move, so you're just a sitting duck while the enemies kill you. Can't react, basically.
Yeah.
So, Wiggraph is telling the rest of his underlings to go to Fort Zeakden to regroup. And he chastises one of his lieutenants because, you know, we don't take hostages, what are you doing? And you'll see that Wiggraph at this point in the story, he's very much an idealist. Again, him and Delita and Meluda to a certain extent as well, because they're all commoners, they have certain amount of things that are obviously they share in common. But in this case, because Wiggraph is trying to fight against the system, the leader is starting to see a lot of the inequality that happens due to the class system that's in place at the time.
Yeah, a big theme of this game is that life isn't fair, and I feel like that's reflected in the speedrun as well. It's just, sometimes it's just not fair, man.
Just sometimes.
Just sometimes. Sometimes more than just sometimes.
Shoutouts to Boko. Alright, doesn't look like they have Geomancy, so I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're fine. Cyclops is guaranteed to kill, and I believe this should put us on experience route as well. I'll gain a level 5 after this action.
Alright, we're almost done chapter 1. I'm sure we won't see Wiggraph anytime soon.
Yeah. Just, nuke him with Cyclops. I can possibly recover from that. You don't actually have to kill Wiggraph in this battle. You only have to put him into critical. It's just that Cyclops just ends up being the summon you use to end the fight.
Yeah, there'll be some times during the course of the game where you can just put an enemy into critical and automatically end the level. So that'll come up later as well.
I've got $10 from Golden that says, "Hey Claude, I'm glad to see you took a break from the Pokemon trading card game Pro Circuit to do this tactics run. Good luck on the run, and congrats on getting to represent this game at RPG's Limit Break. Here's a fun fact that ties Pokemon TCG and Final Fantasy Tactics together. Did you know that you can't spell Orlando without Ronald and you?"
That's
Amy
true.
is thinking.
Amy is thinking, yeah. So to warm up for this run, I actually did 2 Pokemon trading card game races in the back room. Didn't actually play this game at all, so
Yeah,
think
if only you knew, Golden. If only you knew.
I think it helped.
Alright, so Zeakden is the very last fight in Chapter 1. And there's also a lot of plot involved with it. The actual battle itself is actually very simple because, again, you only have to kill Algus. Point of note, though, you do have to bring a second unit in here even though we don't need it. Whenever you are given a chance to load 2 PPFs, if you have an extra unit, the game will force you to deploy at least 1 extra unit in the second formation screen. So right off the bat, we're going to kill the leader, and then one of the wizards is going to move forward, try something on Ramza, and probably kill him, and then we're just going to nuke Algus, and that'll be the end of it.
And an interesting thing about this fight with killing Delete is you have to actually move and then attack him because that ends Ramza's turn. And just this particular battle, if you try to attack the leader right away without moving, he's just going to like get up and start talking, which is slow and defeats the whole purpose of killing him to begin with. Also, we gotta rescue Tita. I'm sure she'll be fine.
Yep.
Yep. Just go ahead and get up there and rescue her and just not.
Well,
There
that
we go.
happened.
Yep.
That just happened. So remember how I said that Algus was a bit of a dick?
Yeah.
About that.
Tita's dummy class has no class evasion, so she can never dodge it. So sad.
She's also always dead.
Yeah.
About
It also
that.
doesn't help. Yeah, so now we gotta kill Algus, but fortunately we are experts at killing Algus, having already done it 5 times before. Like, no one's more suited to killing Algus than we are, so.
Except Algus doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He's just like, it's okay. You guys are aristocracy. We're bros, right? Rams also has a death trigger in this particular fight. Like, if he goes down and you pass like a second turn or something, he'll auto-revive himself for some reason.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't actually know that.
Yep.
yep.
There are a few story-based revives in this game, where Ramza just gets up at 1 hit point and starts talking.
Yep. You actually use that in some challenge runs where you have to sacrifice Rams as bait. Obviously, this case doesn't really matter.
It's unfortunate because we have to move and then attack. We're like locked in close to the enemy, so Algus is going to get an attack off and the Wizard's going to get an attack off, but there's like no real way to avoid that if you also want to avoid the deleted dialogue.
Deleted dialogues.
That doesn't matter at all, but that's really funny that
That's
he did
news. That is new.
I've never seen that before. Fortunately, we're not using Ramza to kill Algus. We're using the main generic.
Yeah, joke's on him.
Did not know he could do that, but that's awesome. Haste is slow though.
Win some, lose some.
because we're on experience route, we're level 5, which means we have an extra MA point compared to if we were level 4, which means we can always use Flare to kill Algus.
Nice haste.
Yeah, nice haste. I'm sure it'll help you win the battle. Oh wow, used lightning. That was a little bit faster than using fire. She
Yep.
normally uses fire.
Bye, Algus. We will not miss you.
This is a pretty good chapter 1 actually for a marathon setting. Pretty happy with how the run's going so far.
Yeah, so a lot of plot happened. Obviously, Tetra just got killed. So this chapter 1 in the story kind of sets the tone of how the leader behaves throughout the rest of the story. And the story of FFT is basically told from someone in our current timeline reading basically history books about covering the actual truth of what happened. And within the history, Delita is referred to as the king who brought prosperity to Velius at a time of great peril. And this is kind of exploring how he got to that position. And this particular moment when Tetra dies because Algus kills her is kind of a point that shapes Delita's character in the future, because he realizes the fact that if he sticks to being an idealist, there's no way he can get anywhere. In order to get to what he wants, he has to manipulate everybody around him and basically be extremely ruthless and Machiavellian. So that's exactly what we see in the future chapters. And Ramza as well as Wiggraph take different lessons from chapter 1 as well. So Ramza becomes a little more jaded. That's just why he ran away from it all when this has happened.
Yeah, changes his name, joins Gafgarin's mercenary company, just leaves his past behind.
Yep. He actually takes on his mother's maiden name, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, of Ruglia.
Ruglia, yes. And we're back into the current timeline with our good buddy Gafgarian, who I'm sure is not going to turn on us.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Certainly. So you also get 3 additional generic units at this point. Rad, Alicia, and Lavian. And the interesting thing about Rad, Alicia, and Lavian is that they have fixed compatibility as well as fixed Brave and Fate values. So in this particular route, we take both Lavian and Alicia, but we do not take Rad.
Rad sucks.
Yeah. In most routes, we do not take Rad, because females in this game rule. Rad is not a female.
That's correct.
Rad's our lad, dude.
No.
No. You're on that one, Niram.
Just gotta believe.
Just say no to Rad, Nir.
No.
I've got $10 from Trevor that says, had to donate during one of my favorite games, Final Fantasy Tactics. Good luck to all runners, and thanks to all the donating for such a good cause. I also got $50 from Koji that says, Sup, Claude. Thanks for running my all-time favorite game at RPG Limit Break. Hope you hit all the important lotto the rest of the run.
Same.
Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
Definitely same. Yeah, I'll put everything towards DDR Star Ocean 4 run to make it more awesome.
So Alicia and Lavian have basically defined roles in this route as well. We recruit them for specific purposes, but they'll be important soon enough. And we're going to repeat what we did with the Lady and Algus by turning our guests into chemists and then stripping them of all their equipment. So we'll build these. And then we're going to start chapter 2. So we still have to do some grinding in chapter 2, but basically once we get over a certain hump, we're going to reach kind of the power point that we want to be, and everything is going to have a very defined set strategy for what we want to do. There will still be some points where we have to improvise, but you're going to have a very general rule set for what you want to do in every fight.
Yeah. This battle's pretty cool. So far in chapter 1 we've had a monk punching out guests, but what's better than one monk? Well, how about 2 monks to punch out 2 guests? And it'll also give Alicia a little bit of a wizard spillover, because she does need to unlock Time Mage at a certain point. And it's also giving Ramza more monk spillover, so he reaches level 4 monk in time. So there's a lot of good synergy going on.
Check out this thief, by the way. He has a unique portrait.
He also throws his hat down really cool.
He does, yeah. Going back to how they animated a lot of stuff in this game. Quite a bit of detail. Sadly, if you recruit him, his portrait goes back to being a regular thief.
It's pretty sad.
Gafgarian, 500 for a head is too little.
So a common theme throughout a lot of these fights that aren't the assassination battles is we're going to be playing what summon is the best for this scenario.
Yeah, I saw that Thief was Taurus, which means he's actually best compatibility to my generics, which means So far, I can just use one Odin without having to move anyone else forward. 61 Leo's a little bit scary because that's bad comp, but I think she'll still die to an Odin. I should be good to go here on just one Odin, not have to cast an extra spell.
So as Ty mentioned in the beginning of the run, paying attention to Zodiac compatibility is very, very important.
Yeah, especially in generic fights because they can all be randomized. So you need to be attentive during enemy turns for sure.
Yeah, unless my math is bad, everyone should be dead here.
So no math, dude.
No math.
He's able to get all these spells off before the enemies are able to react again because they've all taken turns. So strategy for casting spells is generally you either want enemies to all take their turns first so that your really lengthy charge spells will have time to resolve, or you outspeed all of them and then manage to get your spell off before they actually move.
Yeah, in Chapters 1 and Chapter 2 you can't possibly be faster than the enemy because you're not high enough level and there's no speed boosting equipment, so you have to let all the enemies go first and then take them out with big AoE magic.
Yep. So that's going to be a recurring trend for several of these fights, which unfortunately also means because you have to let your enemies move, sometimes they'll have different things in their skill set that will change their positioning, and that would not be ideal if that happens. There's obviously backups that are built into the route, but ideally if they all act a certain way, they all get killed within the opening burst, and then we move on.
Alright, it's time for a proposition.
Sick. So propositions in this game allow you to send your generic units to complete jobs. And when those jobs are completed, it's either considered a success or not as much of a success, and you get rewarded with job points. So you do not need to fight any random encounters, you just need to pass days, which you can see in the very left corner. And once those days pass, the job's complete, and you get rewarded with job points. More if it's successful. So this is obviously much faster than fighting random encounters, but unfortunately your named characters, such as Rams himself, cannot partake in any propositions.
The proposition formula for success and partial success is actually pretty complicated.
It is, yeah.
But, Claude's knows what specific classes he can send on propositions to guarantee a success.
Yeah, but there are certain classes that if you take your proposition will have a high chance of succeeding. So that's just also again built into the route. Primarily he sent, I think, Leisha and Lavian there because they started off not the same as our generics and have chemists built up, which is why he sent them as chemists to unlock the mage class trees so that they can also pick up the magic tier related spells that we need to complete the game.
Yep, also sent the main generic for move +1 and Squire.
And this menu's
Equip axe.
I was gonna say I don't think that's right, but this menu is really complicated because you have to change a whole bunch of things to set up for several fights going down the road. He's also equipped Thunder Rods in case you're paying attention, and those will strengthen your lightning spells. And again, lightning is the dominant element in this game. It's just faster. Even though in this next fight at Argway Woods you fight goblins which are weak to ice, like lightning is just still the superior element.
Say Boko.
Yes, I'll say Bioko. Can I go back to Equip Axe though? I'm like kind of tilted over that because that means like that's such a rare ability to have learned. That's gonna mess up all my menus because it's gonna be at the top when Magic Attack Up should be at the top. So I'm gonna have to remember on Lavian she has Equip Axe, which is something I've like never seen the run before. But all right, it's fine. Anyway, say Boko. Save the animals.
Yeah. So Boko's AI in this case, he's set to run away forever. So you hide around the corner. Once the goblins approach him, he can run away. He will. Goblins in this game are weak to ice, so they take double the damage from any ice spells.
But Tide, why are we saving Boko?
Why are we saving Boko? Well, when you choose to save Boko, you get 2 extra Brave points. And those Brave points, as I mentioned earlier, will influence Ram's ability to trigger a reaction command, which helps. You could choose to not save Boko, but why would we do that?
Yeah, it's going to prevent Ram's Brave from being lost, which will allow him to do more damage with bare-handed attacks and Night Sword damage, which actually does make a difference in this run.
Yeah. So the way these enemies are set up, you're going to take them out, I believe, with 2 Shivas and 1 Ice State. The formation you would think will allow you to take them out 2 Shivas, but one of the goblins just so happens to be out of the way. And Shiva has good range, but it doesn't have the best of range. And it's very, very rare for the goblins to survive the ice spells just because, again, they take 2 times as much damage as normal. So like I think they have to be like bad combat and have the lowest fate possible for them to survive, and then you can just pick them off really easy.
So this is the only time in the run we'll ever see Shiva or Ice 3, at least being cast by us. Hopefully we don't see it again.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. One thing I didn't mention with compatibility, so best and worst comp can only happen with human units. If a unit is unisex, it always defaults to bad comp. So monsters are considered unisex, so you never actually hit worst comp with them.
Congrats on saving Boku.
Thanks. I'm sure he'll be a valuable addition to our party now that we've saved him.
Of course, the leader said that the chocobos are powerful. Oh no, you didn't recruit him.
Oh no.
What a loss.
Oh no.
So we don't recruit Wilco for a good reason, because A, he clogs up our menu, and B, he'll start producing eggs, even though he doesn't ever have a partner to reproduce with. But he will start laying eggs, and then those eggs will clog up your menu. So we can't recruit him, unfortunately.
Quick menu to get set up for Meteor. Cool spell.
Meteor is very cool indeed. It's a time age tree offensive spell. Costs a lot of mana, but it has an extremely big AoE and has a very powerful multiplier on it. The big thing though that holds it back normally is it has a very, very slow speed. I believe it's like 5 speed or something, which translates to like 20 CTR or something.
Yeah, it's 20 CTR on the Japanese version, 13 CTR on the North American, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, basically to use the spell normally, it would be very, very hard for the enemies to not get a second turn. But in this case, because CTR is not as high as 20, more early in the game, enemy speed values are not as high, we'll be able to pull them off.
I guess that's something worth mentioning, is that the North American version actually buffs a lot of stuff compared to the original Japanese release. Like Summon Magic is way better, Meteor is way better, it takes less time to unlock job classes, and just a few unit stats are just buffed. So this version's like a little bit easier compared to the original Japanese release.
So here we're going to have to protect Obelia. Obelia, I think, has like innate defense up or something, and basically the chances of her dying in this particular route is pretty much close to 0. But we're still going to want to guard Obelia because she has very valuable equipment that we cannot get access to at this time. In particular, she has an armor piece called the Wizard Robe. The Wizard Robe provides +2 MA, which is huge at this point, along with better stats than what we have access to. So Delita will sometimes have Lightning Stab, and Lightning Stab is ideal, but if not, then he'll just do a Hail Mary Crush Punch, and you just hope that it afflicts instant death. If not, then things go on as normal.
Bringing Alicia here to punch out Gafgarian because it skips a lot of dialogue. If Franza gets his turn while Gafgarian's alive, it's like probably like 30 or 40 seconds
yeah,
worth
it's like
of dialogue.
40 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, they talk about, oh, why'd you betray us? And then Gafgarian goes into his whole philosophy, and then there's dialogue between Obelia as well, and it's just like, we'll stop talking, please.
Fortunately, Gafgarian's still a chemist because that's what we turned him into. He doesn't actually revert back to a Dark Knight.
Yep.
But we didn't break his sword. Maybe.
I don't think it super matters at this point, does it? Because
Nah,
you're gonna meteor them.
Yeah, but Delita's kind of nice to have as a backup in case the meteor doesn't kill.
Yeah.
Nice potion.
Nice potion.
So I do have to watch the Fates and Zodiacs with these knights on the left in case I have to punch them out with Alicia and contribute a little bit of damage. Ram's is probably going to die here. It doesn't matter at all. Looks like it will not need any additional damage.
Alright, Ramses done his job. Yeah, so as you can see, Meteor has very, very large AoE.
So Delita will smart target the knights if any of them are destined to survive. It looks like they're going to die, otherwise he would use the ability. Unless his sword got broken. But I think it'll be fine.
So in the ending percent version of this route, you use CT forward death because Obelia has the Immortal Flag, so death doesn't affect her. Again, in this case, you're not going to be in any danger of accidentally targeting her and killing her off. Shout out to Space Rocks. Nice.
Yeah, they were super dead.
Yep. Alright, and then we're on our way. So, during this plot now, you finally caught up to Delita after he's kidnapped the princess. You found out Gafgarian's betrayed you. And we have a heart-to-heart talk with Delita. Hey, it's good to see you. What have you been up to? And Delita basically tells Ramza about the fact that he should take the princess with him because he's the best at protect her, but Agrius doesn't agree with this notion. So we make off on our own, and the leader basically tells us, like, you won't be able to save the princess, more or less. And then Ramza and Agrius have a discussion about where they should go, and they decide to go to the territory that's controlled by Cardinal Draclo, because within the background there is a tension going on between the Order of the Northern Sky and the Southern Sky, fighting for control over Velius, because the Queen has been imprisoned and the King is dead. So they're fighting for either Princess Ovelia to take the throne, or for, I think it's Ornius?
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Ornus,
thank you. To become the figurehead, so to speak. And the reason why Ornus is significant is because right now he's a baby, and babies cannot obviously take the throne, which means that it's going to default to the regent, which so happens to be Duke Lark, the Order of the Northern Sky head. So Agrius and Ramza decide to take Ovelia to Cardinal Draclo's territory because the Cardinal is neutral in this dispute.
Yeah, I did a quick menu there to take off Ovelia's gear. Again, she has really good equipment for boosting magic, and go ahead and put that in the main generic CJ, and it'll hopefully help us out in the next battle. This next battle, the one after it, and the one 2 battles later are pretty tough. Probably the hardest battles in Chapter 2. Chapter 2 is like mostly straightforward, like up until like this battle. So this could go horribly wrong, or it could go well. Let's see.
Yep.
It depends a lot on what this guy does.
Yep, good old Mustadio. I didn't talk about the triangle hat either, but that also has a +1 MA on it, which again, at this point, we don't have access to that sort of equipment. So having Ovelia's equipment around is very, very important, because it will help us guarantee some kills that might otherwise be impossible.
Another option here, we can choose to save him or not save him. Saving Mustadio is actually really hard here, so like even if I want the Brave, I'm just not going to do it, because sometimes you just run straight into the enemies and die, and there's like nothing you can do about it.
You still get like a 5 Brave bonus for like not saving him though, so it's not like a huge loss. That translates to like a 1 permanent point. And yeah, the Mustadio's AI is extremely random. Like there was one time I think in one run that Claude did, like Mustadio went and shot one of his own units, which then foiled everything.
Yeah.
So extremely, extremely random.
It's like he is probably not going to survive this onslaught of spells. If he does, he'll probably be in critical. That's fine.
Never go for Merlon.
I have to go full Merlon here, though.
Oh, come on.
In order to reach the wizard in the back. It's actually a good formation. Oh, Taurus, though, is not what you want to see. Well, she's going to get hit with the main generic. She might actually still die, despite worse compatibilities, because we have a lot of MA now. Defend's kind of spooky if she has a mantle, but I think I'll still go with Flare. Always got to bet it all.
If you're doing some challenge runs, you actually want Agrius to be equipped with spike shoes here so she can scale the wall quickly. One of Agrius' problems is that she's just slow. Obviously in this case it doesn't really matter because we don't really use her as a guest.
Full Merlon. This
Nice
is
fight too.
looking pretty good if the archer actually dies to the meteor. Again, we have so much MA. Meteor is the strongest spell we have access to. Looks like Mustadio is still alive, so if he's smart and the archer survives, he might shoot her.
Haha, Mustadio being smart.
Unfortunately, this archer didn't have any evasions to defend. Again, did nothing. That's critical, again.
Nice.
Yeah, usually, again, like I mentioned earlier, the AI smart targets a unit that it knows is not going to die, but because Mustadio was in critical there, it's hard to say if he chose to just run backwards or if there's like no one that's actually going to die.
The good news is if all the other units die except for that one archer, she'll also move forward, because if the AI has only one unit left, it will automatically go offensive with that unit instead of running away. But in this case, it didn't matter.
That was a great fight.
Yep. Very, very good.
Got any donations?
I sure do. I've got a $100 anonymous donation. No comment, but thank you very much. I've got $15 from Mint that says, I struggled with this game as a kid. It's crazy seeing the tech used. $5 each to runner and couch choice.
Alright, so Ramza and Agrius talk to random guy Mustadio and ask him for a story. He talks about having a gun that can shoot bullets.
Yeah.
Apparently, this technology is new to everybody. But more importantly, he basically says, hey, if you're going to speak to the Cardinal, can you take me with you? Because then he talked to him about these guys called the Bark Company who's threatening me and my dad.
I don't think Mustadio knows about our history of just killing every guest that immediately joins our party. Otherwise, I think he'd think twice.
Shh. We can keep that secret away from him. Anyway, so Agrius disagrees with this plan because, hey, random guy Mustadio, I don't know your affiliation. maybe you want to kill the princess. And Ovila says, no, it should be fine. You can come along with us. So yeah, so random guy Mystadio joins our party.
Nobody's ever betrayed us.
No.
Exactly.
Yes. So finally, we got triangle hats. As I mentioned, triangle hats important. +1 MA, extra MP. Very, very good.
There's a lot of min-maxing in this game to get as much magic attack as possible.
Yeah.
Through equipment and a lot of equipment to maximize FP values, so you're able to cast more things. A lot of the early game, you notice, will have half of MP set, which every ability you have costs literally half the amount of MP, which actually gives us the ability to actually cast them.
Yeah.
But now that we have more MP, then we have the ability to set magic attack up, which gives, I believe it's 1.5 times?
1.33.
33?
Yeah,
That's right,
4/3 increase.
And yeah, that's actually super important because, again, Zodiac compatibles can mess up your damage. Having the extra 33% can push you over to guarantee a kill, which is important because then you don't have stragglers to deal with. So having the extra MP at this point is very important. Like I mentioned earlier, Meteor does cost 72 MP, which at this point is a lot.
70 MP.
70?
Yep.
70, okay.
Yeah, it's actually some newer strats coming up. We're not actually going to be maximizing our damage as much as we could be. We're going to be using a Summoner, which has a lower magic attack multiplier, but is slower, and also is going to give us Summoner spillover JP onto Alicia, which is good because it'll help her unlock Summoner later on in Chapter 3. But having a slower unit can sometimes be beneficial, mostly in Zygola Swamp, which will be the battle after this next one, because it'll allow holy enemies to go first, and then we can just hit them all with magic all at once like we have been doing. It's just that the enemies in that battle are like super slow, so we need a slow unit of our own to actually go after them.
Yeah, and then one of the battles, like the battle immediately after the swamp, is also really bad because the speed values are randomized. Well, not randomized, sorry, but they're all over the place. Like you have units with 8 speed, units with 7 speed, units with 5 speed.
7, 6, and 5, yeah.
Yeah, so
8 speed would be ridiculous, but yeah.
Anyway, we get to see with the Weed Flute again. So Ramza and, Ramza spies on Agrias and Ovila by accident, and Ovila reveals that basically she's been locked up in the monastery during this entire time. And she wishes she wasn't a princess, because then people won't be dying because of her.
Alright, so next battles can be pretty spooky, so we'll see what happens.
Alright.
Yeah, so I used to use Meteor in this next battle because it does the most damage, which is good, like on paper, but sometimes these summoners can have time magic secondary and they'll have haste learn, and if a unit in the main area of the AoE gets hasted, they'll actually get a turn before Meteor resolves and mid-charge my wizard and kill her, which is very bad. So we're going to be using Odin instead, which means that even if the knight gets hasted, he won't be able to interrupt the spell.
Yeah, that's, again, part of the thing that holds back Meteor is just it has a very long CTR. So using a faster spell will make sure that even if the haste goes off, they'll not be able to move out the attack range. Oh no, Mystadio. If only you knew what was coming.
72 Libra is good. Again, I'm watching Faith and Zodiacs to see if I have to use stronger spells.
These knights can also come loaded with Geomancy.
Best compatibility. Hopefully it doesn't. Ooh. I'm actually scared of walking into the attack because it's gonna hit her. Alright, I have a plan.
It's to target all of them.
I think if the Sweet Cherry Boy JP were watching, he'd be happy that I didn't just walk into the face first best compatibility arrow. He'd be very proud of me. That was funny.
Alright.
Igris must also die.
This is also probably the first fight that my house also have some trouble with because this is like the first time you run into enemy summoners.
This has been a very good fight, actually. Again.
Summoners are kind of scary. And we're using Bolt 3 because also it has fast animation.
Yeah, you could use Odin there if you need a bit more damage, and sometimes that summoner will be worse compatibility to Alicia, which means you'll have to have a backup spell in place. I'm like really proud of myself that I didn't like, you know, suicide my own main generic.
You were paying attention.
As I typically tend to do.
You were paying attention.
I know. It's rare for me.
We go back to Egro's castle, and we see Gafgarian being buddies with our good old brother Dicedarg, chatting about evil things. Anyway, more talking about kind of what they're planning to do. So he orders Gafgarian to kill Agrius as well as Ramza, his own brother. And Gafgarian's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you would do that." And Dicedarg just warns him like, "Hey, yeah, I can kill my own brother, which means I can kill you as well."
He just drinks wine evilly, dude.
Yo, that Dicedarg has class. He's just like drinking wine, talking about killing his own brother.
All right, I've got $5 from Ultimate Trainer that says FFT is one of my favorite RPGs growing up, and I'm glad it's being run in RPG Limit Break to raise money for such an amazing cause. $5 for Star Ocean and The Last Hope Enabling Voices. Also got $50 from Merlin925 that says, "Hey Claude, big fan of yours and big fan of FFT. Glad to see you get to run in a marathon. Very excited to see the new Hashmal strats in action, and I hope you get a good TCG Sid."
Thanks, Escapat. Escapat, like long-term old boy FFT, along with myself. Used to do a competitive FFT back in the day over a game at FAQ's message board. That's how old school we were, and challenge runs as well.
So yeah, we finally hit where Cardinal Draclo is residing in.
Yeah, we're gonna deliver Ovelia safely to the church because the church has never been evil in any JRPG ever.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly.
Got some shiny rocks too.
Yeah, about those shiny rocks. I'm gonna talk more about them. Clearly, they can't be important. So yeah, Dracula asks Mystadio, "Hey, why is this Bart company after you anyway, since I'm sending troops to protect you?" And then he's like, "Oh, it's with this shiny stone?" And apparently this shiny stone has history. It's a Zodiac stone. So Agrius is like, "Oh, those things we heard in the folklore fairy tales." And obviously, because Cardinal's a Cardinal, is like, "Hey now, are you saying the church lies?" And Agrius is just like, "No, that's not what I meant." And Ovelia reveals to us about how the story with the Zodiac stones is that once upon a time when there were actually demons roaming around Evilise, these 12 brave warriors came and saved the world basically, and then locked their spirits inside these holy stones. More on this story at a later point in time. And then Mystadio turns pale, and they're like, "Okay, well, we'll send troops to help your father." And because Realms is such a nice guy, and he's already delivered Ovelia to the castle, and clearly nothing can go wrong, so it's like, "Alright, random guy Mystadio, I'm gonna go with you, and we're gonna save your dad." So we're gonna buy some wizard mantles. Wizard mantles are really nice. They have magic evasion as well as an important +1 MA.
Claude also picked up a defense ring there. That's specifically for the final boss in Chapter 2.
Yeah.
That prevents some status effects that he can inflict and will bait out a physical attack from the boss as opposed to a rather nasty AoE spell that he might do.
We're gonna set float to avoid stepping into the swamp. So gimmick of the swamp is that if you step into it, you get poisoned. You will have to watch poison tick animation. Will slow you down a little bit.
I also swapped the MA boost and gear onto my secondary generic because, again, she's the summoner and she'll be dealing the majority of the damage in this next fight.
This is also the first fight where you'll see undead units, and much like other Final Fantasy games, undead units, when Phoenix Down is used on them, they will just immediately die. And that's only for the undead generics, and that's not necessarily for the ghosts and other such. I don't know, are there any other spooky undead
There
monsters?
are ghosts in this game called Revenants, as well as undead units. Basically, you have the undead status, and assuming you're not a boss, or if you're Immortal Flag, Phoenix Down will auto-kill you.
I think even if you have the Immortal Flag, it still kills you because I think in Randomizer, like one time, Aluda had a cursed ring which made her undead, and you chuck a Phoenix Down, just instant killed her.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
alright, that I didn't know about. Because the Immortal Flag normally makes you immune to instant death, so...
So there's a monster in the back there, the Floataball. That can possibly be a Uribo, which is immediate time loss, but thankfully it's not. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about him.
Yeah, so we're stepping over the swamp, but we're floating, so it's okay.
Yeah, the floatball can sometimes move into a weird spot where you won't get targeted by Odin, but it's just frame-based randomness on what he decides to do. He usually moves into the spot where you're going to hit him. Do this.
These undead units, by the way, also have a weakness to fire. That's gonna come later, not for this fight though, because we have other tools.
Yeah, it's the same tool we already been using, which is just Odin. Because Odin's like still really good here in like midway through Chapter 2, but as we progress through the game, Odin gets progressively like not as good.
Yeah, just due to higher CTR, enemies gain more HP and so on and so forth.
Alright.
Alright.
Looks good to me. There is a chance that units can survive. Again, we're using a summoner who has a lower magic attack than a wizard, so we're not maximizing our damage. But everyone looks dead to me,
well,
so
whatever.
Yep. This has been a really good Chapter 2 so far, actually, and Chapter 2 is usually the one that has all the disasters. But we are coming up on Gog Machine City, which has the most potential for disasters out of any like fight, pretty much.
We already talked a little bit about the speed values being all over the place, which makes it harder to kind of target them without being hit mid-charge or for them to walk out the spell range. But also, Mustadio was also a guess in that fight. And he can do a bunch of stuff because Mustadio is Mustadio, and then that can change the patterns as well.
This is definitely one of the fights that basically the entirety of the run up to this point is kind of built up to this managing a lot of the things that happen in this fight.
Yeah, Gaug, regardless of like which category you're running, like in any percent, this fight is also a pain because the speed values again they're just all over the place.
You have to use CT5 in that battle and hit yourself with overshoes instead of CT3.
Yep.
So I'm actually going to be bringing Lavi into this battle. A, because I'm a little bit spooked and having another wizard's gonna be nice, but also I noticed that her wizard JP was a little bit low when I scrolled her wizard class back at the beginning of Chapter 2. So I think, just passing her turn twice if I don't need her isn't the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, better to play it a little bit safe than regretting it a little bit later.
Yeah, thanks to our boy Mustadio, the amount of outcomes that you have to adapt to in this fight is astronomical.
Yeah, Mustadio in basically any speedrun is almost like the worst thing ever because he just does a whole bunch of random stuff, including shooting your own units, because why not?
Yeah, fortunately he doesn't have a gun in this fight to actually shoot anyone with. What you want to see him do is just like move up and just do a physical attack, don't do anything special. You really don't want to see arm aim, which will inflict don't act, because if a unit has don't act, it causes them to run away to the corner of the map, aka out of range of our spells. So yeah, let's hope this battle goes well. This is like it's like 2 or 3 like really scary battles left, and this is one of them.
Yeah, one of them is in Chapter 4, but that's more kind of just luck. So, anyway, we found out about the Bark Company. And it's like, oh, hey, Mustadio. He gets captured, trying to find out more information. So, Bark Company is like, so he knows Possession Stone. You need to go get the stone for me. And he asks Mustadio what the location is. Mustadio reveals that he's hidden it under the chimney. Or by the chimney, sorry. Also, there's his dad. So, yeah, they extort the information from Mustadio, more or less. And Ramza picks up stone and gives it to Rudvich, who's the leader of the Bark Company.
Conveniently located right here.
Yeah, it's by the chimney. By the way, Ramza's a great negotiator. He's like, let them go. And Rudvich is like, no. Let them go. No. Give me the stone. All right. We'll stone to him. And then Rudvich is like, aha, so Cardinal will be pleased. And then Ramza's like, oh no, they're in cahoots.
And he's like, yeah, kill Ramza, whatever.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what happens. Alright, went down, it's not preferred. Don't move is potentially okay for there, yeah. You kind of want him there anyways.
Better than the alternative for sure.
Yep.
The man named Forward can't move.
Alright, so I'm casting Bolt 2 here. Normally it's to mark Mustadio for death, but he's already dead. But having Mustadio dead causes the archers to move into more favorable spots. But I also want a bit more damage on the Thieves. It also gives Ramza more experience and job points. And it's a bit odd to have a monk with a magic attack or black magic, but that's just the way it works out.
I don't think Monk even has the worst MA multiplier. I think that belongs to Lancer.
Yeah. They'll target the archers separately.
Yeah. Looks like she's away from the rest of the pack, so to speak. Excuse me. So as you can see, we had to adjust one of our own unit speed to be slower. So now, because that summoner's moved, we can guarantee that we can hit them with a big spell.
Target her separately, it's fun.
So that should kill both of these.
Hopefully, one of them wants back compatibility. Alright, good.
Good.
Alright, good. Bolt 1. Well, Sweet Cherry Boy JP, if you're watching, I know you are. I guess this is the power of actually bringing Lavia in, as it made this fight a little bit faster. Oh,
Wow.
it's not a big deal.
That's the power of having
Why would she
Zodiac
face the other way, man?
That's the power of Zodiac compatibility and fate values, by the way.
That
As you
was-
you can see the huge variance in damage.
That was still fine.
You have a tier 3 doing 61 damage and a tier 1 doing 56.
I've seen much, much, much worse Gog Machine cities. Perfectly happy with that.
Yeah. Most of the units dying initially off the first barrage is very good. So anyway, we go and rescue Mustadio's dad. And Mustadio reveals that, aha, I have tricked Rudvich because I knew this would happen. And he produces the Holy Stone. And then Ramsay realizes, oh, this is bad. This is bad. We need to go back to the castle because Cardinal's in cahoots with Bart Company and Agrias and Ovila are in danger.
We're actually going to take Mustadio here instead of dismissing him like we dismissed Boko or Rad. And he'll be coming in handy because he'll be contributing a little bit of damage to a few fights. He's the only unit that's both 7-speed base and can also equip a gun. So guns are really good in this game because they ignore evasion. They also do fixed damage that aren't dependent on your stats at all.
I've got $100 from Grefter that says, "High Tide. Sorry I missed the SH2 run and have to miss this FFT one. Keep killing it on the couch and good luck to all the runners."
Thank you,
got-
Grefter.
I've also got $5 from Mayweather that said, "Claude Dan's game, Claude 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 Dan's game."
Dan's game.
Shout out to AFME.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Another important cutscene here, actually, because we decide to take the roundabout route to get to the castle, because we figured that they're probably sending troops to cover the gate, so we're gonna go around and surprise them. So Ramza ends up meeting with Delita here, and Delita basically just tells us, hey, you know how I told you earlier that the princess would be safer with me? Yeah, you should have listened. And he basically tells Ramza more or less that he should really go home, because this is not really something that Ramza is really suited to. And Ramza just kind of reflects on the fact that, you know, how much Delita has changed and what his ultimate goals are. Because he knows that now his best friend is not really the nice, idealistic guy that he was in Chapter 1. So this shop, we get Green Berets. Green Berets are very important. They're the very first equipment we get that we get to use to adjust our speed. Also, they have good HP values at this point in the game. Move fine item.
Equip axe, dude. Yeah. This gets me every time, dude.
Part of the battles in this game is really more about the menuing setups, because if you enter a battle with the wrong equipment, wrong ability sets, you'll probably end up wiping. Just because everything is very precise.
The speed of which Claude is able to do these menus is actually pretty unreal if
Yeah.
you've ever actually played this game.
That one was kind of bad, though.
Well, besides this one, of course. And your Equip Axe.
Equip axe,
Equip
dude.
axe.
It's going to get me. It's going to get me. I'm worried.
But in general, a lot of the time save in this game is knowing what to do in every menu and
Yeah.
being able to do it quickly, being able to scroll through your equipment, being able to know where your equipment is going to be in your menu and go immediately to it. Same thing goes for like learning skills and so on and so forth. And
Yeah, so for Ramza and the hired units, are always going to have the same abilities learned because they come with nothing learned, so you just choose what they learn. But units that join your party, like Alicia, like Lavian, will have random skills learned, and usually it's not a big deal at all. But Equip Axe is just one of the very rare abilities that is going to mess up my muscle memory a little bit.
And we see Gafgarian in cahoots with Rudvich as well as the Cardinal. And then Cardinal kills Rudvich because, hey, you brought me a fake Holy Stone. This is the last time you have failed me. So, obviously Cardinal's not a very nice man. And then we get to Barrier's Valley. So Barrier's Valley, in the 80% route, has a chance for Agrius to die. But here, we actually don't have that risk at all.
In fact, the risk is so low, we're actually going to be attacking Agrius for a little bit of experience and job points.
Yes. So quite a differentiation.
Yes. And this is one of the battles where it is raining heavily, so lightning damage is boosted, which means that Ramuh is going to be doing about the same damage that Odin will be, which is nice because Ramuh has a faster animation than Odin.
Yeah, it stacks also with your Thunder Rods, by the way.
Indeed.
So, again, lightning is just the dominant element in this game. If you have to choose an element to go with, you go lightning. Geronimo!
Alright, so I'm going to be moving Ramza forward here just to bait the archer into attacking him, which causes her to line up into the AoE.
Yeah, we also find out that Agrius has managed to escape. But Velia is still stuck in the castle, and they're about to execute Velia. So we're going to have to go and rescue her.
Ideally, Stasis Sword will stop one or both of the units here. Looks like this is the case. Ideally, you want to stop the Wizard, because that'll stop him from charging a spell on Ram, so it saves a bit of time.
It's a 19% chance or something.
Yes.
I always forget whether it's like 19 or like 25%.
Yeah, the Battle Mechanics Guide says 25%, but I believe the hackers of this game looked into the code and saw that it was, in fact, 19%. Back in the day, when the Battle Mechanics Guide was written, we didn't have any hard numbers, so
Yeah.
just kind of had to estimate.
People basically tested it by hand.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to use an extra spell with Alicia here because the Knight moved to the Agrius' side. Sometimes he moves into the Odin, which is what you want, but it's not a huge deal. Yeah. So, Lavian's Wizard JP.
Oh, bolt proc. Wow.
It's alright. Don't worry about it.
That's also a 20% chance of proccing, by the way.
Yeah. Ooh.
Wow.
That one's not as much my fault.
That's like a 5% chance, isn't it? Mithril shield or something. Anyway, the odds are not very high.
It must assist the people. This does not kill her. Oh, it looks like they're going for Ramza, just fine. Alright. Good.
Ramza will die. Probably should have that.
I don't care about Ramza.
Yeah, it's fine. He has done his part.
Death
Death sentence. Death sentence, by the way, in this game is a little unique because at the end of the countdown it adds dead. So normally that would kill a unit, but if you're protected against the dead status, death sentence actually doesn't do much.
Alright. Assuming they don't have any evasion here.
Alright.
I might have cared a little bit too much about Lavian's Wizard JP, but it's okay. It still worked out fine. The Knight actually dodging the Bolt 3 was a bit more out of my control than killing my own unit, as you might imagine.
Alright, so yeah, we're out here. We have a choice to recruit Agrius at this point, but we're not going to take her. There are some routes that do recruit Agrius, but in this case we have all the units that we're probably going to need for the magic related stuff, so
See ya.
For this run done 2 years ago, I believe it did use Agrius, but the route has changed significantly since then, so she's no longer needed.
Yeah, I was going to say, make sure you're safe, because I think it has been maybe a little while or something, but yeah. Anyway, on to execution site. So if you play this game casually, this is one of those points where everybody has trouble with, because you are grossly outnumbered. I think it's like 8 units or 9 units, and one of them is actually our good buddy, good pal, good old Garrison. And you have to kill all of them. And they do quite a bit of damage. There's lots of things flying around. It's a little hard to manage. But in this case, we've set up Ramza as well with the rest of units to basically wipe them out in a couple of really big AoEs. Ramza's compatibility as well as his HP values are set in a certain way such that it will lure the unit to target him, which then fixes the formation. So if everything goes well, this shouldn't take very long.
Yeah, this is one of the more technical battles in the run. It's not super difficult as long as things just go kind of okay, but this is going to be the only battle where I really care about my facing. I'm going to intentionally face away from one of the knights in order to bait him into a certain position so he walks into the AoE. And also I manipulated Ramza's hit points so that hopefully the archer right there on the guillotine targets Ramza instead of my secondary generic. And it'll usually happen as long as the archer is not Cancer or Pisces, which are good compatibility to my secondary generic.
I don't think it's a point of issue in this particular category, but in any percent, again, you really want to kill Garrison early because there's a bunch of dialogue between Ramza and Garrison that goes on and on and on.
Alright, he's only got battle boots, which means he only has a 5% chance to dodge a spell, so I'm going to use both three to try and save like 5 seconds. If he dodges, it's going to look really, really bad, but gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Oh, Taurus will definitely target Ramza. That's good. You don't want Ramza to die. Just getting very close to death is fine, though.
That's also why he has MP switch, by the way, which is reaction again, so it's operated by Brave. If Ramza gets hit and it procs, it'll just deal damage to his MP, and then that will prevent him from dying.
Yeah, and I used the elixir there because, again, he has MP switch, so I'm not sure if he's going to take HP damage or MP damage, so elixir covers both scenarios. And you have one of every chemist item in the game when you start the game, so like we already used our high ether, our elixir, so it's like the last of the rare items, but we won't really need them moving forward here.
Yeah, I mean at the end of Chapter 2 we're basically going to be set up for carrying out what we want to do for the rest of the game. It's possible for some of the units here to carry Geomancy, which again, Geomancy is really awful. Doesn't look like that will be the case here though, although seeing Stop is not very good if it actually does hit. Not sure if it'll matter if we're going to kill all the units beforehand though.
95%. Gotta go for it.
95.
Can't PB otherwise. Hopefully, okay.
I think you're gonna preempt the Stop there.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, so you're fine.
Yeah, I specifically have to cast Bolt 2 in order to go before the stops. It's actually a little bit faster because otherwise you'll have to watch an extra animation because usually she casts like slow or don't move or something.
Yeah.
But if you she casts stop and go before it moves. Alright, good. Save 5 seconds. It was worth it.
That
where's compatibility?
Has to be a Taurus.
Yeah. It's no big deal though. Ramza will probably not be strong enough to actually take her out here, but I will have a wizard available to cast a bunch of magic on her, so it's no big deal.
Alright, so that eliminates most of the units.
I don't think this archer's going to solo my team, so I think we'll be fine. Maybe if Gafgarian were with her, she'd stand a chance, but 5 HP short.
Rip.
Man, she was 45 faith worst comp. Like, you actually can't do less damage.
Yeah, that's like the lowest roll you can possibly go. So generic enemies can have anywhere between, I think, 45 to 74 faith.
That is correct, yeah.
So that is the lowest roll along with the worst comp. Rip.
Yeah, good.
Anyway, so we found out in the plot that this was basically a trap that Gafgarian devised to trap Ramza as well as Agrius, and kill them both. But our super wizards basically said nope, and we basically foiled his attempt here. So he's gonna try again. That sneaky Gafgarian.
Always up to his old tricks.
Yep.
Can't go on without food. Wise words.
Wise words indeed. This is also another testing, so if there's a donation that's waiting on the wings, now would be a good time.
Great. Okay, we've got $50 from Bahamut X that says, have to donate during one of my favorite RPGs. I absolutely love FFT's story. When I played it as a kid, I was so glad I had multiple saves. If I hadn't at the end of Chapter 3, I would have had to start over. Good luck to Claude on the rest of his run. I've also got $10 from Anonymous that says, FF6 is a bad game. Don't know why, but there it is.
Partial agree. Partial, though.
We got $3.30 from the LCC that says, now hold on.
Now hold on.
I see what he did there. That was a good one. Thanks, LCC.
So this is kind of an important cutscene. We find out that Velius is not really actually the real princess. The real princess has died long ago, and she's basically just a replacement that people believe is a real princess. And as Vormath says, that's the only thing that matters. So she's basically their trump card, so to speak, to take control. And now we're gonna basically hightail it back to the castle. But before that, Claude's gonna change Ramses' class back to Lancer, and to finish up the grind to get Samurai opened. So right now, you might have wondered why don't we open the Samurai a little bit earlier. Aside from the fact that we don't really have kind of the time to do it right at the moment, Samurai swords are actually not available until like early Chapter 3. So even having the class open means that we can't really access to their skill set at the immediate moment, which kind of ruins the point. So we have a little bit of time to wait for that. And of course we get another green dot crossing.
Yeah, a lot of encounters this run so far.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate. This is the only green dot in Chapter 2, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Only green dot.
Juice it a little bit.
Too much.
Juicing has failed me.
All right, Rivers, hit us with some more donations.
All right, I've got $3 from Kuiper Frog that says, sorry, Claude, I don't have any Twitter links for you, but I know you can get that disappearing Barrington.
It's hard. It's frame perfect.
I've got $5 from Camo Cow that says, great game, great run. I still love watching the Mega Snow Math run with Tide commentary from years ago.
All right, well, you're in for a treat because I'm also here again.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of encounters.
Three in a row.
Indeed.
Again, only green dot, so it's kind of special.
So I guess I can also point out now that if you donate during this run, if you donate $10, you can get the Compi de Chocobo, one of the prizes. And if you donate $5 this run, you are eligible to win the Firion and Maria Perlers.
All right, we finally made it.
One juice was the answer.
All right, Solino. So this is also another infamous battle because Ramza gets into a duel with Garrison, but you don't actually have to fight the duel, and we're not going to because Ramza has teleport. And again, as Nira mentioned earlier, teleport doesn't really care about vertical tolerance, so Ramza's just gonna appear on the other side of the gate, leaving Garrison on the other side of the gate on his own.
Yeah, even if Ramza didn't have teleport, Leash is just gonna take him out, so it's no big deal.
Foiled again.
Leash's main job, basically, in this entire speedrun is to murder Garrison brutally.
Yeah, because she has best compatibility to Garrison, which means she does a lot of damage to him. Which means you're able to use spells like Bowl 3, which are really not as strong as like Flare or Holy, but because of the best compatibility multiplier, they end up doing a lot of damage and killing him.
Yep, it's faster too, main reason.
Yep.
So this is also one of the fights where stuff can go wrong. I think there's somebody here that has like a fixed Geomancy, and again, Geomancy's bad.
It's not fixed, but it's pretty likely for her to have it, which is why we changed the strats to use double Ramu to hopefully kill her before she can even get a turn.
Dylan.
So far, so good.
All these enemies, by the way, are equipped with lightning weapons except for the Summoner. So in a casual run, if you equip a bunch of people with rubber shoes here, this side of the fight is really, really easy.
Alright, so hopefully these two Ramas will kill the Knights. The Summoner and the Archer are all but guaranteed to die. The 9-9's a little bit close. It should still, she should still die though.
So even though we can end this battle quickly, we're not going to, because Ramza needs to finish up the grind for Lancer.
Oh, he has a high Lancer JP, like it's like 150 or something, I believe.
Might be higher, but still needs to do, I think, 1 or 2 actions.
Yeah, he'll take the one action he has to take, because he's not really doing too much else. And we should be good to go. I will double check Lancer JP just to make sure.
Well,
sure would be awkward to leave it up.
157.
157.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
It was 157.
One other thing. So when you get the level up, like you see the character.
I made a mistake.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about it though.
All right. Sorry, where was I? One of the other things that happens when you get a level up is your character will jump up and do a little dance. But if you get job level up at the same time as your regular level up, you won't figure out which one it is. You actually have to check physically whether or not you actually got the job level.
Yeah, Alicia was, as we mentioned earlier, in charge of killing Efgarion. She has opted to abandon that duty due to the control of her master, who is an idiot. But hopefully we'll still be okay.
Yeah, it should be fine. Worst that happens, you have to wait it out. You go grab Crystal, then you grab your
Okay, we are fine.
You might be remember seeing this spell. Holy has the highest multiplier in the game. It can be strengthened, and it ignores evasion, but it has a very long length animation time. But for any unit that has magic evade, Holy is the go-to spell for nuking him off the face of the planet.
I didn't actually see if you had Battle Boots or Small Mantle because I was too busy choking, but just use Holy, it's no big deal. Yeah,
Yep.
it's only 5 seconds slower than both three.
And now Gafgarian has turned to a crystal, so he's not coming back. And we get our first fight with a Zodiac Demon. So good old Queklin. So Queklin is another assassination battle, and as we mentioned earlier before, assassination battles in this particular speedrun, they have fixed strategies. So we're not. If this is your first time playing through it casually, you'll probably be caught off guard by them because they have very unique skill sets and they do very weird things. But we're not really gonna have to worry about that at all. No one little thing about Zodiac Demons though is that their HP values can be randomized between a certain value. So the route is routed in to factor in their highest HP values, so you're guaranteed to kill them. You don't have to worry about rolling particularly low rolls or anything like that.
Yeah, Queklin has 393 hit points maximum here, which is pretty low, even for like a Zodiac Demon, especially for a Zodiac Demon. Japanese version he has 100 more, but I guess they decided it was too much for the North American audience.
Yeah. The main notable thing about Queklin is that he has like 9 speed or something, which at this point is really, really fast.
Yeah. So also this will be the first battle where Quick will be used. Quick gives the unit an extra turn, but we're only going to be using it for grinding purposes, not even for damage. Like Alicia, because she has good compatibility to Queklin, and then we'll also be using Holy, is going to do more than enough damage to just one-shot him. But we're still going to be punching him just for the experience and job points, not even for the damage.
Quick is pretty unique as a spell because instead of just giving a unit 100 CT, which grants them an extra turn, it puts them into quick status, which is, it sounds like it's the same thing, but there's a very clear difference in FFT regarding just having 100 CT and having a quick turn. For the purpose of the speedrun, I don't think this difference super matters.
Doesn't really matter unless you're getting like really into it. Okay, so always I have Lavian here as a priest. This is to bait the physical attack from Queklin. In previous routes, he would use Bio, which is a little bit slower of an animation, but because of the defense ring and green beret, it causes him to go for a physical, which is nice.
So you see those 100% quicks, that's going to become a reoccurring staple for basically almost the rest of the run. And again, 434 is going to be more than enough damage to take him out, so we don't really care.
And so basically the entire reason we farmed the 2 Scorpio females above 64 faith is so that these clicks would be 100% chance to hit on Ramza.
Yeah, even a 1% chance of failure later on, if it actually occurs, can spell total disaster. So you really, really want to do that work in the Soldier Office because that sets you up basically for the rest of the game. Alright, and that's end of Chapter 2.
End of Chapter 2. Pretty good, actually.
Yep. So there's around like a 2.5 minute cutscene, or like 4 minutes at this point. So if you have more donations on the fly, now would be a good time.
All right, I've got $20 from Kovalkin that says, "Love the good that gaming can bring to humanity. Looking forward to the rest of the epic FFT soundtrack and free Enterprise run this weekend." I've got $10 from Tipo01 that says, "What nonprofit organization does Leviathan support?" Tsunami. I've got $25 from Dusler that says, "I can't decide what I like more, anime or FFT. Good luck with pressing Y, the Claude."
Thanks, Dusler.
The answer is never anime.
No Y button on this controller.
So this is actually a point in the game where like you can take like a bathroom break.
Yeah.
So,
Usually, I think I've always taken a bathroom break during runs, but I'm pretty good to go here, so just stick it out.
Yeah. So again, by the way, speaking of animations, check out Orlando's animation where he grabs his sword, coming very, very shortly. This is another major plot point in the story where basically Delita finds out or brings some random guy, and you find out that, oh, this minister dude apparently has been plotting behind Duke Larg, who's the person who's the head of the Order of the Southern Sky. So now Delita is going to kill this guy, and then it's going to cement his trust in, the Duke's trust in him, which then allows him to grow in, basically be promoted. And that's going to matter because, again, Delita at this point, he's much more Machiavellian, much more cynical. He believes that the only way to really achieve what he wants now is to use everybody around him. So he's going to kill people if it's going to benefit him, which he does in this case.
Might be the first time I've ever actually watched this cutscene in like years.
All right, well, while we got some time, let me update everybody on the Final Fantasy II name incentive battles. We've got Taskbot in first place for name Furion with $930. We've got Clage in first place for the name of Maria with $185. Rhino in second with $116. For name Guy, we've got Girl with $219.99 and Sabin with $190. And finally, for Leon's name, we've got Dio in the lead with $122.
Dio!
And Squall with $96. The Final Fantasy II run is coming up after this in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Sounds right, yeah.
So please get your donations in for those names if you want to change them.
I'd like to correct myself. It's Goltana, not Larg for the Order of the Southern Sky. Very important, actually, because you need to keep the name straight in order to understand the story.
I only know the Hokutsu and the non-10 dude. It's Southern Sky, Northern Sky. It's more for the PSP translation, you know?
Yep. That is actually what they're literally translated to, by the way. Hokuden translates to Northern Sky, more or less. So you can say the translation did a pretty good job here, or you can say that they should have translated the other way. But as long as you kind of understand what's going on, it's fine. So this is the beginning of the Lion War. So it actually has historical relevance to real-life history with the War of the Roses. So if you're familiar with history, you can look that up or basically educate people around you. This game has its roots in that. Essentially, you have two families who are fighting for control over the kingdom. And as I described earlier, so Duke Larg wants Orneas to take control of the throne because Orneas right now is a kid. He becomes regent, and so he will get control of the kingdom. And for Goltana, if Ovelia takes control of the kingdom, then he will basically be its ruler. So they're fighting for power, and within Goltana's camp, we have, as you can see, that guy that got shot by an arrow earlier, Elmdor, Orlandu, as well as two other minister dudes. Blanche and what's the other guy's name? We'll see soon enough. I think he speaks at some point. Anyway, in this cutscene, they're talking about the war. This is like several months in, and the soldiers are exhausted. Like, people don't really understand what they're fighting. So Orlandu is kind of the he's always looking out for the people. He's basically saying that it doesn't really make sense for them to be fighting because this is like a personal thing that they're doing. You know, it's not really what we should be going into.
Big tide.
Big tide. No relation.
No, it's definitely a relation.
And Goltana is basically saying to Orlandu, like, you know, you should listen to me. You're under my command. I want control. Like, you know, Larg's not in the right. Like, if you want to complain about stuff, Orlandu, you can get out. Despite the fact that you have been in my service for over 20 years, and I have always trusted your counsel. As you can see, power is getting to these dukes' heads. They're much more interested in gaining control of the kingdom than looking after the people. So now, Ramza, as the aftermath of the war is beginning, is the only person who really understands that the church, as well as somebody else, is manipulating this war. So he decides to speak to his brother Zelbag, because Zelbag's the little more reasonable brother than his asshole brother Dystarg.
Yeah, now we have to do a really long menu, followed by probably one of the hardest battles in the game.
Yeah. So at the beginning of this point, as I mentioned earlier, is when you can buy samurai swords. So draw out uses your actual katana, and when you use the katana, you use draw out, there's a chance of the katana breaking, and that means that we can't just go in with one katana, because if it breaks, it's going to screw us up. So we actually have to do this duping trick that Claude's doing right now. This is the fast dupe, and then he's going to sell these sea bags for a lot of money. The money is going to be used to buy extra katanas, so we have them in stock. So in case they break, we have extras in stock. And then we have to buy a whole bunch of other equipment as well. So twist headbands give extra physical power, magic gauntlets gives extra magic power. Then we have to do an entire manual where we actually change Ramza into different classes. It's going to get Draw Out. Our wizards are going to have Time Mage, secondary class with Quick. And our strategy at this point is going to change. We're going to primarily be quicking Ramza because Draw has a very fast animation. And he's going to be drawing out the katanas for a lot of damage. Draw is great because it basically does damage that ignores evasion. It's considered pseudo magic, so it's affected by magic attack up, but it's not an actual magic spell. So again, magic evasion doesn't affect it. And he's just gonna pick up the drugs that we're gonna be using, as well as the other stuff in the class that's very useful, such as blade grabs. Blade grabs, if you're familiar with it in casual, is a very powerful reaction ability. It stops pretty much almost all physical attacks that's going to go for Ramza. That's going to keep him a little more durable, because we're basically going to be sending Ramza all around the field by quicking him. Since we do not have math skill, we can't hit all the enemies without moving. Ramza has to move repeatedly, so quicking him and giving him turns, having him move around is going to be the way most of these strategies are going to pan out. And there's a lot of footwork that's done around this fight too, because the two chemists in this particular battle, they're fixed. But there's a lot going against you here. First of all, there's a guest, Orbonne, who in casual playthrough is great, because Galaxy Stop hits everything. But in a speedrun, you really do not want to see it, because it's like 40 seconds of animation. That does pretty much absolutely nothing.
I don't know if it's 40 seconds, but
it's pretty
quite
lengthy.
long, yeah.
And then you have to deal with the Thieves, who can Steel Heart, and Steel Heart is really bad. It affects Charm. It hits you with Charm. Charm turns your unit against you. You can snap the unit out of it by physically attacking them. But if they cast something off or do something that's, pretty much it's never something you actually want them to do. That's really not what you want to see.
This battle requires the most reactions out of probably any battle since Garland. Galaxy Stop's kind of slow, but you really have to watch the face and Zodiacs, see what they do, and figure out what type of magic you want to use. It's definitely hard.
That looked like it was Steel Hard.
It did, yeah. This is definitely Steel Heart.
Yeah.
It's fine though. You have a unit specifically to break Charm if it happens. Okay, a lot of Throwstone.
So you actually can't kill Orbonne here, by the way, because the objective is to protect him.
Okay.
Yo, nice knife.
Okay, I think I have a solution here. This can hit everyone, miss everyone, doesn't really matter too much. Ideally, you're gonna kill everyone with one round of spells.
Nice misses.
Fun fact, Galaxy Stop cannot hit targets at the same zodiac sign as the caster. It's a very obscure thing. So any Cancer zodiac, I use Cyclops, cannot be targeted.
That's a TIL moment for me. I did not know that.
Alright, let's see if my master plan worked out.
Looks like it will.
We'll see.
Yep.
I wasn't watching the Fates and Zodiacs too much here, so I stopped to use Cyclops, which is more damage. What really matters for this battle is making sure you're using the right spells to kill everyone in hopefully one round of attacks. So I'm fine wasting a few seconds to make sure we're guaranteed to die. It's a little bit unfortunate, but maybe.
Maybe Orbonne will book him.
Maybe. That requires Olin being smart.
And as we found out, Death cannot be trusted in this game.
Yeah, so if Olin's smart, he'll just do a physical attack, or just maybe use dash, maybe? That'd also work. Oh, physical?
Book.
My man, Olin.
Yeah.
Shout out to dictionaries.
Proud of him. All right, that was probably the last like super duper scary battle in the run. Went pretty well actually.
Yeah, I think that's the last fight where you really have to react to it. So then after this, we go to city to meet our brother Zelbag. But first, we get to talk to this guy. We found out his name's Orbonne, and he's well, actually, we don't find out at this point. But he asks him what his name, and Ramza's like, "Oh, my name's Ramza Beyuv." Well, in this case, I Brer Beyuv. And Olan's kind of surprised by that because we're gonna find out. Ramza's a hunted man at this point.
I've got $25 from Lynn that says, when I see FFT, my hand automatically go to the monster dictionary.
Monster dictionary.
I read the dictionary and feel I have Galaxy Stop with the Olan, all becoming a GDQ reject. I've also got $10 from Clayton that says, I owe my life to Claude. I was in a coma for 6 months after a terrible car crash. One day my nurse turned on the TV to Claude's stream, so I got up and muted it.
That's a good one too. There's time magic.
So the experience manipulation we did earlier is actually really important for this fight as well. Basically, I think we want all the enemies to basically not go, more or less. So in order to do that, we need to pick up a certain speed point, which will allow a spell to resolve before all the enemies take a turn, which saves around a minute. And then Ramza would just teleport to the boss's location, and we just kill him.
Yeah, basically all the experience management and whatnot was leading up and towards this next battle is all Imperial Capital. It is an assassination battle and it's pretty straightforward, but if I wasn't on experience route and JP route and all that, I'd probably lose over a minute because I would have to wait for all the enemies to get their turns, including the boss. Whereas if I am on experience route, it's just going to be a very quick fight.
Yeah, so reminder, tie breaks in this game will favor the enemies before you. So you can't just tie the enemies in speed.
You have to beat it. And in this case, we're going to be 8 speed in order to beat 7 speed units.
So we speak to our brother Zelbag. Zelbag doesn't believe us, and he just tells Ramza, like, why can't you trust your own brother? He's not an evil dude. And then he goes off and joins a war meeting because he's needed, and not listening to Ramza. Not listening to Ramza is bad, by the way, because he's the truth bearer in this game.
Yeah, a lot of people died because they didn't listen to Ramza.
So as we attempt to leave Mandalia capital, we get into the fight. And this again is another assassination fight, so it's super fast.
Yeah, cool thing about this particular battle is that I sent 3 of my units on a proposition before the battle began because I don't actually need them, which means I only have 3 units left in my party. So I can place all 3 of them here in the first formation, not have to set any units in the second formation because this is normally a 2-formation battle. You don't actually use Mustadio, it's just a little bit faster to place everyone here.
Yeah, so Ramza decides to leave, and his sister Alma is like, oh, aren't you going to speak to me before you leave? And Ramza's basically just like, oh, I don't like saying goodbyes. There's really nothing to really talk about, because he doesn't want to involve Alma with his either extremely dangerous or extremely stupid plan. Possibly both. So he's basically telling Alma at this point that he's found out more about the truth, and that Delita is amongst the conspirators. And Alma's like, why is he with them? And Ramza's just like, I don't know. I guess he's a party to the plot. So Alma decides that she has to go with Ramza, but Ramza disagrees, tells her to stay behind. But all of a sudden, they're going to be interrupted by good old Zalmo.
Heresy Examiner Zalmo.
Heresy Examiner Extraordinaire Zalmo. I bet he uses that phrase on all the ladies. Anyways, Zalmo is a bit of a joke in the FFT community.
Yeah, him and Kletje don't really do too much. The mage bosses are just complete pushovers in this game for the most part. Like Zalmo's, he's a holy priest. He's supposed to be able to, heal his units and all that. And he probably would be able to, but they're just going to kill him before he can even get a chance to move, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
This is the true power of Quick, not the version we were using just to grind, and the true power of Draw Out as well, because we actually didn't see Draw Out at Goland, because I had to use Holy.
So quick again, just transfers to CT, changes to target CT to 100. So after Ramza goes to CT goes to 0, but because you're quicking him, he immediately gets another turn.
Did you talk about draw it at all when I was busy doing the menu and all that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to add, but I just mentioned that it operates by magic value, ignores evasion, and you need to use the katana, which breaks, which is the whole reason why you had to do all the bags to make sure you had the money to borrow the extra katanas.
All right, cool. Sometimes I go into a trance, so I'm doing a menu and I can't really listen to whatever.
Yeah, I made sure it got you covered most of the time.
Cool.
All right, more plot. So,
Donations?
All right, I've got $100 from Will that says, donating for my favorite game of all time in a category I've always wanted to try running. Thanks so much to everyone running the event, and good luck. I've got $5 from Pygmy BBQ that says, I had no idea this event was happening, but the nostalgia of FFT is intoxicating. I don't think I've spent more time on a single non-MMO since. The cause you guys are fundraising for and great production quality. Claude's knowledge is incredibly impressive, and I love the story updates. Can you believe I rented the game 3 times as a child before realizing you could add additional characters to your party? It took me a while to get past the first level.
yeah, most people make that mistake. Sometimes they go into Magic City Garland fight with only Ramza and Delita, and that becomes super fun because then it's a 2 versus 6 battle. So he's just going here to make sure that the proposition is completed, pick up his units, and then head to the next story battle. So we found out by speaking to Alma that because Ramza's branded as a heretic, he can't actually go near the monastery because he's not allowed there because he's a heretic. So we need to bring Alma there, but Ramza is not very approving of this plan. He does not want to put his sister into danger, and as we will see, not listening to Ramza is bad news. We're just buying some extra equipment. So Aiga's shield has a 50% magic evasion as well as +1 MA. It's a very nice piece of equipment. We also picked up the Chameleon Robe. Chameleon Robe has the property that it absorbs holy damage, which will be used against the AI because the AI will believe that their skills is holy when they use Holy Sword. Secret, it's actually not. And it's going to trick them, so they're going to actually use something else other than the Holy Sword abilities.
Yeah, Holy Sword and just all swords skills in this game are actually dependent on the elements of the weapon you have equipped. And there's only 2 swords that actually have elements, which is the Ice Brand and the Coral Sword. So, yeah, it's just, it thinks it's holy, but it's actually not. It's very good for us because he could one-shot us, or Wiggraph could one-shot us.
Yep.
Coming up in like 2 battles or so. If he knew he could, but he doesn't.
Keep in mind again, Ramza is set up to be in an offensive setup, so he doesn't have a whole lot of HP, but he does have a lot of MA. So his draws are really powerful, but it's not really built to take hits. So if Wiggraph gets a turn and he actually lightning stabs us, that's really bad news because they'll one-shot us. Plus we have good compatibility to him to boot.
Alright, so hopefully I can scroll some magic on Alicia here. This is like one of the last scary things about the routing, like experience and job point wise.
Yeah, we're about to go into Underground Book Storage, or UBS. We're going to fight several battles in the Underground Book Storage, and UBS 2, the very first one, is probably one of the other points in the game that's pretty randomized in terms of what you have to do. So this is another one where Claude's going to have to do a little more improvisation, although there's some general rules he can stick to. So the Lancers, I believe, are equipped with Ice Shields, which have a lightning weakness, so Ramza's going to get used again. Well, again, we're going to pass turns to Ramza by quicking him, which will allow him to move down to where the time age is located, because they're located in the far back at the very bottom. And then we're going to draw out some katana spirits, and that will hopefully kill the time ages.
Yeah, we're actually going to be using a non-100% quick for this battle, just because if it hits, it's really effective in cleaning up the fight well. It's going to be a 63% quick from Lavian. If it doesn't hit, it's not the end of the world. I also brought a wizard to hopefully add a little bit of extra damage. But I was able to scroll some magic on Alicia, so we are going to have a short charge Ramu here. Alicia's has to be the one that casts a summon rather than my secondary generic, because Alicia is level 8, which means she has her speed point as a priest. Whereas my secondary generic is like nowhere close to level 8, mostly because we stole so much experience from her in Chapter 1.
Alright, here we go.
So as long as I have a summon magic scroll, this battle can't go too poorly usually. Ooh, getting worse comp to 2 units is not a good start though.
So draw out, again, he's using a different katana. Heaven's Cloud's a little bit slower, but it's stronger than the Katetsu. So if you can afford to use the Katetsu, do use the Katetsu. And again, this is just showing why having the 100% quick is super important versus just taking any soldier with Zodiac compatibilities and randomized face values. You really want those quicks to be 100%.
Alright, Time Mage is dead, that's good.
Yep.
Hopefully this Ramu does kill the chemist at least. If not, then hopefully my quick lands. Okay.
Nice.
So has potential for greatness if this 63% quick lands.
Rip.
It's okay.
It's fine.
That guy has 3 hit points. Might be able to take him out with a physical, depending on how much
That's
evasion
probably why
he
he
has.
went for it. Instant kill.
Yeah. I'll just yeah. Save the frames.
Lancers can be kind of scary. Wow.
It's okay. Probably.
Rip. MP switch there to absorb a hit. Again, Kotetsu's going to guarantee the kill, so he's just going to use that versus the Heaven's Cloud.
You can't kill everyone.
Ramza, please.
Just want to go fast and use a bag instead of a spell. Is that so much to ask?
Yeah, apparently.
Apparently.
Alright.
All things considered, though, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, pretty good. So, UBS, is this 3 or 4? 3.
This is UBS 2. We're going into UBS 3 now.
Yeah, yeah. So, UBS 3, Assassination Battle with Shrine Knight Islude. So, Islude, if you don't really know what you're doing, can be kind of troublesome. But once you kind of understand his AI and how his jumping AI works, you can pretty much bait him into square he needs to stand. Pretty much every time exactly. So, this is going to be another pretty quick battle altogether. As you see, we'll only bring one additional unit other than Ramza.
Another assassination battle, just 2 quicks in order to take out Islude. Islude has a pretty cool setup. He has jump, but he has a sword equipped, and I think he can jump 8 panels away. But as usual with bosses, we're not going to be seeing any of that.
Yep. He also has Concentrate, which is a skill that ignores evasion. So yeah, pretty cool setup, but we're not really going to see any of it. He's just going to move to a tile, and then Rams is going to draw out 2 times, and it's going to kill him. Also, this is the only time I believe Under the Stars plays.
Yeah, I think so. Not 100% sure though. At this point, I've heard the music in this game so much that any song could be playing at this point.
So again, teleport's affected by how high your move is. As long as you're within your own move range, it's 100% accurate. And again, this is why 100% is important. If that 1% quick fails, you're going to die. So
Yeah, I'd either die. I would for sure lose at least a minute because all the units would be taking their turns, but I'd probably also die as well.
Alright, and that's UBS 3.
Yeah, use Kotetsu there instead of Heaven's Cloud because it's a little bit faster animation. One Heaven's Cloud wouldn't take out Islude, so you have to use 2 drawouts. Might as well use the fast one.
So now we're heading back up to the ground 4 of the monastery. And we're going to find out that our good pal, Wiggraph, has actually not died or gone away, becoming a monk or anything like that. He's actually been integrated into the Shrine Knights. And he's here to take the stuff, the holy stones. He's going to kidnap your sister. For that, we have to equip some robes, specifically, so that he doesn't one-shot us, as we mentioned. And I believe this is just the setup for the coming battles after ground floor and the UBS storage.
I guess one thing to mention, I've been setting float and taking float off a lot throughout this run. The thing with float is that you want to minimize the amount of times you have it set on because it delays the battle from starting by like a little bit. I think it depends on the battle, but basically if I have float on, I absolutely need it for the fight in order to make it faster. I can't just like leave float on. That's why I've been putting move find item over float occasionally throughout this run. We'll continue to do so.
Yeah, I believe the float thing was found by LCC.
Yeah.
So
I'm not actually going to be move finding any items. It's just faster to set an ability over float rather than remove it.
yeah, it doesn't really affect you anyway, because you're not going to be stepping on the tiles where you actually do discover items. So Wiggraph's going to come charging down, and he's going to try to kill us, but we're equipped robes that triggers AI, so he's just going to try to punch us.
Yeah, he would be using Lightning Stab here. If you check the tooltip for this game, 338. Okay, I can use two Kitetsus here. If you check the tooltip for this game, it says Lightning Stab is Lightning Elemental, but the AI thinks it's wholly Elemental, but it's really non-elemental.
So the game lies to you twice.
Yes. That's okay. Most of the characters in this game, like story-wise, lie to you twice.
Yep. Such as the microcosm of FFT.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have to do a Kitetsu and Heaven's Cloud here, depending on Wiggraph's hit points. His armor is randomized.
Yep.
So you have to pay a little bit of attention if you want to save like 1 second.
He'll always have the Elf Mantle though, and there's one katana that's broken, which is why you need the extra ones. And again, if you have a 99% quick and it fails, bad news for you. All the enemies take turns, you'll probably end up dying too. So.
And Wiggraph's been taken out. There's going to be a long stretch of cutscenes, so...
Yep, so if you have some donations, that's a good time.
All right, I've got $10 from Siren Ari that says, I don't particularly like tactical RPGs myself, but I do like Final Fantasy games, including this one. I can't bring myself to play it, though, since it takes so long for a single battle. That said, thanks Claude for speedrunning it and giving me some ideas to make the battles faster while still getting the story. Also, thanks Couch for explaining everything going on, including the story. It's always nice to get all sides of the experience. Good luck on the rest of the run. I've got $10 from Chilled Like Ice that says, FFT is such a great game, and I'm so happy to see it being run. Good luck. And I've got $10 from That Guy 167 that said, kind of surprised seeing Claude run this over just chatting in various streams. But this has been a great run to watch, and I'm glad to be helping such a wonderful cause. Good luck on your runs, everyone.
You can't see his laptop, but he's watching streams over there.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised that Claude is not playing TGC at the moment.
If I was racing TCG right now, dual input with this run on my emulator, on my laptop.
Yeah.
Anyway. This noise is really annoying, so maybe mute the stream for a little bit until it goes away.
This is actually a super important cutscene, by the way, because so we killed Wiggraph. He's about to die. And the whole reason why he's joined up with the Shrine Knights is because they're providing him with the means to get Riggs.
Yeah. I think once he transforms into Velius, you can unmute it.
Yeah, he basically makes a pact with the Shrine Knights in order to exact revenge on Ramza because you killed his sister, and he wants revenge. So now he's gonna die, and he doesn't want that. So he's gonna make a pact with a Space Goat demon in order to exact his revenge on you. You can probably turn the noise back on now, because he just made the pact. So he's become Velius, or Velius in the North American version originally. So, yeah, at this point, he is a monster. And Ramza is... Well, I'm not quite sure why Ramza is surprised by this, because he's already seen Quequin transform, but hey. So he draws his sword prepared for battle.
He is actually a squire in this route, so he can equip a sword. A lot of other speedruns of this game, like speedrun categories, he just can't equip a sword at this current point in time, but the game says he can anyways.
Yep. And we see this guy, so Simon, who, so you may remember, was at the very start of the game, was presiding over their monastery, tells Ramza that it's too late, but if you have this book, you can save them. He gives you the Germanic scriptures. So if you really want a fun waste of your time, by the way, you can read the Germanic scriptures, but I'm just going to give you the Cliff Notes versions of this thing, because it is actually a very important document in the lore. Basically what it is, it's a document that the church has found, and Simon, because he's part of the religion and the church, he's actually read the entire documents and made his own version of the notes regarding what it says in it. And basically, it just describes the fact that the god that Velius believes in is actually not a real god. He just was a regular guy who, did some stuff, but it wasn't like he was super powered human. So the church doesn't really want this document going around because, again, the Zodiac story, as I mentioned earlier before, was about these 12 warriors who embedded their spirits in the stone after fighting off this great evil. And that is not what it really is. So if the church's lie gets exposed, their influence is going to decrease, and we find out that one of the reasons why the church wants these two factions, the Southern Sky and the Northern Sky, to fight against each other is to make the people lose faith in the respective armies so that they will go to the church and the church gains power. So, as a result of all this, the church wants the book, and Ramza has the book. So as you can see, they're going to try and kill him to get the book.
Yeah, you saw another brief cutscene there between the exotic wizard and Ramza. He's the one that wanted the book. We lied to him and said that we'd read it. We didn't actually read it. If we'd actually read it, it would cost like 15, 20 extra minutes, and we don't have that kind of time, so we just lied to him. Saves like a few frames, I think, over saying that you didn't read them.
Yeah. So I gave you the Cliff Notes version anyway. You can read it on your own. It's actually pretty interesting if you're into the lore. But otherwise, that's pretty much all you need to know regarding what is actually within the scriptures and why the church really wants the book, because they make a big point about getting the book back.
Should have made it a donation incentive.
No.
I think I'd rather get Claude than read your Monk's Curse, which would probably take less time.
All right, well, while I got a minute here, RPG LB is proud to once again partner with the Yeti to bring you 8 amazing t-shirts and a hoodie now available, plus pins. Head over to theyeti.com/RPG limit break RPGLB. Take a look at the designs, pick up the ones you want, and know that $4 from every t-shirt purchased will be donated to NAMI. Remember, Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E. theyeti.com/RPGLB.
Yeah, I believe there's actually an FFT design this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? I have to take a look at that.
Yeah, looks really cool.
So there's a little bit more story there. We find out a bit about Delia's perspective, because he's basically, again, you're reading, the story is basically a historian reading about Evelys's history. So we find out that he talks to Ophelia about their circumstances. Ophelia is lamenting on the fact that, you know, she's not a real princess, and, like, she doesn't understand why she had to live in a monastery all that time. Why she's basically been lied to, and Delia basically sympathizes because he's also been lied to. When he was basically back in Chapter 1 and was a naive kid, he believed that everything would be fine, idealistically, except it isn't. So he promises Ophelia that he will see to it that she'll become queen, and that's kind of basically his promise to her. And he swears it over his dead sister's grave, more or less. Back to Ramza's side of the story, though. He has to make his way towards Rylevane's castle, where Alma is being kept. And we go into Grog Hill.
Yeah, head across another green dot. The encounters have kind of eased up a little bit, which is nice. And now we're back to using AoE magic instead of quick and draw out, just because in this battle all the enemies are going to tend to clump up like they did in Chapter 2. And also the enemies in this battle are pretty like low class, just Squire, Chemist, Archer, so they're going to have not that much hit points. They won't have any armor equipped or anything like that.
So yeah, these guys are deserters. They want to quit the army. You can see the effects of the war, basically. Like, these are people who are going after Ramza not because they believe Ramza's a threat, but because they're like, hey, if we kill him, we can get a reward, and then we can quit the army forever. And we won't be deserters. They won't hunt us down.
Ramza's not actually used in this fight. It's just going to be the main generic, and also Leisha had to contribute a little bit of damage. I bring Mustadio here just to, again, bait the units forward into hopefully attacking him so they line up a little bit better. 71 worst comp means I definitely have to use a backup spell, so.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Right. I don't know why I thought it was 2 squares.
Yo, the accumulate.
He's running backwards. That could still be okay.
They grew up within that area, yeah.
This is the reason why I'm moving this audio forward.
Looks like it still works.
Yeah, we should be good to go here. Don't actually need Ramza's turn. He is on experience route, so I don't need to take an extra action. I think if I were really good here, I could just use a solo Ramu on the Thief and save a few seconds, but I'll just cast Odin just to be safe. As I predicted, I only needed to kill the Thief, so Ramu probably would have been sufficient, but better
That's
than
fine. Just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, Grog is done.
I have seen that battle go horribly wrong, especially if my main generic gets mid-charged by an archer while she's charging with the meteor, but that battle went pretty smoothly.
So Ramza is just reflecting on the fact that, I wonder what his dad would have done during this time. And we see this guy again. It's Olan. And Olan basically is like, hey, thanks for hunting those deserters for us, because we had to go and grab them. But since you killed them for us, that saves us trouble. And at this point, Ramza realizes that he's part of the Order of the Southern Sky. And Olan reveals to him that, you know, the reason why he was so surprised that Ramza was willing to admit that he was Ramza Bayuv is because at this point, he's a heretic. And they posted wanted posters for him all the time. And the story is that he's basically killed the cardinal. Nobody knows that the cardinal turned into some sort of demon. So Ramza, again, he's a hunted man. Everybody's going after him. So Ramza tells Orbonne that someone who's behind the scenes manipulating the war, and that if he sees TG Sid, to tell TG Sid about it, because Sid was Balbane's best friend, and one of the few people that Ramza can still trust in within this world. Because again, he can't really trust his brothers. He's already told them about it. Nobody's going to really listen to him. So he's just kind of fighting the war on his own, trying to stop it. But Orbonne assures him that he has allies like him. But sadly, we never see Orbonne again in our control.
Yeah, Ramza would be able to trust his sister, but he let his sister get kidnapped, so here we are.
I'm sorry, Ramza, but your sister is in another castle.
She actually is, too.
She is, yes.
As we'll find out soon.
Ramza is a man of many ideals, but not a very smart man, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think leaving Alma alone back at the underground book storage by herself with 2 Zodiac stones wasn't the best of ideas. Yeah, it's time for Yardo Fort City. In this battle, we're again going to let some of the units go first because there are going to be ninjas in this battle, and you can't possibly be faster than ninjas in a speedrun, so we do some Cosmic Brain camera rotations to save a few seconds, and then the only thing that can actually go wrong in this battle is the guest that's going to be on our team, Raffa, because we're going to be forced to move into a position where we're going to be targeted by Raffa's Heaven Thunder if she decides to cast it. And there's a very, very, very small chance that she can actually kill Ramza, which will force a reset, but it's pretty unlikely.
That has actually happened. So for those of you that are thinking, he's just joking, it has actually happened.
Yeah.
Has definitely happened. In other categories, it's actually possible for Raffa to also get killed before you can do anything. So Raffa is the source of many problems.
And here we have Lavian floating here just to act as the bait. She's here to die on purpose, so the more important units aren't targeted.
I think also baits them away from Raffa, which is very nice.
Alright, don't cast Heaven Thunder. Oh, she didn't. Wow, alright. So there's no danger at all in this fight. Good.
The Exotic Wizard, by the way, has very low faith. One of the very few units that has below 40 faith.
Yeah, that's because Untruth does more damage the less faith you have.
Yeah.
Not that it's ever going to matter in a speedrun.
Not that it normally matters.
So fight from here on is extremely straightforward.
Yeah, and we're just going back to the general strategy I was talking about.
Wizard survived, or the ninja survives, not a big deal. He only does that if he's worse compatibility, but we have a backup unit.
So Ramza's just receiving quick turns from the mages in the party, which allows him to go repeatedly, which allows him to traverse across a lot of distance, especially with teleport, and he's just going to draw out katanas, and the spirits of katanas will defeat all of Ramza's enemies at this point.
Yeah, Heaven's Cloud is guaranteed to kill the summoners and this back ninja, because the back ninja would be targeted twice, even if he didn't die from that initial Heaven's Cloud. And the other ninja in this fight, one of the ninjas in this fight has a fixed Zodiac sign of Gemini, so he's also guaranteed to die. Alright, what spell do we need here? Bolt 1 would be enough? Yeah. So super duper easy backup. Hardly loses anytime.
Alright, so that's one of the more annoying battles, especially on a casual playthrough. As Claude mentioned, ninjas are extremely fast. They have the highest speed multiplier in the game. And on speedrun, because your levels are also low, you're definitely not going to outspeed them. So most of the time in a casual run, what people remember this fight for is Raffa getting instant ganked before being able to do anything else.
Yeah.
That happens in speedruns too, so just not in this route.
Yeah.
All right, I've got $10 from Geister Carl that says, I'm always in awe seeing FF Tactics destroyed like that. I struggled with it casually. Good job, Claude, and thanks to the great couch commentary. I've also got a $500 donation from Chris V. It says, loving the marathon so far. Keep up the great runs and the entertaining commentary. Runner's choice.
Always towards DDR Star Ocean 4 run. Make it more awesome.
All right. And surprise. So Raffa and Ramza are having a small moment where they're talking about, the reasons why they were fighting. And Raffa says that, oh, you must be very brave to take on everybody on your own. And Ramza says, I don't really think that's the case. And then all of a sudden they get interrupted by some exploding frog.
There was really no other way to communicate than with a talking, exploding frog. I mean, I feel like there's got to be some other way.
I don't know, Malik's always a man. He's an exotic wizard after all, so he has to go for the most exotic way of getting your attention.
That is true. It's very exotic.
So anyway, he basically tells us, hey Ramza, your sister's being held at this castle, so you better make your way and bring Raffa along too. Because we need her for plot reasons. Although the twins, Wonder Twins, don't really do much afterwards.
So we picked up some sprint shoes there. It's another item that gives +1 speed. So it's just a free speed point for every unit. So they're going to be used pretty much all over the place.
Yeah, sprint shoes, like any FFT veteran knows, like speed is pretty much one of the most important stats. And you don't really have a whole ton of ways to manipulate it, so like sprint shoes are really, really great accessories. And then we go to Yugyo Woods. And this strategy, I believe, was designed by Sweet Cherry Boy.
Indeed, among many others, of course.
This is actually very, very neat. This is probably the only case you're going to see Ifrit being used. Again, I mentioned back in Chapter 2, undead units in this game, like Ghosts and Revenants, they're actually weak to fire. This is one of the only times you're going to see it going off.
This battle actually has like no random components. Like the only variance at all is the menu beforehand and whether or not you're going to get job levels and actual levels in this fight. But none of the units are going to get turns. We're going to go before all of them, and everything is guaranteed to instant kill them for the most part.
Yeah, you're going to use Phoenix Down on the human undead enemies, and then the Ifrit that resolves at the very end is going to kill all the ghosts due to weakness. I think the ghosts can possibly survive if they have like the highest HP rolled and like the worst compatibility, but I don't think that happens like that often at all.
It's happened to me literally once.
Can't wait.
Can't wait.
I'd be more impressed than anything, really.
So we got throw item on a bunch of units, chucking our Phoenix Downs all over the place.
Yeah. Again, Phoenix Downs are not meant to be used as offensive items, in case you're wondering why, just like no evasion or anything. And Summon Magic, there's no friendly fire, so Ramza doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, strat's pretty cool. You're just locking the Ifrit onto Ramza, so it's following him as he teleports along. And when Ramza's done chucking Phoenix Downs at all the units, the Ifrit's going to resolve and kill all the ghosts. And the ghosts spawn to the highest level unit in your party, and because it's a speedrun, you can be pretty low levels, so there's like basically no chance of the ghost surviving at all.
You do need line of sight for throwing things, but again, that's not going to be a problem.
And we have teleport on so you can go through the ghosts there to make sure in the perfect range for the Ifrit to kill everyone. Yeah,
So,
easy.
Goodbye.
They weren't even close to surviving.
And then we get to the infamous stopping point. For a lot of new players, we're going to go to Ryvane's castle to save our sister. But all these castle fights have like usually 3 parts. You usually go through the gate, and then there's usually within the castle itself, and then some other part of the castle immediately afterwards.
Try my hardest to mash here and get Disappearing Barrington, but I
The
don't
one
think I've gotten
frame.
him in like the past like 7 runs or whatever.
Well, maybe this will be it.
Probably not.
Just keep an eye on the guy on the left of the table here as he stands up.
I'm gonna get everyone's hopes up, and I'm just not gonna get it.
If the Claude can mash hard enough, he will disappear.
So Barrington, by the way, he's the adoptive father of Raffa and Malak. And he's basically lured the Shrine Knights here because he wants a piece of this power and influence that the church seems to be grabbing onto. So he tries to blackmail Vormath and Wiggraph into surrendering to him and basically including him into part of their plans. He reveals that the exotic wizard Malak, who is his adoptive son, has captured Vormath's son, Islud.
Do you imagine losing to Malik?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. How did Islud loot some Malek? Doesn't make any sense.
Shameful display. And then we find out that Vormath's like, what do you think you can actually do to scare us? Obviously not being afraid of what Barrington is saying. So Barrington tries once again to basically kind of extort them by revealing the church's secrets, and Vormath decides that, hey, that's no cool. And you find out that he is not quite human either.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Got any spooky donations?
Menacing.
I've got $100 from Dragoon Zero, no comment, but thank you very much for the donation. I've also got $10 from Fatman, who says, restore lost time in a spiral line, quick! I'm too poor for the whole pasta.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Alright, so time for Gate of Ryvanes.
Time for more Meteor.
More Meteor, more Space Rocks. Space Rocks actually very good in this particular fight because the enemies are pretty spread out. Although the Knights have a lot of HP at this point, which is unfortunate. Alright.
So yeah, the strategy for this battle has changed a few times. You used to use quick and draw out, and that would give you a lot more experience, but this triple meteor strat is faster as long as you plan your experience strat correctly. There are a few bad things that can happen. Mostly, like if you see any healing at all, it's going to be really bad, especially if you see HP restore on one of the far Knights, because I'm actually going to run myself out of MP by casting Meteor, because I can't use half of MP anymore because the units are too fast. I have to use short charge to reduce its cast time, which means if we get any survivors, the only person that can actually do any damage here is going to be Mustadio, and he can only do 64 damage at a time. Speaking of Mustadio, we're actually going to shoot out Raffa right here, which is going to not only skip her turn, but also going to get rid of Moloch, because they are just linked in this battle.
Yep. They're set to go after each other too, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so once Raffa disappears, Moloch disappears, so you get rid of one unit, and then you have the rest to kind of clean up.
Now, Ramza has Blade Grasp on, so he can be the target of the archer attacks, but they're probably just going to be grasped here, because for some reason Blade Grasp can stop arrows.
Yeah, the description is not very clear. Like, I think it actually says, like, it can stop physical attacks other than, like, bow and crossbow, but that's clearly not the case, as you can see. FFT community has dubbed the term counter-graspable, which refers to any attack that can actually be stopped by Blade Grasp. And that refers to a lot of physical attacks, which is why Blade Grasp is really, really powerful as a reaction ability, because it also almost makes you impervious to physical attacks. There are abilities that go through Blade Grasp, obviously, but it's like, to name a few that you would think that it doesn't stop, it does actually stop jump, it stops guns, it stops crossbows, as well as bows and arrows.
I checked his reaction ability just to see that he had HP restore, which means I'm going to go after him, because the last thing you want is for HP restore to go off. And I'm actually hoping this does enough damage. I believe she has neutral to him, and if he has a lot of hit points, there's actually a chance that he might survive still. And it's going to be really bad.
Yep, the Knights are really bulky. You also notice that he's targeted Ramza in the range of the Meteor, just for optimal targeting, which means that if the Knight doesn't go down, we're probably not going to be able to finish the fight fast enough.
This is, I'm pretty sure he's not going to die, and I think he's just going to be in critical, and HP restore might go off, and I think it's going to be over.
Yeah, that's a reset.
It's definitely going to suck. It didn't go off. Oh my god.
10 HP.
Alright. Okay, Mustadio.
64 damage at a time.
Is this enough range?
Count 8. Yes. And you
Alright.
have line of sight. Oh, and it's a crit!
Of course. Alright, so we just got to end the battle before Ramza crystallizes here. We actually have no MP on our wizards, so again, it's just Mustadio.
You need 2 gunshots, looks like.
It's going to be 3 gunshots, right?
64 at a time.
Oh, I can't. No math?
Should be 2.
No math. Yeah, no math.
Again, this is also why item is bad, because that would push the damage you actually need to do with Mustadio to be more than just 2 turns. Risk Ramza crystallizing.
I'm such a lucky person.
But depending on how you look at it, not that lucky, because he shouldn't have spawned with HP Restore in the first place.
Yeah, but again, like if HP Restore had trigger, which is just going to happen brave % of the time because that's how all reaction abilities work, the fight was over. I would have had to soft reset. It was completely over. Ramza would have crystallized before I would have been able to kill him, so it's a very good thing that didn't happen.
Disaster averted.
Indeed.
Alright, and then we get to finally the battle everybody gets stuck at. Good old Wiggraph Duel, followed by Velius After Party. So there's actually a really unique thing that happens in the Wiggraph Duel. Like, if you kill him and you complete Ramza's turn, it will actually give Ramza like an extra bonus turn at the start of the Velius fight. I'm not actually 100% sure why that necessarily happens.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but you take full advantage of it, because then you get Ramza like 2 turns right off the bat. And for the duel itself, in case a lot of you are wondering how we're going to handle it, we already seen how the Chameleon Robe tricks the AI into thinking that the Holy Sword abilities are holy. So that will prevent Wiggraph from using any of his deadly or Holy Sword skills, and he said he's just going to go around trying to use his Punch Art abilities. And none of those can really kill you or be really scary, so you're going to be safe for the duel 100% of the time. Then once you get to the part with Velius, we have our mages with Quick, and we're going to have them all resolve, and Rams is just going to draw katanas and kill Velius before anything else happens.
Yeah, super quick menu here, and then a pretty free fight afterwards.
Yeah. And I think the Velius fight is just really going to reinforce the fact, as I mentioned earlier, that assassination battles in the speedrun are basically 100% guaranteed to work unless you make a mistake on your own.
Yeah.
Like a manual mistake or an execution error. It's a good thing we end this fight really quickly too, otherwise there's a bunch of dialogue with Ramza and Wiggraph.
Yeah, it's pretty in-depth as well. You see it a lot in challenge runs because you're not going to be one-shotting Wiggraph in those types of runs.
Yeah.
This is obviously a battle you have to redo a lot because it's pretty tough in a non-speedrun setting. And you know what you're going to do, and there's like no other restriction than going fast.
Yep. So Wiggraph is all, hey, I'm going to challenge you to duel. Ramza takes pity on Wiggraph because he's like, hey, you used to be like an idealist, but then you gave up your ideals because you couldn't achieve your goals. You abandoned your dream.
Dream is dead.
Dream is dead.
Yeah, you can use either a Wave Fist or a Earth Slash here. Again, you won't use any Holy Sword skills because we have the Chameleon Robe equipped. And even if it gets a max damage critical there, it doesn't matter at all. It can't kill Ramza. And it's very important you move forward there and draw out Heaven's Cloud. Sometimes Wiggraph will be in range of Heaven's Cloud, but moving forward and then drawing out, or just taking an action ends Ramza's turn.
Yeah.
Similar to skipping the dialogue at Fort Zeakden, and that's what gives him the 100 bonus
Gives him
CT.
the bonus turn, yeah.
Yep.
You do that in any percent too, by the way. Just complete your turn to get the extra bonus and then wipe Velius before he does anything.
Yeah, 8%. I mean, you can just target it from across the map before you even get to turn. So.
It's great. But we're not allowed to use math, so secondary strategies here. It's also a good thing we end these battles really quick because the support as well as Velius' own skill set is kind of scary. He does have Seal, which inflicts Petrify 100%.
Yeah, and Loss, which is instant confusion,
Yeah.
and Lose Voice, which is instant silence. No one talks about Lose Voice.
All of those are bad things. All bad things. But we're not going to see any of it, so it's fine.
So instant cast Flare with the free turn. And go ahead and click Ramza. Velius will get a turn. He's going to charge Cyclops, but Cyclops won't actually resolve. He'll be able to use 2 dryouts and just take care of things very easily.
Yeah.
I have to draw a Katetsu and Heaven's Cloud. I'm going to start with Katetsu because Heaven's Cloud has a chance of inflicting slow, which means there's going to be a little bit of extra text, but if you actually kill him with Heaven's Cloud, there's no chance of that. And he's dead.
Dead. I believe Velius' max HP is like, what, 1100?
It's 1,000 in this version of the game. 1100 in the Japanese version, and Ward Lines.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, because you do like a little over 1,000 guaranteed to kill him. Alright, so that's the quote-unquote hardest battle that everybody gets stuck at.
Seemed pretty easy to me.
Shh, it's fine. Well, next battle is also another battle that a lot of people get stuck at too. Because you have to protect Raffa, and Raffa is not very smart because guess AI in this game is not very smart.
Seems flawless to me.
Seems flawless to you. Well, have I got a story for you? You just need to play a little bit more to realize the guest AI in this game is unpredictable.
Meanwhile, Alma wandered off on her own after hearing like everyone was dying. She's like, wow, everyone's dead. Can't believe it. I mean, what were you expecting, Alma? So yeah, Islud is Vormov's son, and Vormov is the leader of the Shrine Knights. He turned into a big man monster and killed his own son. So how you know he means business.
It's important to know that Islu doesn't actually know what the church's real plans are, or that his father became a space goat demon type thing.
Yeah, only people really in the loop know that the church can create evil monsters, really.
So anyway, Vormath originally is going to decide to kill Alma, but then finds us she's the perfect vessel to revive their dead god. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Give him the good old gut punch, and be on to the last battle of Chapter 3.
Yep. And then once we get into Chapter 4, I think there's only like 1 or 2 battles that we need to be worried about, but the rest of it, because at the end game of Chapter 4 is a whole bunch of assassinations, so that tends to flow pretty easily once we get there.
Yeah, unfortunately for the viewer experience, this run tends to get easier as it goes along. Like, the hardest parts are by far over. Like, outside Riot Veins with HP Restore is like the last, like, really scary thing in the run. Probably.
There is Sluice Gate, but more on that later. For now, we're going to change Ramza to a priest class to get a little bit of extra speed, because we need to make sure that the assassins don't actually kill Raffa. So, Raffa goes to the top of the roof to confront evil adoptive dad. Evil adoptive dad from the text reveals that he's done bad things to her. And Malik overhears, decides to intervene, and then gets shot. And all of a sudden, the guy that we thought was dead from Chapter 1, Elmdor, reappears when we find out he's not human. And there's these 2 assassins as well that's he's accompanied by.
Raffa also cannot equip a sword, by the way. Completely inaccurate.
Yep.
Also, Barrington can't equip a gun. Just a lot of problems going on here.
However, Malik just instantly dying is pretty accurate.
Yeah.
So at least that part is relatively true. Oh yeah, because Malik confronted Islu earlier. He has a Zodiac Stone in his possession. So Barrington wants that, but then he gets thrown off the roof.
See ya.
No.
So yeah, in casual play, it's pretty hard to protect Raffa. She'll usually just like die immediately, but if you ever want to avoid that, you're not doing like any particular type of run, all you have to do is just bring a unit and take all their armor off, and just have a unit weaker than Ramza, and the assassins will tend to target that unit rather than her.
Yeah.
Makes the fight a lot easier.
Unfortunately, Raffa's AI in this battle is not set to run away. She's set to like going Leroy Jenkins all over the assassins.
Elmdor here has a pretty good strat because it's just the strat we're using, which is walk forward and use draw out. He has access to Muramasa, which we don't have quite yet, but oh, she's dancing, dude. She's dancing.
Yo, dancing Raffa. We're gonna add a extra gunshot from Stadio just to bring the assassins to critical after the drought, because again, Claude has changed Ramza's class to Priest. Priest has a little bit lower magic attack than Wizard, and you don't need to actually kill anybody here. You just bring one of them to critical.
It's actually pretty low odds for Raffa to dance there. Elmdor always uses Muramasa, but I believe it only has a 19% chance of adding either Death Sentence or Confusion, and she's immune to Death Sentence, so Confusion's the only thing that will actually hit her.
And we're done Chapter 3, so a little bit more of the plot reveal. We see the Zodiac Stone react to Raffa's plight, and because we saw what happened to Velius, Ramza's freaking out and is like, no, don't open that, and then suddenly Malik is revived, doesn't turn to a Space Goat Demon, so they wonder what the actual effects of the Zodiac Stones are.
I prefer a Space Goat Demon on my team than regular Malik, but what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Probably got a significant amount of time for donations.
Yes,
so
significant.
Significant.
go nuts.
All right, well, I don't have a whole lot of donations right now. I've got Null for 100 hours saying best game, best stream. And I have got a 100-hour donation from the Grim Aeon. No comment, but thank you very much for the donation. What I can do is give us an update on the Final Fantasy II name incentives.
Mute audio. Do you want to mute audio?
It's good. It's good. He was worried about the noise.
It's fine.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so FF2 name incentives right now. Furion, Taskbot is in first place with $930. For the name of Maria, Clage is in the name of $285 to Rhinoa's $116. For the name of Guy, Girl is in first place with $219.99. Sabin, a close second with $200. And for Leon, still in the lead, is Dio. At $122, with Squall right behind it at $96. Final Fantasy II is the next game up, and probably looking at about an hour to 80 minutes to finish this run.
It's probably around right.
Yeah.
Say an hour and 80 minutes?
I heard
An hour
or
or
80
80
minutes.
Oh. I'm paying attention.
Yeah, I'd say hour 20, yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking of things that people got confused by, check out this amazing dialogue when Ramza starts speaking.
Yeah, the translation's really open to interpretation here. Not necessarily this one, but the line after it.
Yeah.
Also, soon we're about to see why you actually want to name Ramza one character name in like actual RTAs rather than just, a really long name. Because it's going to spell out every character here in this slow scrolling text. Right there.
Yep. I didn't think.
The gods made the stones.
Made holy stones.
But more evil.
But more evil. Thank you for that insightful, insightful thought, Ramza.
Kabi made them to Len's world. That tells you everything you know about the Zodiac stones right there. Self-contained, full explanation. No questions at all.
Long and short of it is that the Holy Stones, maybe they were left behind by the Zodiac demons, but they're basically saying that I guess what happens depends on who uses it and what their pain is. So because Wiggraph has nothing but vengeance in his heart, he became the demon, but because Raffa does not have that sort of vengeance, it brought Malik back to life. And we find out more about the War of the Lions, that by the way is actually still happening. We're just seeing Ramza's side of trying to save Alma at the moment.
Yeah, Delia's taking care of like the actual war part. Ramza's in charge of making sure evil monsters don't take over the world, and also saving his sister, who by the way is in another castle, as was mentioned earlier. She went from Raya Veins to Limberry, so now we got to go there after a lot of filler battles in Chapter 4.
Yep. But first, Ramza decides that he needs to speak to Delita, so we're going to go to Zaltania, which is also on the way to Limberry, because they're all on the eastern side, I guess, of Ivalice. And we're not going to take the Wonder Twins with us because they're not very useful.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a route that would use these two units because their spells are quite random and don't even do that much damage.
Have you ever even taken them at rando?
No, actually. They're always bad in randomizer.
One
Rip.
day.
One of these days, we're going to get a situation where Malik's Slowface is actually going to matter, and he's going to laugh at all of us. But until then, he can remain not even on the bench.
Like how they're still in this cutscene even though we clearly dismissed them already. Just refused to leave.
Well, while we have a minute here, let me remind everybody that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. What does that mean? Well, for awareness, NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, for example, Fox Sports and Google, that NAMI uses to get their name and mission in front of new audiences.
So we see Orlando or TG Sid, so he returns from the front lines.
He's also got a Zodiac Stone because at this point, like, everyone's got a Zodiac Stone. If you don't have a
Yeah.
Zodiac Stone, who are you, man?
It's apparently a family heirloom in the Orlando family. So, whatever could that mean, we wonder. It's not like anything bad has happened to Holy Stone holders in this game so far.
I'm going to be crossing each green dot individually here because it's better odds to make it across that encounter. First, I'm going to equip a lot of extra move on Ramza.
Again, the move is important because it'll allow him to reach further distances when receiving the quick turns. Again, we do not have the mass skill capability of hitting everything on the field. We actually need Ramza to move around. So the extra move is very valuable. Then we get to the first of the filler battles, good old Dogyola Pass.
Franker Z pass.
We'll say that
Surprise.
misclicking the dot was a juice that prevented me from getting an encounter.
Sounds good.
So one of the things in Chapter 4 that's distinctly different than the other chapters is that all the enemies start getting a lot more bulkier because you're getting to the end game where all the end game equipment is, which has significantly more HP. So it's harder to kind of knock them out. And Dogula is kind of the first of these that kind of shows its ugly head.
Alright, so pretty cool strat in this battle. We're actually going to be casting Death on Ramza in order to mark him for death, which will cause the AI to ignore him because we don't want the units to go for Ramza's because he's going to get pretty deep into the enemy formation. So we don't want him to be at risk of dying or just messing up the enemy formations at all. So cast Death. It's not actually going to resolve because at this point we're fast enough that we're going to be able to interrupt our own spell and cast another spell to cancel Death. So it won't actually resolve. It's a good opening. So this is a combination of using quick and AoE magic. You use AoE magic for the units on the bottom and as well as another realms to draw out and just use draw out on the top here because obviously you can't be targeting those units in addition to the units on the bottom. Haste is a little bit annoying, but there's a lot more worse things he could do. I think yesterday in practice he used the Phoenix down on the Archer and revived him. That was super annoying.
Item, by the way, doesn't have any vertical tolerance, if you're wondering how he managed to reach the Archer. Just has to stand beside him.
I actually will use Cyclops here, as long as it doesn't kill everyone. Yeah. Cast Flare on yourself because it's the fastest way of canceling out Death. Okay, so probably a good thing I used Cyclops there because I wasn't sure if the wizard was going to die. Odin might not have killed him, so.
Yeah. And as I was mentioning earlier, this is kind of where the enemies start getting bulkier. So they're starting to survive your Clops, your other AoE magic, but we have enough tools to deal with that. On to Brunervia Free City.
Free City of the Mall.
Free City. Which is another assassination fight. And this is an assassination fight that you don't actually need to kill the target, if I recall correctly. You just need to bring them to critical.
Sure, charge all the way down there because we equip Axe.
Good old equip axe.
When do you get a Cosmic Brain, learn 2, and then scroll?
Never. So again, we don't actually need this unit, just a 4-second formation. We do need Mustadio though. This current route, Rum's going to be casting Holy on Melee Duel. It's not guaranteed that the Holy is going to kill her. If she has 340 hit points or more, we're going to need an extra gunshot. Otherwise, we're just good to go on the Holy. But because Ramza is a Taurus, he's going to have good compatibility to Melee Duel, who's a Capricorn. So we can make Ramza a Priest, which means a little bit faster, and actually do significant damage. Whereas the old route with Capricorn, you'd match her Zodiac sign, which means you wouldn't get extra damage. Oh, don't do that. That'll be bad. Alright, 334 hit points means we don't need an extra gunshot.
She's defending, but Holy ignores evasion, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I believe she does have evasion this fight. I think it's like 10% evasion.
Something
for her
like
shield.
that, yeah. Like Platinum Shield, I think. Alright. And yeah, you don't actually have to kill her, so once she goes to critical, she'll leave.
This will just hit level 18, which is an important level for Wizard, because that's when Wizard gets both its next MA point and its next speed point. Pretty much the reason why the pre-strats develop is so you can go through the game at a lower level and still be able to kill the bosses quickly. Before you would have to just grind for Wizard before this fight, which was a bit slower. We'll have Wizard in time for Bed Desert, which is the battle that really requires it.
Next fight is with Fine After River. So this is with some monsters. Most of these are going to be chocobos. It's a rare chance for Uribo to spawn.
Yeah, this battle is kind of unique in that there's a lot of different enemies that can potentially spawn, and then also all the enemies in this battle spawn to the highest level unit in your formation. So if you're one of those people that like grind to level 99 in Mandalia and you came to this battle, you're like, wow, why are these red chocobos just instant killing me with meteors? Well, it's because you did so much grinding early on. And the speed run's going to be pretty easy, of course, because again, we're pretty low level. And they're all going to group up for an AoE, hopefully, so we don't need Ramza at all here. But again, you're forced to take Ramza in every single battle in case I never made that clear. Like, there's no way to not take Ramza.
Yeah, the game doesn't allow you to not partake in any of the plot battles.
Because you would totally not take him for this battle if you could. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, no black chocobos, no Aribo. Pretty standard yellow and red composition.
Is there any way to outspeed these within any realm of feasibility?
Yeah, you could, but I mean, they're already spread out so far over the place that it's not really worth it. He's doing the thing where he goes, okay, so Ramza is going to do something, actually. Here I was critiquing him before. And this formation, this rare formation, Ramza does have to contribute a bit of damage. Normally the Chocobo doesn't go up there. He just happened to here. It's just one extra draw out, so it doesn't really matter, but... Normally the Chocobos just stay on the ground floor.
Alright.
There's no way the Chocobos can survive the meteor.
No, not at this low level. So,
Easy.
Fineth's done. I mean, in some challenge runs, Fineth can be pretty challenging to do what Claude said, because the monsters respond to the highest level unit in your party. So sometimes you have to get certain benchmarks in those challenge runs, and that makes the Chocobos a lot scarier. But in speedrun, your level's pretty low, so they're not going to survive.
Yeah, in challenge runs, the God formation you're looking for is 5 yellow Chocobos and 1 Aribo, and then the Aribo just gets stuck, and you can just sit there, and you're not vulnerable to any attacks.
Alright, Zeltania. So Ramza finally meets up with his good old buddy, Delita. And he goes to a church, ironically, even though he's been branding as a heretic. The place that people are least likely to suspect him to go to.
Pretty bold, I'd say.
Yep. And then they have a short chat. So, Ramza just basically says, I need to ask you straight, what exactly is going on? Because Ramza never knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And Delita basically says, well, you know, basically everything I previously described, that the church is making the two armies fight so that people lose confidence as long as the war goes on. And the church will gain influence and gain more power because the people will turn to the church the longer the fighting goes on for. And then Ramza says, so you're belonging to the church? And Delita says, nope, I am my own person. I do not work for anybody.
I like to think that killing him so many times in Chapter 1 made him into the man he is today.
And good old Algus. What a guy. So the lead is basically saying that he's, like, Ramza and him are not going to be enemies, because they both basically want the same thing. But the lead is just going about it in another fashion. He's going to take control of kind of the kingdom and restructure the way the ruling is done, whereas Ramza is trying to do everything idealistically. And this is one of those fights that's, most of the time is kind of a joke.
It's another assassination battle, yeah. Although the movement, the execution requirement is truly insane, because you have to rotate the camera in such a way that reduces the automatic rotations and the camera panning very quickly, in only 3 moves. Let's see if I can do it.
So you'll notice that it's our buddies, the Heretic Examiner Zelmo again.
Here to examine some heresy.
So Zelmo, because he's considered a boss, has the Immortal Flag, which is unfortunate. Because otherwise you could like throw a stone and like knock him off the building, and then he can take fall damage and then die from that. But because he has the Immortal Flag, he can't be knocked away.
Insane execution.
Sick. Also by Zelmo.
Yeah, he's dead. For real this time.
If only I had more heretics to examine.
Also, I gotta point this out. Contrary to popular belief, you cannot knock Zelmo off the roof, no matter what rumors you may have heard.
Yeah.
Because he has the Immortal Flag. He's immune to knockback.
Which is unfortunate. On some runs, the leader will actually outspeed the entire party, and then like he can just crit lightning stab Zelmo and kill him as well. So this is kind of a joke. You do get the Angel Ring at the end of this fight, though, which is a very important accessory.
Yeah, we actually will be using the next battle. It's not like super duper required, but is a bit faster than some of the other options you have.
Yep. And we're going to go to Bed Desert, which is what Claude was talking about beforehand. So Bed Desert's pretty unique. You get to deal with Evil Mustadio, and at the very start of the fight, you're going to begin the fight poisoned. And due to the way the coding is worked in this game, like it actually overwrites some statuses that you can start with if you're placed in the wrong position.
Yeah, also you cannot avoid the poison no matter what. Like even if you come in with an accessory that stops poison, it will override it. Because Bulk's poison is just that powerful.
Bulk also has an innate defense up and innate magic defense up, so he's actually kind of tanky for a boss character.
Yeah, Bulk comes to play, dude. Ain't range weapon, inherent defense up, magic defense up. Actually, you know, stays behind his units most of the time. Doesn't just run out and die.
Yep. Shoutouts to Kletchin.
Yeah. We'll be seeing him later.
Yep.
But will we?
Oh, don't worry, Kletchin never disappoints. Alright. We get another green dot that we have to cross, so. But even then, I would safety save beforehand. Oh boy.
It's alright. Carries have been pretty generous actually so far since Chapter 1, Chapter 2. It's fine to take one here.
It was what, number 8, number 9?
Something like that.
I think it's 9.
Chapter 4 has by far the most encounters out of any chapter. So,
I think we got into 4 in Chapter 1 and 4 in Chapter 2, crossing that single green dot.
yeah.
Alright, this is it.
This is it.
This is it.
Wasn't it?
Damn.
Should have juiced it.
Intentionally didn't soft reset because you promised me it was it. Now what can I believe?
Well, I've got $100 from Trev Max that says, "Thank you for helping to support mental health while crushing awesome RPGs. Really enjoying this Final Fantasy Tactics run." I've also got a $50 anonymous donation. No comment, but thank you very much for the donation.
Tried juicing it and tried going Bethel instead of Bed Desert. Didn't work.
So this is above average for the number of encounters you get into. It's like the 11th one now.
Least amount of encounters I've ever gotten is 3 in actual run. Some people have gotten 1 and even 0 though, I think.
Yeah, I believe Almagus has gotten like 1 before.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible to get lower. And then the highest I think we've ever seen is like 17 or something, which belongs to Claude.
Yeah.
Alright, we did it.
We did it. Alright, bring Mustadio here because again he's going to be the bait. He's going to bait Bulk's spell gunshot, which will then allow him to be in the perfect position for Rams to teleport forward and draw out Heaven's Cloud twice and take him out.
We've also optimized the MA for Ramza in this particular fight. So.
Yeah, so again, this is why level 18 is so important, because you have to be Wizard here to have enough damage to actually take Bulk out. Priest wouldn't cut it, and you can't have Mustadio here because, again, he's going to get a shot by Bulk because he's the bait.
Yeah.
You could, if you really wanted to, just bring a few of the generics and have an extra quick, but that's a bit slower. Cosmic Brain, camera management. Hold down left during his attack. Center the camera. Three.
Yeah, we only have 3 move because we put the magic gauntlets over it. The extra MA. Yo, nice slow proc.
Yeah, waste a few frames.
Right.
Alright, so yeah, beginning of Chapter 4 is pretty easy, but the middle of Chapter 4 is when it gets a little bit more difficult. Next two fights.
Next two fights are pretty nasty.
Yeah.
So first obvious thing, you have a choice between going north wall or south wall at the Bethless Sluice. North wall is always the correct option.
Yeah, for speedruns anyways, and that's for 3 reasons. One, it doesn't have a ninja like the south wall does. 2, there's one more enemy you have to take out at the south wall if you were to do that. And third, there's actually less dialogue at the start of the fight at the north wall compared to the south wall.
And here we see more of the leader's scheming taking into effect. So he's somehow managed to convince Galtana that Orlando is conspiring to overthrow him, even though that's clearly not the case.
This scene is like so ridiculous, man. He trusts Delita, like this random guy from the church, over his like knight of 20 years.
Yeah, his trusted war general of over 20 years that he listens to counsel, and all of a sudden this random dude who just killed this minister by revealing that the guy was a traitor is like, all right, I'm gonna listen to you now from now on.
I don't think Galtana's a very smart man.
He didn't even prove he was a traitor either.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, this guy's a traitor. Stab.
Well, he's like, hey, I have proof, and it doesn't actually reveal it. So Galtana clearly playing the 4D mind games here.
Congratulations on not pressing south wall.
Thank you. Tried very hard. Alright, so North Wall has a bit of variance here. It's another generic battle, but it's a bit harder than the other ones because at this point the hit points of the enemies are getting pretty outstanding. Heaven's Cloud can kill neutral enemies, but bad in worse comp, there's no way. Yeah, I have to make absolutely sure that I kill the Summoner in this battle because he's like the main threat, which I can do as long as I don't get worse compatibility to the Archer. The Knights on the left will actually be taking out with AoE magic just because it's going to take a while for Ramza to get over there. It's just easier to take them out with magic. And also because we only have so many quicks, so Ramza can only get so many turns.
There's also some units floating around. I believe that's because the monk can spawn through a slash.
That is correct, yeah. Zodiac signs look pretty good so far. Uh-oh.
Oh, Hell Ivy?
Hell Ivy.
Nope. Pitfall.
Don't move.
Don't move.
That's fine. What take the towers to make that mistake? Oh my god. I'm so upset at myself.
Thank you, Geomancy.
I have made that mistake so many times. So the mistake I made, in case you couldn't tell, is that when you're inflicted with Don't Move, it grays out the Don't Move, or the Move command, which means you just can't even select it, which means, your muscle memory is to always hit, like 1 down to get to act. But because Move was grayed out, I hit 1 down to get to wait, and I accidentally passed her turn, which that mistake I've made before. And because I did that, the Lancer's gonna go on an adventure instead of doing what he's supposed to do. This is so sad.
It's alright.
Yeah, so normally the Lancer would move into the other AoEs here, so you'd get them out at once. The monk has done that before, where he's used elemental, he's inflicted Don't Move, and I remember it being bad, and I'm like, what's wrong with Don't Move? I can just still cast the quick, I'm still within range. But now I remember everything.
Once again, Geomancy is always bad for you. 19% chance means it's a 100% chance when you do anything important.
Yeah, the fact that it actually inflicted Don't Move is also pretty unlucky. It was only 19%, as Tide said. It's probably going to still keep doing it, yeah. Oh no, he's got a Wave Fist, alright. So taking out the Lancer will be a bit tricky. I think we have the capacity to do it, especially since he seems addicted to just throwing stones. Oops. Again, I made the mistake, of course.
Shadows to Space Rocks.
So I guess I'm going to let the Lancer move forward. Then we'll see what happens. I mean, I still have a ton of MP on the generic here. Guess we'll do this.
That seems to make sense.
Definitely off the rails here. So this is not going to kill him because I saw Zodiac Sign. He has way too much health. But we have another unit here. Maybe she can help out. This will probably kill him.
Alright. So, no fall is done.
Yeah, that was bad and completely unavoidable, but again, like, I always forget that don't move, graze out your move command. So I just muscle memory straight to wait, skip your turn.
So, we get to the actual sluice coming up. And sluice gate is actually really unique because it's the only win condition where you have to move onto certain panels. You don't actually have to kill anyone. So obviously, the fastest thing to do is to not kill anyone and just go straight for the switches that you need to activate. But there is a problem here because in order to get the knights to move off the switch, you need to have all the other units dead. So Ramza is pretty much going to be solo on his own, which means that we're going to make a series of moves to get to the switches really quick, but there is a failure rate, and if the failure rates kick in, Ramza is pretty much going to die because it's like 8 units versus 1 at that point.
Yeah, we're gonna need an 8% quick to land. If that lands, then we'll be fine. But if it misses, we're gonna, or 8% teleport, excuse me. After that, if it doesn't land, we're gonna have to chain 73% quicks together. In addition, still having to make the teleport until we can step on both switches.
Yeah. So we're gonna set Ramza's equipment to be equipped with the white robe and red shoes. Red shoes gives an extra +1 move as well as +1 MA, which will increase the chance if you need to rely on the quick to hit. White robe gives you some elemental resistances and some higher MP to cast all the spells that you need. You're also going to equip the Aegis Shield for magic evasion, as well as the +1 MA. All of this is just to make sure that if in the event that you need Ramza to actually survive, he has the highest chance of doing so.
Yeah, the extra MA actually matters very little in the formula for quick, but it does matter a little bit. It gives you like an extra percentage point or something.
Yeah. And then the entire plot scene, we find out that Dice Dog has basically betrayed his own Duke and killed him. Because Dice Dog wants to be the guy in charge and kills Lorik as a result. Because you find out from Delita earlier on that the master plan of the church is that once the war has gone on long enough, they're going to kill the leaders so that the armies will no longer have a leader, and then they'll decide to surrender because like nobody's leading them, which means that they're going to gravitate towards the church as well, which will consolidate the church's power. So Dice Dog, evil brother, has just murdered his own Duke.
Can't believe it. All right.
That crafty Dice Dog. Here we go.
So hopefully I got the ownage out of the way at North Wall so I don't get owned at the sluice. What happened to me in North Wall, I guess what I did to myself in North Wall, is probably how much time I would lose at the sluice if I had to do like a full round of backup quicks where all the enemies got another round of turns.
There's a bunch of other bad things that can happen too here. So we're set up such that any of the additional units we bring is going to die very quickly. But it's also possible for the knights to decide to not move, in which case it's really bad.
Yeah. This strat's also pretty cool. I'm intentionally boosting Olavian's speed here with the green beret, but then I change the equipment off so she can actually die here. Because she can't go before the enemies without the green beret, but you have to take it off so she can die efficiently.
And then, of course, the knights can spawn with Geomancy, they can stop Ramza. Basically, a whole bunch of bad things can happen. But, you know, if everything is in our favor, it descends really, really quick.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's only like an 8% chance for this battle to go well. This isn't too bad.
Those wizards, by the way, have a fixed 84 or like 81 faith, which is the highest you will see. Other than, I think, almost faith value.
There's also some archers at German's Peak that have high faith for whatever reason.
It's really nice in this case because sometimes you can ride off their haste if they decide to cast it, almost guaranteeing it due to the fact that they have high faith to begin with, and because our teleport hit, we're pretty much going to be in the clear. Yep.
You're definitely in the clear. There's nothing bad that can possibly happen, probably. So we're actually going to cast Haste 2 here instead of Haste 1 because it has a higher success rate. The animation's a bit longer, but I mean, once you made the 8% teleport, you just want to make sure you can finish the battle, so. If you want to be truly optimal here, you'd cast Quick, but again, that's not guaranteed to land. This wizard looks like he's going to get a spell off, but we actually get our turn immediately thanks to the haste, and the battle's over.
Yep.
That was good at least.
So the second move is 100% due to the fact that it's within 5 panels, and you have the red shoes equipped.
Yeah, and Ramza's Squire, so he has 4 base move.
Yeah, so the only risk in the fight is the very first teleport. If that fails, then you get to the much riskier stuff.
Yes.
So with that out of the way, that's pretty much, I think, the last fight that as a potential reset point. Everything else after this is relatively stable.
Probably.
Probably.
You always got to add that probably for FFT.
You do, yes. I do realize that.
Remember one of the assassination battles in late Chapter 4, I got an errant critical hit and it lost me like over a minute.
And we finally get the most overpowered character in the game. Good old TG Sid.
TCG Sid.
TCG Sid.
That's a good one. Were you saving that one, Nero?
I was sitting on it for a while.
Nice.
That was the whole purpose of being on the couch, to get that joke.
Just for that one
Just
joke.
for that one joke.
It was worth it.
Check out this Orlando laugh animation, by the way. Ho, ho, ho.
Alright, so much like with Ramza's level and experience, we kind of want like the Goldilocks range. We don't want Orlando to be too high level, we don't want him to be too low level. Because if he's too high level, he'll get a speed point too early, and then he'll have trouble mid-charging bosses because he'll be too fast. But if he's too low level, he won't get a speed point in time at all. And high 19 is actually pretty good. So it's a decent Orlando.
Orlando comes with one of the most broken pieces of equipment in the game, by the way, the Excalibur, which gives you auto haste. So haste in this game, the way it works is it takes your speed value and multiplies it by 50%. So because, again, speed is linear, the higher you stack your speed along with auto haste, you're going to be lapping people pretty frequently. Also, this cutscene, also super important because good old Galtana deciding to trust the leader is going to be paid handsomely for his decision by dying.
Only yourself to blame, dude.
Rip.
Yeah, so now Galtana and Larg are both dead, so now the church is trying to step in as the mediator, as the cutscene's about to show us, but the people don't want that, and the war's gonna keep going on, etc. Now we see my boy Gravados as Sid, sent from the church to die in Orlando's place, so the real Orlando can get away.
Why do they let him live anyway?
All was planned. Because the leader plans this in advance and knows that because Ramza is the noble soul hero, he's going to try to stop the wars. By giving Ramza the bone of having TG Sid accompany him, it makes Ramza's success rate at his mission much more likely. That's probably the most reasonable explanation.
He's not wrong either. Orlando definitely helps a lot.
Alright, got any donations?
Got $10 from Kitty Jot Lightly that says, it's nice to know that even experienced speedrunners struggle with the RNG and tactics. Now I feel less bad for getting my butt kicked all the time.
Same.
To be honest, I've made more execution mistakes than bad luck. The luck in this run has been really good other than encounters, but it's just little minor things that keep tripping me up.
So now we get to go to Limbury to save our sister Alma. We decided to take this detour, by the way, to go to Bethlehem Garrison because Ramza finds out from the leader that the armies were going to clash. So to prevent a whole bunch of people dying, he decides to flood the battlefield so that they can't fight each other. So now that he's done his detour, he's going to go back to his main objective. Which again is probably why the leader's able to trust him on letting TGC accompany him to complete his mission, because Ramza's just a noble guy who's always doing the right thing, even when his sister is in danger.
Should I buy the flower near him? What do you think?
I don't know, save the flower, kill the flower. I could poll the audience.
It's only one kill.
It's true. It's a lot of extra dialogue.
Dang.
Kill the flower.
Alright, kill him. No Cloud for us.
Also, when you deny the flower, you make Ramza feel bad. You even say so.
Oh, I feel bad now. Oh, see you.
Rip Ramza.
Alright, probably the last hard menu in the game here.
Saying no to the flower?
Yeah.
Yes. We have the Excalibur now, as I mentioned. Super overpowered piece of equipment, which of course means we're just going to dupe it, because Ramza and his squire class can also use Night Swords. And because Excalibur is so good, we're going to be duping a couple of times to give it to a couple other units, as well as one of the units that's going to join us later on. Yeah, Excalibur is just really, really good.
Don't leave. Let's look at business here.
By the additional katanas. Most importantly, we're going to pick up the Kiku and the Murasama, both 2 new drawouts, as well as some additional accessories. Reflecting, by the way, also super important. More on that once we get to it, but for now, just keep in mind that we have that accessory in the back of our pockets. And then now we're going to optimize Ramza's MA and keep him at a specific speed value so that he'll be able to outrun the enemies while still be able to doing lots of damage with drawout. So just like in any percent, you want Orlando to be scrollable at some point. He's eventually going to reach it, so it's not as important that he needs to get there immediately.
Good Orlando.
Yep.
No shell bus learned, 92 unspent. I'll actually be able to scroll him fairly soon.
Yep. And then we get to go to some series of filler battles before we get to Limberry. First of all, we're going to go to Germanias. And we're going to have to take care of the mercenaries here.
Yeah, this battle's pretty cool. We finally have access to stronger draw. It's been using Kotetsu and Heaven's Cloud for a while, but now we have access to Muramasa, which is just the strongest AoE damage draw you're going to have access to in the run. And Kikui Ichimoji, which is even stronger than Muramasa and also hits in a line, which comes in very handy for this battle, because as you might notice, the enemies in the back are lined up perfectly for Kikui.
Yeah, Kikui has, I think, like 8 range, something like that.
Yeah.
Decent enough vertical tolerance too. So he does have to look out for Meatbone here, but it's not quite as critical because he's brought some extra units to take care of the situation in case the Meatbone activates.
This might be the only time in the entire run you actually want worst or bad compatibility, because that means that Meatbone Slash won't trigger. Meatbone Slash does damage equal to the target's maximum hit points, which is just instant kill Ramza, which is actually why we have Lavian for this battle, in order to revive Ramza with a Phoenix down if he does die, but he didn't die, so we're good. And even though we got worse compatibility to the middle archer, it doesn't matter because Kikui is guaranteed to kill here.
Draw kind of good guys.
Already broke one Kikui, gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's a little expensive, so. And then the remaining units just get mopped up by Olandu and Ramza.
Thief is smart, he opted to use dash to get through Blade Grass. Respect it. I can see that he has worse compatibility to Orlando, so I'm going to take out the thief with Orlando rather than the archer. Ah man, still alive, dude. A lot of hit points. One
hit
HP.
point.
That'll happen.
Bulky units are bulky.
As you can see here, the threat is pretty minimized here compared to like earlier chapters where like a unit surviving would waste a lot of time, but in battles like these, as long as you don't make a mistake, it's pretty straightforward.
Yep. Going to Pulaska Lake is another battle with undead units, which means you're going to see more Phoenix Downs getting tossed around. And because we have additional, more powerful units as well at this point, things get relatively trivial.
Yeah, again, I'm still safety saving just in case I make a mistake. In terms of like the actual randomness of the game, there's like pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
But based on some of the mistakes I've seen so far today by me, it's probably a good idea to keep saving. Alright, so this is another battle against Undead. We still have Lavian here to throw Phoenix down. She's only going to throw one though. There's going to be 2 ghosts on either side. That are going to be very easy to take out because, again, they're still spawning to our level, so we can just take them out with 1 Kukui, even at bad compatibility, and 1 Orlando physical attack, which is a little bit faster than a Holy Sword attack. And the rest will be involving drawing out Muramasa and the topmost ghosts. You could use Phoenix down, but it's going to be a little bit slower just because you're not going to have that many turns with Ramza, so AoE is still preferred.
Yeah, you notice he's equipped Ignore Height here just so he can scale the building really quickly. I mean, technically I think you can use Teleport, but Teleport has a slower animation. Rip. And raw physicals, by the way, in this game are the fastest animations for attacks. You notice that he didn't use the raw physical in the last fight, but that's due to the vertical tolerance.
Yeah, Oracle always charges something here, doesn't matter what he charges, because he's almost certainly going to be dead before it actually resolves. Probably.
Again,
this
items.
summoner's a bit of out of the way, so you just take her out with the Phoenix down, the rest are going to be taken out with draw out.
Yep. Again, items have infinite vertical tolerance, so as long as you have line of sight, it's always going to hit. And now you have a series of draws that you can pull off, which means that these guys are all going to die.
Yeah, if not with the first round, they'll die with the second round. Oh, that's good luck, actually. You see me charging the other quick, it's still in the background there. But it's only needed if you get like average luck. If you got good luck, like I just did, no need for another draw out. Save a bit of time there.
And then we finally get to Limbury Castle. So again, 3 stages in Limbury. You're going to get the gate inside Limbury, and then some other part of Limbury, which in this case I think is just the catacombs of Limbury Castle.
Yeah, cemetery, I believe it's called.
Yeah. First, a cutscene though. Here is our brother, Evil Dice Darg.
Yeah, still evil, still around.
Evil. Speaking to some Shrine Knight.
Yeah. Guess what the Shrine Knight has? You won't believe it. You might be thinking, wow, it's probably a Zodiac Stone, but would you believe it? It's actually a Zodiac Stone.
Ta-da! By the way, did you know that if you poison a body with this fungus, it's gonna grow those fungus on the body when it starts decaying?
I did know that, actually. Played this game many times.
I guess Zelbag didn't know too, since he's hanging around.
Yeah.
Went to the Ramza School of Spying on Conversation.
Yeah, runs in the family.
Also went to the Ramza School of Intelligence, by the way.
Yeah.
Clearly, Dice Dark is the smartest brother of the bunch. Alright, so front of Limbury Gate. You notice that he only brought Ramza here. That's because the objective is super misleading. It tells you that you have to defeat all enemies, but all really you have to do is to bring one of the units to critical, one of the assassins to critical.
This is probably the easiest fight in the entire run. There's nothing that can go wrong as long as you didn't make an equipment mistake earlier in the run.
Yep. We're going to outspeed, we're going to draw out, and that's going to bring assassin to critical instantly. And that will be it.
That will be it. The assassin's going to bring some of pandas. They spawn to, again, the highest level unit in your formation. So if you're pretty over-leveled here, you could be at risk, but we're not.
Yeah. Again, this is one of the cases, one of the reasons why, again, Menuins have the battle in this game. If you set everything up correctly, like Claude said, like, you have basically 0 chance of screwing this up. But if you mis-equip something, you might be short damage, you might not have enough speed, and then the assassins will go and they'll kill you, because they're actually really powerful units. Goodbye.
See ya. Again, you don't have to kill, just bring her into critical, and that ends the fight.
Yep.
I believe I have Split Punch learned on Orlando. Yeah, I have a pretty good Orlando. I don't think I can scroll him just yet. I took 3 actions plus some Squire spillover with 98 unspent. It's probably pretty close. Maybe I'll just check real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
And then we get to the next series of fights inside Limbury, which is pretty much the exact same condition, except you have to bring them down to super critical, which just means that you have to bring them down to 15% instead of the regular 20.
Yeah, I want Split Punch here because it does a bit more damage than Crush Punch would, and Stasis can't even reach. But if I'm able to learn Lightning Stab, that won't be an issue at all. And Lightning Stab is also preferred because it's the fastest animation of any of Orlando's skills. We'll need Holy Explosion for one fight, but for the most part, once we have Lightning Stab, there's no reason not to use anything except Lightning Stab.
Yep, there's a reason why he's called the Thunder God. So, Elmdor's just now speaking to Vormav about, hey, this guy that's breached our castle is pretty dangerous. You better watch out for him. And Elmdor's all like, alright, I'm all ready.
Alright, can we scroll Orlando? First we gotta boot lobbying. No one likes her.
Rip.
We can, nice.
Nice one. And that's all Orlando's going to need to help carry us.
I actually didn't need to equip the German's boots now that I think about it, but oh well. It's muscle memory to just equip the German's boots every time, because you always need them unless he actually has move +1 by this point, which is pretty uncommon. So it'll be an extra equip back to Bracer after this fight.
Again, the end of the wave, you actually get turns are pretty dangerous. Elmdor has draw out as well as a unique skill, Bloodsuck, shared by other bosses late in Chapter 4.
He's also got Blade Grass, just like we do, and draw out just like we do.
Yeah.
Just wants to be us so badly.
If all your party members are afflicted by Bloodsuck, by the way, it's a game over. And
yeah.
That's not going to happen, though.
Yeah, it's counted as unable to fight, along with Petrify and Dead, as well as Crystal and Treasure Chest, but...
Yep. Anyway, that super critical point is important, just because if he goes down to 20%, he's not going to run away. And then he'll get turns and do draw, which can do bad things, Bloodsuck, do bad things, so on and so forth. So once we actually get rid of him to super critical, though, he'll instantly leave, and you don't actually have to kill him. Which is good, because he has like 520 hit points or something like that.
He's got a lot of hit points. He's got the Genji gear, actually, because he wants to be Sephiroth. He's also got the Masamune.
Masamune being also something you can draw out, which gives you regen and haste. Not that we really need it, but hey.
Alright, so for pretty much the entire run we've been using magic, but now at long last it's finally time to use physical attacks. Because in addition to learning all the cool drawouts in Samurai, we also learned a support ability called Two Hands, which allows you to wield a weapon like it says in two hands, which doubles its attack strength when used from the attack command. So what we're going to do here is we're going to bait a spell from Zolera. He's going to charge a Flare 2 onto the secondary generic, and then Orlando and Rums are going to absolutely murder him before he does much of anything. This is actually a faster strat than in 80%, just because you're not going to have two hands in 80% when you're using mass skill. So we have Samurai, of course.
Yeah, when you hit a unit that's charging for a spell, you get a 50% damage multiplier. So we've also raised Ramses' Brave by a little bit, so that's important as we mentioned.
Yeah, we have Lightning Stab here, so the extra Brave isn't going to matter, but normally you're not going to have Lightning Stab by this point.
The Excalibur has 21 weapon power, which is really high.
Yes.
So as Claude mentioned, you're just going to absolutely maul Zolera once he gets down here.
In addition to, you know, giving you auto haste and also strengthening Holy, which is among the best spells in the game, it's just also a really good weapon.
Yeah.
Excalibur's pretty good.
Excalibur kind of OP.
So yeah, Elmdor is also a monster. Surprise.
What isn't a monster in this game?
Yeah. Be a very intense fight to death, I'm sure.
I think that's like a Flare 2 or something like that.
Yeah, it is Flare 2.
Yeah. Check out this amazing physical damage, by the way.
See ya.
Yeah.
You bring the secondary generic mostly to bait the Flare 2, but in the event that Rams and Orlando can't kill, which happens if you don't have Lightning Stab, and Zolera happens to draw maximum possible hit points, the Knight can just also attack Zolera before he moves. I guess I didn't mention why I made my secondary generic a Knight. It's just for Excalibur in order to give her more speed, so she can keep up with the other units.
I briefly covered about the fact that you duping extra Excaliburs for the purpose of the fact that it's such a good weapon.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much, in this case, entirely reason.
Like, being a Knight doesn't really affect the hit rate of Quick too much, because again, MA doesn't really factor too much into it. It's mostly the Zodiac compatibility.
Knight's also not like a very great class, but they're one of the few classes that can actually use Knight Swords.
Yeah, all the others are just special classes, like Ramses' special Squire class, Orlando, Amelia Duel, which we just got right here.
Yep.
We are going to be taking her level and experience don't matter at all. Just going to be used to contribute a bit more damage in a few fights.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get a lot more cutscenes, probably the biggest stretch for the rest of the run. So.
And then a really long trek back to Egros.
Yeah, which might take me a while based on the encounter list so far.
But yeah, series of cutscenes, also kind of important at this point. Good old Zelbag, who took lessons from Ramza on eavesdropping, heard about the Musfungus, decided to check out whether or not dear old Dad's grave is going to have Musfungus. But first, we get to this cutscene where we find out that Orbonne has been working behind the scenes. And he's been discovered, and they're trying to kill him.
Just listen to all that damage he's doing with that book, man.
Yeah. Why didn't he just use Galaxy Stop? I mean...
Well, Olan's apparently also not very smart.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a trend with people in this game.
He does get burned at the stake at the very end of the game. Spoilers.
Spoilers.
All right, well, I've got a minute here. Let me talk about May is Mental Health Month, and as such, it is fitting that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions receive treatment each year. Reasons include stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources, a situation that NAMI aims to improve.
So you notice Delita's changed costumes again. He's wearing a fancy cape.
Yeah, he's the king now because he killed literally everyone else who would qualify to be king, except for Ornis, who's just a baby. So.
Yep. So now he's going to lead the kingdom to prosperity. But first, he has more murdering to do.
But he would never betray Ovelia, right?
Eh,
He said so in that one cutscene. Delita's never lied about anything.
I'm sure we can trust him.
I've got $2 from Doc Coburn that says, it's amazing just how many characters in this game make bad decisions that end up getting deleted.
Yeah.
Yeah. That should be Delita's tagline. Anyway, so this lady that accompanied Delita for a while was actually sent by the church to spy on him, to make sure he doesn't betray them. But Delita's like a super smart guy, so he already knows about this. So now he's just like, hey, go on, try and kill me.
Yeah, but Mafu is attacking with a dagger. Delita at this point is an Arc Knight with Holy Sword abilities, so it's probably going to be an easy fight for him.
Yeah. You didn't really find out what happens to her, but the implication is that she got her tongue cut, so she can't speak about anything.
It's not an official theory.
Yeah.
Or not an official confirmation.
But she doesn't actually get killed because you see her at the ending, so.
Yeah.
And now, dear old Zelbag. Going back to what I was saying beforehand. Checking out dear old Dad's grave. By the way, that chemist's outfit is not aligned to any of the affiliations that we've seen so far.
Yeah, cool thing about this game is that there's actually 5 different palettes depending on what unit the unit's associated with. There's a palette for units in Ramses' party, palette for the Hokutin, palette for the Non-10, palette for the Shrine Knights, and then a palette for miscellaneous, and the Death Corps, which is what these chemists belongs to.
So yeah, he's not affiliated with any of those parties. And of course, Zelbag finds out that, oh hey, my dad's grave does actually help us fungus. Dang.
Dice at Dark did it, so he's evil, so we gotta go kill him. But first we have to cross 5 green dots. And it's a 40% chance to make it across here, all in one swoop. It's actually the best odds to cross all 5 at once, despite what you might think. So let's give it a shot.
I can't believe the old brother Dice Dark is evil.
Same.
Nobody told us about this.
So the first one's the most likely one to get an encounter. That's the 30%, of course, because that's just the natural rate of getting an encounter on a green dot. But after that, it's a bit more, or a bit less likely to get encounters.
And that's just, again, due to the patterning that happens in this game.
Yeah.
So there are times, again, sometimes you want to move and save and do it piecemeal, but in this particular case, as Claude mentioned, you want to take the entire trek in one go. And you notice that he's also doing the menu move there, just because if you have to scroll all the way to the left and then click Egros, it's much slower.
Yeah, it looks so foolish, right, to reset over that. It's like, why don't you just save after you cross the first green dot? But that one was actually a 10% chance to get that. And you can only get one or the other in terms of like the percentage there. Like the first one's 30%, then the next two are either one's 10%, and then the second to last one's 20%.
But we are definitely getting into the final stretches of the game, where all the missions are going to be assassinations.
Yes.
So
eventually.
All right, you're up to 15.
Nice.
15.
It's a lot of encounters.
3 more for WR.
Oh, I did get 22 before I found this encounter manipulation technique, which is not serving me too well. That's the true record.
True record.
But that's, not manipulated. Different category. All right, give it a good juice here. All right, never seen a better juice. Dang.
Dang.
All right, while we have a minute here, let me update us on the Final Fantasy II name incentives. For Furion, we've got Taskbot with $930. For Maria, we've got Clage with $285 and Rhinoa in second place with $116. Third place is Guy, for the name Guy, is the name Girl with $319.99. Sabin now trailing by a bigger amount in second with $200. And finally, Leon is led by Dio with $122.
Deal.
We did it.
Yeah,
Across all the green dots.
So once I got past the second to last green dot, I know I had made it, because just due to the way the pattern works out, it's actually almost impossible to get an encounter on the final green dot. It is possible, but it's like some 164 or 1256 chance. I think I've only ever gotten it once. But yeah, well, once you make it past the first 4, you're home free.
So we're back at Egros Castle, and we see Zelbag's Chocobo, although there's no markings on anything. So I don't really know how Ramza determined that, but anyway. Clearly, we're going to be both brothers, and I'm sure they're having a very pleasant conversation about why dear old Dice Dark decided to murder our dear old dad.
Yeah, sure. Is no mayhem going on?
Yeah, Dice Dark's a classy guy. He drinks wine and everything. I'm sure he's just invited Zelbag to have a bottle with him as they talk about this peacefully.
Agree. Nope, fight to death.
Or I guess not. Yeah. Zelbag kind of angry. Just a little. So I believe this is one of those fights where having the Taurus Zodiac sign actually changes up the strategy.
Yeah, it unfortunately makes the fight slower. This is pretty much the only fight now where it's significantly slower in this route compared to the previous Capricorn route, because you have worse compatibility to Dice the Dark, and then you have bad compatibility when he transforms into Audramilk. So we're not going to be doing too much damage to him, because Dice the Dark also has inherent defense up and magic defense up.
Yeah, all the enemies late game have like innate defense up and magic defense up to make it a bit tankier. Some exceptions, like Clutch Imp doesn't necessarily have it, but for the most part, most of them do.
Sadly, you can't do anything around his first turn here except move him closer. It's kind of a waste of a turn, but there's not much you can do here.
So Dice Dark has the catch reaction ability, but doesn't actually have any evasion from the back. So once you flank him, you're guaranteed to hit him. So then you just swing twice, and that gets rid of him.
Yeah, we still have the same setup from Zalera on, which is just two-handsing the Excalibur. So we're doing 147, which again doesn't seem like much, but we are doing it at worst compatibility.
And he has defense up.
Yep. Let's just keep on marching while this is happening.
Oh man, I can't believe that our dear old brother turned into an evil goat demon again.
Yeah, I can't let anyone be seeing that, so he just teleports them all away. Which is good, because the Knights are still here for the second part. This battle will be a lot longer.
Probably a lot messier too.
Yeah.
And now he's going to make Zelbag disappear.
Yeah, I think he says he just sends him straight to hell. I mean, why doesn't he just do that to Ramza or like anyone who opposes him? He just has the power to like teleport people away.
Yeah, that's kind of a plot hole. We don't really understand why Adramelech decides to not teleport Ramza to hell. Guess he's just like, well, you're dumb, brother. I'm sure I can take care of you. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to realize that we have some backup units in arrears, as well as the Thunder God.
Alright.
One of the rare times Claude actually targets Quick on a panel, so Ramza will move to that panel and the Quick will hit him.
Yeah. Our main damage dealer here is actually not going to be Ramza. It's going to be a combination of Orlando and Alicia. Alicia has good compatibility to Audramilk, much like she did to Queckland, because of the same Zodiac sign.
Yeah, you can see a projected damage is 564. The others are hitting for like high 300s. Goodbye.
Yep. Yeah, so I think with the old strat, it's been a while, but I think you can skip the hole in Ramza and Orlando and just take care of them by themselves.
I think that's right, yeah. Rip, dear old brother Dice Dark. We will forever remember your evil scheming ways.
Remember you by your Zodiac sign, which we have, or Zodiac Stone, which we have like 7 of by now.
Yo, gotta collect all 7 Dragon Balls.
Yeah. Alright. Only 2 more battles against generic enemies left, which again are the hardest parts of the run. The rest are just going to be assassination battles.
Yep. Which also means we're getting to the very end of the game. So we're gonna head to Morond Holy Place at this point, because that's kind of where we're being led.
Alright, only 1 more green dot left after this. If I can keep it at like 15 or whatever.
And we find out all of a sudden, hey, the Shrine Knights have betrayed the church as well. Whoever saw that coming?
Yeah, this is the High Priest. Appropriate name, Funeral, because that's what he'll be having soon.
Whoever thought that having a name like Funeral would give you such a depressing end?
Yeah, so the High Priest wanted to control the war and do everything that, you know, the lead-in crew thought that the church was doing. But the real Shrine Knights of Vorma, Raffa, and Kletin here actually just want to revive Saint Jorah, Son of God, also Ultimate Evil or something. The Devil. I don't really know what's going on here, but they're evil. We gotta kill them.
Yep. So, rip funeral. So as you can see, even the church has been betrayed by the evil Zodiac demons. So clearly Rams is going to put a stop to them. But first we have to get inside the church.
Yeah, strat for this again is just going to be pretty straightforward. Walk forward, draw out. If I fail to kill the priest, he's probably the most chaotic of all the units. You can have quite a few skill sets set as secondary, including mass skill, which I have seen before. That's like extremely unlikely, and he has to actually survive, which means he has to be worse compatibility or bad compatibility.
Yeah. Meteors in the back can also have battle worse compatibility with Orlando that can cause some problems to actually survive, but chances are that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Also why you have Meliodo in the back there, just in case. Nice.
They are all dead. Wow, they're already dead, dude.
That's a good start.
Yeah, they're not actually all supposed to die on the first turn. I'm gonna check Meliodo's skills here just to make sure she has something learned. She almost always does.
And it's just a slow Geomancer.
Move to an exotic spot here because there's no one else left to kill. It'll give me a bit better camera.
Alright, and that's that.
That is that. Gave me worse camera, dude. Rip.
Rep. Failed the most important tech.
Alright, both Ramza and Orlando's experience values are looking pretty good here. They should be on experience routes for the rest of the game. Ramza needs to hit level 26 by UBS4, Orlando needs to hit level 23 in order to get their speed points.
Yeah, again, that's just to hit certain thresholds where you gain the stat points necessary. And again, same applies to having too much speed or too little speed. You just want to be at the correct thresholds. Experience management in this particular category is much more important, again, than the 90% route.
Alright, so cool strat here. We're actually going to take off Ramza's Excalibur and Flash Hat to make him slower than Orlando, because we want Orlando to go first here, because if Ramza got a turn, there's going to be a lot more dialogue between him and the Shrine Knights, and all you need is Orlando anyways. In fact, this battle is the same in every category of the game, which is just you walk forward Orlando and kill Kletin.
Shoutouts to Kletin.
That's all you have to do. And we also set Black Magic secondary on Ramza, which is going to be for the fight after this, and I'll explain more about that when we get there.
Yeah, Kletin is kind of a running joke or meme in the FFT community. It's a good old thing called "Come on, it's Kletin." Ramza, by the way, doing an amazing job of showing his negotiation skills here.
Yeah, he's going to give them the Germanic Scriptures in exchange for Alma. He's like, okay, here's the Germanic Scriptures. And they're like, alright. Raffa's going to flip through them. They're like, okay, seems legit. I know how to get to Muron Death City to revive Saint Jorah.
And they're like, you know what, we're not going to give you back Alma.
Yeah.
Because she's kind of important to us, so we're going to kill you instead. And Ramza's all, oh, you deceived me. I mean, it's not the first time he's been tricked.
You think he'd be used to it by now.
But no.
Alright, a bit faster to actually use Holy Explosion here because it's just less moving involved. Like, Holy Explosion is a slower animation, but because you have to move less panels with Orlando, it just ends up being faster than Lightning Stab.
And yeah, you don't actually have to kill all the enemies, you just have to, like, injure them. And Kletin's the obvious target.
Yeah, because he's the Mage Shrine Knight.
Yep. Shoutouts to Kletin for consistency. And then on to Catacombs of Mirand Holy Place.
Muron Chapel.
Mirand Chapel. So I'll let Claude do the explanation for the black magic manipulation for why we need to set that here.
As soon as I boot Alicia, because she served us well, but now she's just going to get in the way. And place my units. Alright, so I'm setting Black Magic as a secondary on Ramza so that the AI sees that I have a source for using MP. Because what we're going to do here is exploit Zelbag's AI, because in this specific battle and other certain battles throughout FFT, the AI is specifically programmed to go after a certain unit. And this battle, Zelbag is specifically programmed to go after Ramza. So what I'm going to do is I'm setting Black Magic secondary so Zelbag charges Magic Ruin onto Ramza. And because he's charging a spell, that'll allow me to mid-charge him with the Orlando Amelia Duel and kill him. So Ramza's not actually used for this fight, he's just being used as the bait. And yeah. And I believe Orlando is still level 22, so I'll be able to do a faster strat because he doesn't have a speed point.
It's actually pretty interesting because in 80% you also manipulate the way the game works by having Ramza learn some additional spells so that the game thinks that he's like a mage or something.
Yeah.
And then that tricks him into moving forward and mid-charging him, so then you skip a whole bunch of dialogue, which by the way exists here as well.
Yeah, the AI can't normally see your abilities, but there's just one instance where it sees you have Black Magic. It's like, okay, now I can use Magic Ruin. Because if he was just a Squire, I'd have no use for MP. Yep, there it is.
Mid-charge, another mid-charge.
Yeah, because Orlando was slower there, like normally if Orlando's level 23, he's going to go before Zelbag, and the strat still works, it's just a bit slower because you can't do a physical attack in the duel. You have to use a sword skill, and sword skills are always slower than physicals.
Yep, raw physicals again being the fastest attack animation.
And if Orlando was faster, though, there's also a chance he could have got a critical hit, which would have caused Zelbag to run backwards and would have been a huge mess. So experience rats worked out pretty nicely, actually, for this run.
And again, Ramza doesn't have Excalibur in that fight to make him slower. Because again, if Ramza gets a turn, there's a whole bunch of dialogue between him and Zelbag, where Zelbag is like, oh, I can't feel my limbs, you have to stop me. Because he's basically become zombie Zelbag.
He's not actually undead in that fight, but yeah, we
Yeah.
always colloquially refer to him as zombie Zelbag.
Zombag.
Because if he wasn't dead, we'd just be able to chuck a Phoenix down at him and killed him, as we established earlier.
Yep. Also, Rip Funeral.
And with his dying breath, he tells us to go to Orbonne, which is basically what we've been doing the entire game. Started the game in Orbonne, went there in Chapter 3, the flashback ended in Chapter 2 at Orbonne, so it's only fitting the game ends at Orbonne.
Yeah. Orbonne's pretty important. I
Yeah.
think there's some FF14 lore that goes back to Orbonne too.
I think you're right about that.
Alright, so last green dot, and then on to the last series of fights.
Alright.
And we're gonna buy some stuff. Thief hats mainly.
Let's see, Katana count looks fine.
And we're set. So we're just saving on a different spot here, just in case there is something we need to go back to for whatever reason.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully never, yeah. Because once you start this chain of fights, it's basically the end of the game. You can't go back out.
It's taking every safety precaution so far. This run's been pretty good. I made some hilarious mistakes, but the luck has been honestly pretty good other than encounters. Like, no major disaster. So I'm pretty happy about that.
So yeah, Shrine Knights have come down here because the scriptures taught them a way to get to Moran Death City, or the Necropolis of Moran, depending on which version of FFT you're playing. And they need to go there to revive Saint Najora.
It's the last battle against generic enemies. It actually has a lot less randomness than you would think. It's going to open up here with a lightning stab. Ramza will contribute to damage with a Kikui. It's a 2-piece here just to make sure that he gets enough experience for the next battle, where he has to absolutely must be level 26.
As we mentioned before, bosses late in the game usually have innate defense up and magic defense up, and Raffa's no exception to that. So if Ramza doesn't have the stats necessary, he's not going to be able to do enough damage.
I have to use 2 drawouts here no matter what, so I'm going to open up with Tetsu. Hope I see... okay, 192 means I got good compatibility, or neutral compatibility to both. So I can use Kutetsu again here, and it's guaranteed to kill.
Yeah, otherwise he has to go for a lengthier but stronger katana draw out.
And hopefully these knights line up. Sometimes they won't if they have like elemental or item set, but it looks like they're going to line up.
Alright.
This way. Camera's hard, dude. Don't actually need the quicking units anymore. Just taking Orlando and Ram's natural turn is fine. One last throw stone for the road.
Yo, nice silence proc.
Thank you. I tried. Alright, Ram's 26. Orlando's already scrolled, obviously. He's hit level 23. Everyone's good to go in experience. Which means it's just 5 more assassination battles left.
Now's a good time for donations if there's any.
All right, I got $5 from Bird Jericho, but says, I bought this game for $15 the day before an important math test in junior high. I turned it on and played the first mission before school started. I was so engrossed by the system and the complex battles that I decided to slough class for the first time in my life. Algebra? No, only tactics. Also, supporting Nami at the same time as watching my favorite game run is golden.
Quick menu to set up Ramza for Holy, and this is actually the main reason why you want to do the Taurus route to begin with. It's really all for this battle, right here at the end of the game versus Raffle. Raffle's a Capricorn, and if you were a Capricorn yourself, you'd have neutral compat. Because we're a Taurus, we have good compatibility, which means we're going to do more damage to him, which just makes the fight really straightforward. Just going to hurt him with Orlando a bit, and then Ramza's just going to take him out. But if I only had neutral, I'd have to do either a 90% teleport, like right at the end of the run. If it missed, like the run was over. Or I'd have to do these like really Cosmic Brain Reflect strats, which were cool, but also really slow.
I guess should talk about Reflection is going to come up. So the status Reflect, like in other Final Fantasy games, bounce back reflectable spells. But in FFT's case, because you have positioning, what actually happens is the spell gets retargeted to a position that is on the symmetrical flip side of where the target is standing. So for example, if you had like an L shape to the target, then you get an inverse L shape to where the spell is going to hit. That's going to come up at the very end of the run, but going back to what Claude said, just regarding the Cosmic Brain strats of getting the reflective work, you can kind of see why it will be kind of troublesome, because you need the boss to be on a specific panel, you need to bring a reflect unit, and everything has to resolve before other stuff has to happen. So it's a little bit kind of annoying, so Taurus route ends up being a good time saver here. And then once you kill him, he decides to bring you to hell anyway.
Yeah.
How much time would you say we have left in the run, guys?
About 10 minutes.
All right, so you guys have about 10 minutes if you want to get in on sniping any of these Final Fantasy II name incentives. The closest one right now is Leon, where Dio is holding a $26 edge on Squall for the name of Leon.
Hope Dio wins.
So we get transported to Moron Death City. And once we get there, Raffa is going to close the gate so that we can't escape. Which then brings up the point later on during the ending of how Olam managed to actually hear about all this, especially since he was in captivity.
Yeah, if you played the FF14 latest expansion, there's some theories offered there, but I believe that's non-canon, but it does offer an explanation for how Olin would possibly know all this. Because this is just being told via Alazlam's recollection, Alazlam being a descendant of Olin.
Yeah, he's a historian, so again, he's reading about this in history books. He's reading materials of trying to figure out what really happened in the Lion War and why Delita was considered the prosperous king, who this Ramza guy is, and basically everything that happened in the past.
Yeah, but Olin definitely didn't make the Death City, so who knows how he actually knew about all this.
That's why there's a theory that I think it's also been confirmed that Alma and Ramza have survived at the very end, even though it's implied that they died.
It's funny you bring that up, because actually there was a poll made very recently by Yasumi Mitsuno, the writer of this game, just polling the people about whether or not they think Ramza lived or died. And the consensus is that he lived.
I like to believe that Ramza lived, but just as likely he probably died. It's pretty up in the air. Alright. One more battle with Kletchen. Good old Kletchen always being consistent. So we're just gonna hit him and then he's gonna die.
Yeah, Kletchen's, like, he's kind of got a good strat. Like, he's the mage Shrine Knight, right? So he wants to fight with powerful magic. So he brings up all these meat shields, you know, these lancers, these ninjas, or excuse me, these ninjas, these samurais, these time mages. These time mages are supposed to be lancers, but due to a glitch in the game, they just, they're time mages for some reason. But they have all the abilities of a lancer, so they can't actually cast any time mage spells. But, you know, Kletchen just didn't realize the fundamental component of his strategy, which was not start way out in front of all his meat shields, so he's just going to tie super fast.
Yeah, Kletchen has the Cosmic Brain strategy of going Leroy Jenkins against you, which sadly is not a very smart strategy, but it works in our favor. And then he just explodes, and that is that.
Come on, it's Kletchen. Easy.
Forgive me, Raffle.
And all those units just look on like, wow, you're an idiot,
Like, wow.
dude.
Then we get to Sacred Precincts, which is probably considered the hardest battle in the game casually, other than Stopping Point at Rival Veins in Chapter 3. So the reason why this fight normally is considered pretty difficult is because you're dealing with a lot of high-level monsters, and the Hydras and Tiamats will just absolutely destroy you if, like, they actually get their stuff off. But here, again, it's an assassination battle, so we're going to lure Bulk out, and then we're going to kill him, and then the monsters aren't going to get any turns. Or if they do get turns, they're not going to do anything meaningful.
Yeah, Bulk actually comes to play in both battles he's in. Like, he brings all these high-level monsters. He even brings a chemist, like a level 8 chemist who can possibly have Elixir learned. And again, Bulk has 8 range, inherent defense up, magic defense up. He's got the advantage. You know, he fights across a cliff. So, you know, he's like the only boss that actually, like, kind of tries versus Ramza.
Yeah.
He's still going to get owned, though, but...
I mean, he's got a plan, and he decides, hey, this guy's pretty weak to this, you know, particular gun I'm holding. So he's going to run up ahead and try to kill that person just because AI is programmed that way. But then, you know, to his folly, we just gang up on him afterwards. Kiku again showing great tolerance, horizontal and vertical.
We've got the camera movement. Saves a few frames.
Alright, so that baits him out. And now we just do our thing.
Yeah, due to the way this fight is structured, you're actually going to have to hit Melee Duel with Holy Explosion, because Holy Explosion is the only move that's going to be able to reach Bulk. And she just has to be in the way in order to hit him, so...
That's fine. Taking one for the team.
Bulk actually being alive here is a bit of a surprise if you're somehow managing to keep up with the Brave story, which is like the menu going to learn even more lore about the game, because it says he's dead because he has no age listed. Any unit that doesn't have an age list in the Brave story just means they're officially dead. But apparently he got revived by the Zodiac Stones because that's all the rage these days.
Yep. Also kind of weird in the sense that he's like this random dude that they brought back, despite the fact there are lots of good targets they can bring up here.
Yeah.
But hey, he's risen above humanity apparently. Alright, so just some setup for the last couple of battles here. First we gotta deal with Vormav's Zodiac Demon form. So go to Hashi, who does not take on the form of a Space Goat Demon, but a Space Lion. So Hashi's main trick is to cast Meteor on you.
Yeah, that's kind of his modus operandi. It'd be pretty good if, you know, the meteor would actually land, but
Yeah.
it works to his own disadvantage by being so fast and going first, because then he's just going to get mid-charged. At this point, we have a bunch of physical attackers. Again, we switched to a physical attack setup, putting 2 hands on Ramza. And you might imagine how it's going to go. It's going to be pretty similar to the Zalera battle.
Yeah, Meteor would be fine if it actually resolved, but long CTR on it, as we already covered. And I don't actually think the bosses are loaded with short charge, but I could be wrong on that.
I forget if he has short charge. It doesn't help him, but...
No, it doesn't.
Non-charge would help him, which you see a
Yes.
few times in randomizers, but short charge isn't good enough.
Nah. I mean, to his credit, other than, I guess, Ultima, he does have high HP pool, but yeah, getting spacked mid-charge is not very nice.
He's got 1450. I believe that's the most out of anyone so far. Maybe
Yeah.
Audremilk has more, but... Some forced dialogue here. You can't avoid this unless you don't let Ramza get a turn, but you definitely need Ramza here.
And yeah, that's a meteor. You can tell by the AoE.
You actually set up your main generic here in a very certain way. I don't know why I rotated the camera. To make sure that the meteors actually target onto him. If you have only 64 faith on the main generic, there's a chance he won't cast meteor and he'll just use like spell instead, which inflicts stop, and that ruins everything. Which is why I needed a 65 faith for the main, but the secondary can still be 64.
Alright, so now that we've defeated Hashi, he's like, oh no. Evil Dead God's not reviving. I must find some other way to summon her, so I'm gonna kill myself.
Bit extreme, but I guess it works.
Yeah. I mean, it did succeed. Dead God did actually get revived. Alright, and then it's the last battle in the game, so get ready on that timer, by the way.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of time, but
Yeah,
definitely
it's-
soon.
Say like 3 or 4 minutes left in the run.
So Ultima actually has two phases. First phase is a bunch of Ultima demons. With her second phase, she fights alone. One of the spells that we learned very beginning of the game, if you paid attention from the scrolling, is Demi, and we actually haven't talked about Demi at all. Unlike other Final Fantasies, bosses in Final Fantasy Tactics are actually vulnerable to gravity. And as you can expect, despite the fact they have huge HP pools, gravity being the way it is a amazing boss killing tool due to that, because they will just take a quarter or 50% of their max HP for damage, and it works against Ultima in this case because it allows you to kill her in like 4 hits.
Yeah, it's really weird they made it based on the maximum hit points instead of the current hit points like in other Final Fantasy games.
Works to our advantage.
Yeah. So yeah, Todd already explained this again, but we'll be using Reflect, which is essentially going to allow us to bounce magic forward. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hitting Ultima with not only the AoE portion of Demi 2, because for some reason they made Demi 2 AoE, but we're also going to be hitting her with the reflected portion of another portion of the AoE that's going to bounce off of our main generic and then hit Ultima and essentially instant killer, because Demi 2 is going to do half of her health and it's going to do half her health again, which is guaranteed to kill.
Yep. And you're going to see how the reflective pattern runs, as I was saying before. So it's symmetrical to the position of between the caster and the reflected target. So the white mage is going to stand in a very specific position that allows Claude to bounce the Demi. Essentially being a double active Demi 2 spell, so it's going to kill her in one round. Second form has way more HP, so you can't actually kill her with the 2 Demi 2, so you just opt for Demi 1s instead.
Yeah, unfortunately limited by the damage cap, which is 999, and the boss has about 3,200 hit points, so you have to use Demi 1. Also, I did one more final JP scroll in Oracle, which is a class we haven't seen or talked about at all, just to learn one ability, which is Pray Faith. And all it's going to do is set Ramza's Faith to 100 in order to make the Demi 2 actually 100% chance to hit.
Yeah, Demi 2 in this game is, it's not affected by damage. If it hits, it always does the amount based on the equation. Instead, the main factor of making Demi 2 more successful is actually the accuracy rate. So having Pray Faith here just guarantees that the strat will work.
Yeah, you can skip Pray Faith and saves about 20 seconds, but if you miss it, the run's dead. You just die.
Yeah.
That's the thing without any boss in this game. Every boss has looked easy, but if I'd made even one mistake, it was completely over.
So also, we came all the way here to save Alma, but we're actually going to get rid of her as soon as we can so that she doesn't interfere with any of the boss AI. So that's exactly what Orlando's going to end up doing, I believe.
Yep. See ya.
Bye, Alma. So Ramza Bayou, being the amazing hero he is, goes all the way to trouble trying to save his sister and then kills her.
Again, Ramza's not very smart.
He is noble, though.
Yeah, gotta give him
Nobly
that.
stupid. Alright, and here we go.
So here's the real portion of the Demi 2, and then here's the reflected portion. You can might see a reaction ability in between. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the only major source of time variance, whether or not Ultima reacts with a Absorb used MP or Face Up.
And you can see between Ramza and the white mage is an empty space, so then it bounces 1 square forward, which will be exactly where Ultima's positioned.
This strat's really cool.
Yep. So Orlando at this point doesn't really contribute because he's going to deal like maybe 300 damage. You don't really need him.
Yeah, we're just going to be passing his turn, funnily enough.
Yep.
Alright, and time will be coming up pretty soon. I'd say in less than a minute.
Yep. By the way, Ramza's also equipped with enough gear so that he can actually cast demis because they're actually pretty MP intensive. Which also is why, by the way, if the demis like don't actually hit, like you're just dead in the water because you don't have the mana to recast. All right, get ready.
Yep, it's coming up very soon. Skipped 1 reaction ability already. Okay, we got 2 out of 3. All right, and time is coming up now.
All right.
Nice round.
GG.
Yeah.
Nice round.
That was 4-3x, yeah. That was really good, actually. Like, getting a 4-3x was kind of my goal this run. So, definitely really happy with this run, actually.
Yeah, especially with all the random encounters.
Yeah, the encounters were the biggest source of time loss, for sure. But, like, the actual luck in battles was pretty solid. I made some dumb mistakes. You know, that's going to happen because it's marathon. It's hard to pay attention to everything. But for the most part, I think this was a pretty good showing FFT, No Mass Skill, North American version. So, hope everyone here enjoyed it.
Alright, so just briefly cover the ending because we're not going to see all of it. At the very end of the game, we get a scene where we see Alma receive a funeral. Ramza doesn't get one because he's a heretic. And Olan sees them riding off into the distance after paying his respects, but there is a suspicion that whether or not they are alive or dead is up in the air. So then Olan writes the Duel report, which talks about the truth of the Lion War and the church's participation in all the bloodshed. And obviously the church is...
But I don't care about any of that. I care what the High Priest says right here, which is Farlam. Which is what we always used to say back in the old days doing challenge runs. Like whenever you complete like a challenge run or any playthrough, you just say Farlam to kind of indicate that you beat the game finally. So it's kind of like the thing everyone always says at the end of the run. So Farlam.
Anyway, important point is that Olan gets burned at the stake for writing papers that the church considers to be bad for them. And the Duel report was uncovered by his descendants, so the truth of Lion War is finally revealed. That's pretty much the summary of what happens.
Yeah, and there's a scene at the end where Delita and Veli have a nice chat, and I don't want to spoil it for you because I'm about done here, but you can look it up on YouTube, and it may or may not be sad. You'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely done here, so I can go on forever, but
Got
whenever
some
you want to
shout-outs for you?
Yeah, shout-outs, of course, to Sweet Cherry Boy JP, who's contributed a lot of these strats to this run in the past 2 years. As well as Huang, the other major router for this game. And shout out to everyone who's just been watching FFT, supporting FFT. I really love this game. It's my favorite game of all time. I would love to run this game more marathons. And yeah, I think this is a really good showing. And hope everyone enjoyed.
All right, good run.
Yep.
All right, Rivers.
Thank you very much to Claude for that run. Final Fantasy Tactics. We are going to take a quick Twitch ad break. Be right back.
Salt Lake City, Utah. This is RPG Limit Break 2019, and we are quickly setting up for the next run of Final Fantasy II, so stay tuned. Just wanted to remind you guys that there are some incredible incentives coming up that you guys can donate to, so go ahead and get those donations in and get some of these incentives fulfilled. We got some really good ones coming up, some incredible ones for Breath of Fire and the like, so make sure you guys take advantage of those while you still can. just about done with setup here. I just want to take this time to remind you guys that RPG Lunar Break 2019 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI. To get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMI Communicate.